portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Jeez, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Portal gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading to Saudi Arabia to represent North America at the MSC.
This season, I'm not just aiming to win, I'm here to dominate and show that my journey to the top is just beginning. Watch out NACT, the best is yet to come. For next NACT and next international tournament like MSC, you're probably going to see me play with some of my older teammates.
Ooh, you gotta reply to what he says.
More assassin games.
The Ohio brothers stand.
Stay tuned, everyone. You won't want to miss what happens next.
NACT 2024 spring season. Registration starts February 4th. Showcase your skills on this grand stage. It's time to make your mark in history.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Santos Galas can you do it? And Albert Isana, Darkhorse.
Avalanche fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Nabuhay pa rin ang 4v1!
Backline already, and you're running for the lines, gunning it. Gaimin trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita ada satu warrior weapon di polisi yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Just calmly drop his portal and alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlux just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals. Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! And Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Jeez, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna? He flickers to the high ground. Portals up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
Get ready for a new season of NACT. This year, we're going to be dialing up the intensity like never before. We're going to have 2 rounds of open qualifiers so we can give more teams and more players the opportunity to join this tournament.
This season, you can team up with friends from anywhere around the world. The NACT battlefield just got more diverse and thrilling.
This season, the winning champions will be heading to Saudi Arabia to represent North America at the MSC.
This season, I'm not just aiming to win, I'm here to dominate and show that my journey to the top is just beginning. Watch out NACT, the best is yet to come.
For next NACT and next international tournament like MSC, you're probably going to see me play with some of my older teammates.
Ooh, you gotta reply to what he says.
More assassin games.
The Ohio brothers stand.
Stay tuned, everyone. You won't want to miss what happens next.
NACT 2024 spring season. Registration starts February 4th. Showcase your skills on this grand stage. It's time to make your mark in history.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 North American Challengers Tournament spring season. I'm your new host, Zeke, and on the desk with me, I've got one of the most refined casters in all of North America, the legend himself, Trex. And comboed up with him, I've got one of the former pro players in North America turned production, UA. Boys, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I love the intro. I'm happy to have you here. Welcome to the NACT, Zeke. It's going to be a great first day for you. It's going to be a great day, too, for NACT.
Yeah, and there's a lot of great teams, a lot of new combinations coming through, and a few upsets here and there to spice things up. And Zeke, I know you got the game plan for today. Take it away.
Absolutely. So, first off, this season is proud to show off 8 electric teams competing head-to-head in a best-of-3 round-robin stage utilizing a point system North America hasn't seen before. What can you tell us about it, Trex?
I mean, it's a point system that's commonly known for being used in MPLPH. I think it's a great point system. It goes a little bit over match over game. So even if you're a little bit behind in some of your matches, if you're able to secure some nice 2-0 sweeps, it can kind of rocket you up to the top.
Yeah, there's
well said. But as well as a new point system, this season is showing off a very awesome prize pool of over $25,000 US, with the first prize bringing in just over $10,000 and 100,000 diamonds. And that's a whole lot of Mobile Legends skins. But what would you buy with that money, UA?
Definitely the Mobile Legends skin part. There's cool skins that are coming out to play. I know MPL just dropped that Benedetta. There's also like a lot of cute skins coming through, even that Diggy for the season that we saw yesterday. So definitely a lot of cool things for the prize pool.
Absolutely. But before these teams can take away the grand prize, though, they have to get past each other. So without further ado, let's take a look at some of tonight's upcoming games.
Yeah, I mean, we got some great games coming up. I'm definitely excited for it. Up front, DA up against FIENDS. I mean, and we saw FIENDS last night, UA. We saw them get the win against BloodHounds. I think that's definitely something we want to watch out for. Devious Activity, though, is a team that I think is on all of our minds as possibly being, you know, one of the top 3 here. After that, we have a couple more games coming up. I'm sure we're going to see the card in just a second. Give me one moment. We have BTK up against LEGACi, match number 3, BloodHounds up against NightHorde, and then to wrap off the night, it's going to be Gaimin Gladiators, GG up against Area 77 UA.
Yeah, and you know, this is a quite a hard schedule today. Devious Activities and FIENDS are both fighting for first place, along with Gaimin Gladiators and A77. So, you know, these 4 teams are duking it out right now for that first position, and only 2 teams are going to be on top of the bracket. But BTK, LEGACi, BloodHounds, and NightHorde, they're also competing quite well in this series. You know, it's just day 2, Trex, but there's a lot of crazy matches. Zeke?
Yeah, absolutely. Devious Activities have been looking absolutely dominant up to this point. Whether it was in the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, now we find that we've seen day 1, and they were just replicating their performances, doing an absolutely fantastic job. So what do you guys really think we can continue to see from them?
I mean, I think we can see a lot from DA here. I think there's a lot of possibilities. I think we've got Yato and T in the mid working together as a duo. These are 2 faces that have gotten very well known. I mean, they've been around for a long time, but after kind of having some time to shine with BTK last spring season and so on and so forth, I think we're going to really get to see them evolve and kind of break out on their own, kind of create their own identity. And I think it's something we definitely have to keep our eyes out for.
Yeah, and one of the most important things about DA is this is a team that has a lot of experience, has done quite well in a lot of the professional scenes. But FIENDS, on the other hand, right? The Darkhorse, at least my favorite coming through, got a huge upset yesterday, and they're trying to push forward with the momentum coming through. This is a team of like quite unfamiliar faces. We've probably seen 2 to 3 of them in our last NACT back from AO. But now this time around with a fused roster, I can't wait to see them perform here.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have been doing exceedingly well. Honestly, I would even say exceeding our own set expectations. So with this match coming up, especially being the first one of the night, I'm so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking a look at the exact rosters for today here shortly. So, I mean, DA, like we said, we got, I think, some of the hot picks on DA here. Mikasa EXP going up against Uneven. Kush in jungle, who we haven't really got to last season. He was playing a little bit in the MLSL under Team Ignis. Now we get to see him come back to NA, really represent on a team. And a lot of people are wondering, like, can he possibly, you know, be a top 2, top 1, top 3 jungler? Where does he sit on the pedestal right now? And I think that's what a lot of us have our eyes on as well, because even though we know who Kush is, he took a season off. He hasn't really been in the NACT for a little bit, so this is kind of his welcoming back. And overall, this whole roster just looks dominant.
And you talked about Kush. I want to mention Pro Destroy a little bit too. Kush, you know, has been known to have a lot of wide hero pools, especially the Fanny and the Assassins coming through. But Fiends this time around is one of the only teams, along with Devious and, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, that have a Fanny in their pocket. We saw him perform so dominant yesterday, and this time around, you know, going up against Kush, where both teams might actually opt to go for that Fanny pick, it's going to be quite challenging for Fiends to be able to kind of step up into that plate and compete against one of the strongest contenders of this this royal battle.
Well said, well said. I do believe we've got a roster that we are able to take a look at though now.
Yeah, Fiends up front. UA, anyone you want to point out here?
Oh yes, you know, there's a lot of great people here. I know Magic and also Uneven. They're both playing for AO from last season coming around. Uneven, actually a player coming out from Myanmar. Shout outs to Spade. He was recruited to come to the North American scene. He just wanted to play in the professionals. And this is now his second time showing consistently in NACT. So that's definitely a player to watch out for, especially when you go against such a strong performer like Mikasa, which showed a great performance on Lapu. Lapu was able to, you know, create the impact on the XP lane. It's definitely going to be a matchup to watch for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, both of the jungles have just been so dominant. Kush, again, we've just seen him be so aggressive, and I just wonder against a team like this, is it really going to be the best plan of action? I know the DA is going to come in hot, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I think DA definitely comes in swinging, but Fiends, after we see them take down BloodHounds, is like the first notch in the belt, right? Because a lot of us were kind of putting BloodHounds in a state of like maybe top 4 this season, maybe finally break through to being a, you know, top S tier team. And day one, they come in, they take a loss to the new kids on the block, right? They take a loss to Fiends, and Fiends is like, all right, we didn't face the best of the best. We didn't go up against GG, right? We didn't go up against someone like that. But now we do get to take on DA. So I think what's huge for Fiends here is to, even if they don't get the overall win, the 2-1 or the 2-0, get at least a game here. Because one of the important things to know about the point system, right, is even if you get a game, even if you lose 2-1, you put a point on the board. And that's why it's very important to always kind of at least match up correctly. And speaking of that, we're going to be jumping into the DA roster now.
DA coming through. We got Yato T, the 2 former BTK players. I think Toru was actually on BTK too. And of course, you know, Trex introduced Kush coming out from the Ignis Esports, and also Mikasa, which has been jumping around different teams from Gosu, also playing for the Knights of Faith, and this time around going into DA to kind of squish together and fuse into this extremely strong contending team. And honestly, for me, placing them, you know, in the top 2, top 3, it's a very simple conversation. They have the players, they have the experience, and they're definitely backed up by a lot of experienced veterans here.
Absolutely well said, but now we've got the facts, but the question is who gets the win? What are y'all's predictions?
I mean, the predictions are definitely going to be good, and I want to hold on to mine. I want to hold on because I'm pretty sure we got this like really cool card coming up. I don't want to leak out. I don't want to leak out the info just yet, but yeah, pretty much for me, DA. Right? I think DA is definitely the big kid on the block right now. They have a lot to prove. I think there's a chance that maybe Fiends can take something, but it's not going to be easy for them.
Yeah, and for me personally, I'm rooting for the kids in the backyard, right? Like the kids around the block. These guys are here to perform. They did a very, very good game yesterday, and I cannot wait to see them perform this time around, Zeke.
Well said again. So for me, when I look at DA and I look at Fiends, I look at two teams that are comprised of a mix of other teams, right? And with that being said, when I look at DA's team, they seem to have a little bit more structure and a little bit more experience. So that's why my vote goes towards them.
And also, and if you look at DA, even though they do kind of have some, like a mix, these are all players that have played together before. These are players that have been on the same rankings before, have been on the same teams before. Kush, Yato, T are comfortable with each other. Mikasa also has played with these guys before. They're not new to this, and they're all guys that have kind of hopped around before, and they know how to build synergy quick, right? They know how to, okay, we got a couple new members, but it's whatever. We jump into this fast. And you look at a lot of the guys who have been around for a very long time, even if they haven't been on the same team in NACT together, they've definitely played a lot of ranked games together. You know, when there's no one else to queue up with, let's shoot Mikasa a message, let's shoot Kush a message. These are guys who, you know, even though it's not NACT synergy, they have some gameplay together.
Yeah, and when you talk about the gameplays, we cannot really gauge how well the Fiends can actually perform here. This is the first time we're seeing, you know, half of their roster. We did see AO come out, and unfortunately they just weren't ready enough to compete at, you know, the 4th place, the 5th place, trying to go into the grand finals, right? But this time around with this new roster and already getting the wins that necessary to push them into the lead, along with a very, very solid qualifiers taking out Gosu, right? So Fiends, we don't know how strong they actually are. We don't know how they can perform against any of these top teams. So today is going to definitely be one of those days where we get to see them compete against one of these strongest contenders of the top 8 NACT.
Absolutely. So I think the big question at this point is, knowing what we know about DA and then about the Fiends, what do you guys think is really going to have to come down based off of the play styles that we've seen from them already for one of them to really take precedence over the other, especially early game?
I think the big thing is going to be mid control. I think Yato and T are very comfortable together. T, he's now in the roam position, right? We've known T as an EXP laner for a very long time, and I think he's done well. And you match that up with his synergy with Yato, I think that is something that Fiends is going to have to compete with. Now, we do have Churro on the side of Fiends, who was a sub for Ackerman way back in the day. We have seen the name. We've seen some gameplay. Churro isn't new to this, so a lot of it's going to, I think the major people we need to keep our eyes on is Churro Magic up against Yato and T. Can Churro Magic make magic happen, right?
Yeah, and you know, when we look at the kind of like the mid synergy, you talked about it, the Yato and the T, we saw T perform quite well yesterday. He played Kaja twice, and that's actually something that I'm a little bit worried about, as you know, pushing these assassin-dominated junglers into that role. We have Pro Destroy, which is great on Fanny, but this time around, he's going up against a player that literally pocket-picked the Kaja twice, a solo pick-off type of comp. And, you know, that is definitely one of the ways to shut down a very assassin-focused, you know, mobility type of composition that Fiends are going to come through. So this time around, I feel like DA has a very solid strategy. They can see through, especially with the experience and going up against, you know, great Fanny players like from GGs and stuff. It's going to be quite hard for Fiends to kind of fit their strategy to go against DA, and I think Fiends this time around, they have the raw element to kind of surprise. Maybe they're going to come out with a utility focus. Maybe it's going to be completely standard. Maybe we're going to see something completely different, like a 1-3-1, which I know right now out in the seas of MPL, they've been experimenting with a couple of like Ruby Golds, and Paquito might be coming back here.
Ruby Gold's the thing, man. Like Natan mid, we saw Blacklist do it the other day. They picked up the Natan jungle, went Ruby Gold. I forget who was in the EXP lane, but still went for a bit more of an old school, like M3-esque, like her pre-M3-esque composition. And I think there is definitely a lot of opening. And if we're going to see something crazy like that, it's got to be early season. Something else I wanted to point out is from both of these teams yesterday, we saw DA pick up the Nolan in Game 2, pick up the Fredrin in Game 1, and then Fiends on the other hand also utility and assassin. So there's a lot of possibilities from both.
Bling, 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 bling. Oh, 1 second, guys. Hold on. My phone's ringing. Who is this?
Who is
It's
it?
the Land of Dawn. The draft is starting. Oh, why aren't we there yet? Let's get there.
Yeah, we're just
Beautiful
gonna
toss.
be jump.
Beautiful toss from Zeke. Beautiful toss from Zeke. I like it. We are finally jumping into the draft of Series 1, Game 1, Day 2, and I'm ready, UA.
Yeah, and we're just gonna jump straight into the Brats, and Novariak does get taken out by the side of DA, and also Fiends coming through with the Matilda, Kaja, and Vexana. I do think the Kaja is well warranted here, right? Fiends want to play a lot of the assassins, and they also have very, very strong Joy players. Uneven and both Pro Destroyer can be proficient with that hero, but Kush is gonna be able to deny that pick in that first phase.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Joy was let through, it's not something we've gotten to see a whole lot lately. And we were just talking about how Kush, I mean, they're going quick right now. We were just talking about how Kush, he likes to be on those fast pace. He likes to be on something quick. If you let him get the Nolan, if you let him get something that is still viable in today's meta, that is similar to an assassin, he is going to knock that in quickly, and he gets the Joy, so I'm excited for that. On the side of Fiends, the Angela, though, the support, something to maybe help out deal with some of the crazy damage that DA is trying to bring.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried here, right? Arlot in Roam is typically a very hard situation for most roamers. We don't really have the ability to practice that hero quite a lot, but T coming from the XP, it literally is perfect. Right? T has been a player that has dominated in the XP matchup 1 versus 1 with heroes like Kaja, Lapu Lapu, and the Arlot. But this time around, he gets to take that fighter into the roam position, paired up with Toru, which had a great performance on carry, also has done extremely well with the Claude. So I do think the side of DA have a lot to prepare. Fiends now picking up the CC tracks.
Yeah, I mean, the CC's just been a monster. Even if it takes some deaths early on, it can still scale very, very well. The only thing is where it really shines is against some of those bulkier utility junglers, kind of shredding them down a bit. Is it going to be able to keep up with the Joy, right? Is it going to be able to keep up with the Joy kind of moving around? And now, picking up the CC, you do give up. You give up some CC, right? You give up some crowd control. You no longer have an EXP laner that can do something like the Arlot can do, or can do something like a Lapu can do, or can do something like a Ruby can do. So I do feel like Fiends needs to make up for that, especially if the fact that they also have the Angela, if that Angela's in roam position, they're going for a bit more of like a dive, full offensive, not as much CC.
And talk about the CC, right? I thought the Fredgen would have been a perfect opportunity for Pro Destroy to pick it up, which he did, in fact, perform quite well yesterday with it. This time around, DA does decide to ban it out. I like that respect. The Fanny is still available for the side of Fiends if they do choose to pick it, right? We have Kush on the Joy, and traditionally, the Joy works quite well in the jungle. But the Joy not being stunned here, there's no Franco, there's no Kaja, there's nothing to suppress the ability that Joy can just immune around. I'm a little bit worried for the side of Fiends. Do they actually have what it takes in their comp so far with just a CC and Angela to stop the mobility and the dive coming out from heroes like the Arlot and also the Joy?
Yeah, I mean, Arlot's just been a monster, and the reality is it could still be flexed, right? T could pick it up if they want to put it into the XP lane. It is there. Fiend's going to lock in the Basha here. I mean, on the side of DA, we still need a possible EXP laner. We still need a mid lane mage, right? So Vex is not open, Nana's not open, no Fermis, no Novaria, definitely losing a lot of options. The Lilia's still there. We know Yate's got a nice Lilia, definitely a possibility for them if they want that. X-Borg into the XP lane, I like it.
Export going up against the CC. It's like the no CC versus no CC matchup. Both are just kind of shredding each other. It depends if CC is able to get that early advantage, break the Araga armor, maybe even get a cut here and there. But you're going up against Mikasa, which has performed so extremely well. Now, the side of Fiends, oh wait, no, the side of DA is still looking for their last member. They're missing a mage. Just like you're saying, the Lilia is a very good option. We did see, you know, some Xaviers coming out to play, but no, the Lilia does come out to play. But the response coming through with the Valentina, it can take the X-Borg ultimate, the last insanity, which does quite well, but
Final
I'm not
slash.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Valentina provides that CC that Fiends may be missing, because the Joy right now is just going to be completely free to do whatever he wants.
Joy definitely free. I think they get something like, I think the Valentina's kind of just because they were lacking so much. So I think Churobani, a major thing is maybe pick up the final slash here. There is some other utility with the black shoes, with the like you said, with the last insanity. It's a little tough though, right? And on the side of DA, they kind of went a bit divey as well. They decided not to pick up anything too crazy CC. You know, you set out the CC list with the X-Borg. So all they really have is a final slash. Both compositions just going kind of full hammer home. One of the things with the X-Borg though, right? The X-Borg does great against things like the Barats, things like the Fredrin, because they have a little trouble closing the distance, and he can kite. Now, the difference between the Basha here, though, is he can close that distance very quickly. He can kind of get in there very, very fast, but it does look like we're going to be jumping into game number 1. This is Devious Activities going up against the Fiends. I'm hyped for it, UA.
Oh, yeah, and this is going to be a royal battle between the contending pretty much the contending team Devious that everyone has kind of hyped up. They have a lot of strong players. They're definitely going to be challenging up to that first place. But Fiends, that new kids on the block, looking to, show up in this series, potentially even overthrowing these big experienced players coming out from Devious.
I think there's a lot of things we definitely have to look at, right? A lot of possibilities. If we look at early game, mid game, late game, I do kind of like DA here a little bit in the early with T, with Yato on this mid. It seems very aggressive. It seems very pressuring. And when you look at something like the Angela and the Valentina, I think it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit of time to really hit that spike.
Well, personally, I think Angela does quite well early on. And I do know that you could already see in terms of the mid matchup, the Lilia is going to be able to have the freedom to roam around way much more faster. The Lilia clear is just so much more significant compared to the Valentina. So you're going to see Churobani kind of lack in terms of the rotation and majority of kind of the walking around, especially in the lane clear. But a good strategy coming through. They're both putting their roams on the mid to try to get to that level 4 as soon as possible. On the bot side, they both got this, two-man unit coming through, but the turtle getting started from the side of DA.
Yeah, first turtle going to be in. Does look like Kush is going to get the electrifying beats on a Churro there, but Pro Destroy coming to help out. Both teams taking their time, but it is going to be a 4v4 for this turtle.
Yeah, and Pro Destroy is there for the objective, but T already coming through with a little bit of damage.
He doesn't have level 4 yet, though. He's going to have to dash back with the Vengeance. He's getting brought low, and this might give Fiends a little bit of an advantage. Kush able to take the turtle with ease, backing off. Fiends, though, no one takes a loss, no members down.
Yeah, I think this is actually good news for the side of Fiends, although I believe that Devious actually has the advantage in terms of the late game when you especially compare it where they have the carry, they have the X-Borg. Both are extremely solid with a lot of items, but Fiends, on the other hand, played that turtle quite well. They did not get the retribution, but the most important thing is they did not lose any members. The gold difference between both teams is only 400 so far. Fiends is still right on the tails of Devious Activities.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slow pace. It's all mostly a slow-paced game right now. Nobody getting too crazy. I think both teams need a little bit of time. The question is when we get, if they push this to mid to late, which team do you think is really scaling out better? I feel like the Claude and the Carry both have kind of a very high cap there, but what about the rest of the team?
When you kind of talk about like that mid to the late game, I kind of want to be more objective focus here, right? A lot of these top teams, they're not really out there looking for kills. So it's honestly just based off of if they're able to grab up the objectives. And I have to give it to Fiends, right? They have the utility jungle Boxia in place. They did not get the first objective, but they should be able to have the opportunity to 50-50 majority of these objectives. On the other hand, though, Devious, they don't have... Ooh, top side.
Ooh, Blazing Duet locks on to Toru here. Toru taking a lot of damage. Kohar Able to back off, able to put them both away. T now with the vengeance, trying to dash away. We're already seeing the value coming from that heart guard. T might be in a little bit of trouble, able to back off. But Kohari dominating the gold lane right now.
Yeah, it's a strong performance coming out from Fiends, going a little bit aggressive on the top side. But they do not have the heart guard available for this objective. And without the heart guard, it's going to be one utility down. But it doesn't seem like DA, they're looking for that.
Nice final slash, does land on a magic there. Toru with 1v1 up against Kohari. Can he do it though? Toru forced to back off, needs to be careful, but here comes Churro with the last insanity, locked on a T in the flicker, looks for the double. Can he secure it? T able to just survive, but they do find first blood on to Toru. It's gonna be huge. They're still gonna keep on the aggressive. Fiends with a blazing duet. Secures the double kill for Churro. Yato now trying to come in and help out, but still Fiends taking off right now. That's going to be 2-0 right there.
2-0 right there. You can see the gold lead. It's actually quite even across the board. Fiends are just, right behind DA, and it kind of shows that, hey, we really cannot gauge this new team coming through. They have been head-to-head, got the upset yesterday, looking for another opportunity so far, and they're up in kills now. Although they are down in terms of the overall gold, it's still anyone's game.
We just talk about these player cams real quick. I'm vibing with it. It's definitely not Yato down there, but I'm vibing with it. It's a vibe. I like it. We got Fiends. We got DA on cam. But DA right now, they're down. I mean, wait, DA actually holding the gold lead right now, which is actually, it just kind of speaks volumes on their rotations, on the way they move around the map. Able to hold 1,000 gold lead even after taking the 2 kills.
Yeah, the 2 kills on the side of Fiends, but the 2 objective has been towards the side of Devious. And, quite honestly, when I see the Boxia, he should be able to have a little bit more of the 50-50, but it seems like Devious, they're much more focused on getting Kohari a good lane on the top side. You can see they're even putting a lot of pressure, even T here.
Ooh, Kohari this time, though, does get the heart guard, taking a lot of damage, but it's 3 members up against Kohari. Yato tries to get the finish, but has the black shoes back, and Pro Destroy is there to destroy. T goes down, and now Fiends with the counter-strike, with the bite back here. DA once again pushed back into their tower.
Yeah, and it seems like Fiends has the ability to win a lot of these small skirmishes early on. It's not a 5 versus 5 yet. But in terms of the pick onto the gold lane, we're talking about like the 3 versus 3. When you got the mage and the roam on the top side, it definitely feels like the side of Fiends have a little bit more advantage. But this 3rd turtle coming up, I do think this is the time where Fiends need to capitalize, especially using such a utility-focused jungler.
Yeah, I'm wondering also, when does Kush hit his spike, right? When does he start getting to the back line and actually causing mayhem? Turtle is brought low, uneven, getting pushed back, but Pro Destroy has a nice angle. In comes the double last insanity, but Kush still able to do it under the pressure, but now he's pressured down and taken out, uneven, picking up the kill. Fiends winning out 4-0, but still losing those objectives, and that's what's keeping DA with the gold lead right now. Yato in a lot of trouble here, uneven under the tower. Magic picking up the kill. It's 5-0. in under 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, but I do have to give a lot of respect to Kush right now. But bot side Mikasa getting taken out. Like, the side of Devious, they're great at the retribution. They're able to get grouping up into kind of like a good position and go into the team fights. But the side of Fiends is just a little bit unfortunate on their side. They are not getting these objectives, and they're not getting a clear gold lead. But at least in terms of the skirmishes, they're doing quite well, even ganking on to each of their lanes. They got the top side tower, but Kohari.
Are in a little bit of trouble, electrifying beats. Wait a second, is he gonna get the outplay? Kush goes down! Kohari! This man, who is he? Where is he from? Fiends right now, defying the odds.
Yeah, and they're taking the contenders up for a ride here. They're finally getting their first gold lead in the game, especially against a team with this caliber. They have 2 towers, both from the side. They're looking to push onto the 3rd right now. The siege is setting up for the side of Fiends.
And it's a new year here for NACT, and Fiends are showing that there is some new blood on the block. They're coming in strong, day 1, taking out BloodHounds. Let's move up the ladder a little bit. Let's find DA. The game's not over yet, but right now Fiends are looking good. A nice final slash does come in from T there, though. Not enough damage on a Pro Destroy. Devious activity still needing to scale up.
Yeah, and Devious, they're doing a great job clearing the mid, helping each other out. They did lose a few towers here and there, but they still are holding on to the mid. Kohari dashing forward might be a mistake.
Yeah, but the Heart Guard's ready at all times. Magic, ready to lock and load any second and be there for his team.
Yeah, and I would say picking up the Angela, especially in the first phase, so extremely early, especially going up against a Joy, it's a little bit of a cheese move here. The Lord is up, and it seems like Fiends, they do want to battle it out here.
Yeah, Fiends are going all in. They take their time, though. Their patience with it. They know they don't have a huge amount of CC. Here comes the Heart Guard onto Kohari. The final slash lands, but he's in a little bit of trouble along with Mikasa. Blazing Duet to the backside. Toru up against Kohar, and Kohar finally goes down. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but Fiend's still pressing the advantage. Mikasa takes down the Immortality. Has to go back to base here, but Fiend still controlling, and Churro finds the kill on a Mikasa there. Uneven, looking for Kush next. Kush trying to dash away, but Fiend say, no, we don't care about the Lord. We're coming for you. We're coming for blood. Now the rest of the team moves back to the pit as Devious activity is locked out.
Yeah, and we were kind of talking about how Devious activities, one of their greatest strength is having that dual combination at mid side, right? The T and the Yato combination. But this time around, their overall KD is a 0, 4, and 1. Just 1 assist available for both of those players with 4 deaths. Compared to the side of Fiends, you have Churro, 3, 0, and 2, and also Magic, 2, 0, and 5. This 2 combinations coming through, especially when you talk about how the Valentine was picked so late in the draft, is working out so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, DA just needs, I mean, they need time. They need a lot right now because Fiends is slowly taking off with the gold lead. We're getting to about 3K. And with a composition like this, when you have something like the Angela, who also is sitting at 2, 0, and 5 right now, is not only scaling with protection for the team, but the damage is also starting to stack up a bit.
Yeah, the side of Fiends right now, they kind of just want to go around pushing towers. I think they're playing quite disciplined here. The Lord is marching down on the top side, but I don't think the side of Fiends is going to be able to siege out on anything. If they choose to group up at mid, though, they might be able to have a chance here to grab up the towers.
Yeah, they're not being too crazy, not pushing in all lanes at the same time. They want to try to clear this, but look at Kohari in the back line with the Blazing Duet, locking on to Toru. Heart Guard to make sure he survives. A lot of damage onto several members. T backing off. Fiends controlling these fights, and Kush in a bad position here. Gonna try to take him on a little bit of a chase. Churro looking for an angle. Nowhere for Kush to go this time, though. He's dashing under the tower, able to just get away. Take him on a wild goose hunt here through their own jungle.
Yeah, and Kush is just kind of wasting their time. I'm not sure if Fiends is gonna be able to catch him here. Pro!
He's
the
a
rat
slippery
chase
guy.
continues.
Oh, can he get away from this one? No, Churro finally finds it.
Yeah, and it's going to be 10-1 on the scoreboard. 12 minutes in, 3K goal lead for the side of Fiends. A quite unexpected opening coming out for this very game 1 of the day 2s. Fiends is already taking the lead, and it's kind of the same momentum that we had yesterday. Kohari here.
Oh, Kohari is going to get final slash onto the tower, but still, he's able to survive with the Heart Guard. Able to put a lot of damage on T. Toru still survives. T able to get away with just a sliver, but Mikasa maybe the next. Takes one last shot, but finds survivability at 10%. Kush goes down, or still down, coming up in just a few seconds. But Fiends still dominating in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and one of the most beautiful things is that Fiends is actually, you know, a team that we haven't seen before. Versus the side of Devious, we've seen them perform, we've seen them dominate, and this time around they are on the back end of this match. Fiends is going to be the one that's dictating the performance, but uneven here.
All right, so DA, what can they even do here? I feel like Fiends have control, and with the CC, yes, it doesn't apply crowd control, but CC is still such a great zoner, able to just shred anyone down with the movement, able to kind of bounce around, and when it comes down to these Lord pits, they have that, and you mentioned it earlier, since they have the utility jungler, Pro Destroy can just chill, man. He can just vibe in the middle of the pit, and Devious activity have no damage to get to him. Toru, luckily, has only taken 1 death, so maybe that's an answer, but a Blazing Duet does lock onto T there, zoning all of DA away. Mikasa going to get bursted down in a matter of seconds. Still has the immortality, though. Frag armor is gone. Here comes a conceal play. They're going to try to look for an angle. Toru not able to catch the speed up. Final slash lands on to nobody. T with the whip. Kohari taking a lot of damage. Kush into the backside with the electrifying beats. Pro Destroy still finds the Lord though. Magic able to take out Kush. Fiends, all they got to do is back off, but Kohari doesn't want to do it. Mikasa with the last Insanity, looking for a kill here, unable to lock on anyone. Kohari dashes in and is deleted, but finds Mikasa with it. Yato able to pick up 2. It's a 2-for-3 trade. Devious Activity definitely losing out in this, and now Yato in trouble. Pro Destroyer goes down to Toru in the mid side though, and Yato is found. It is a bloodbath, but in the end, Fiends come out on top.
Yeah, and it's a 4-for-3. Fiends are coming out on top, battling it out. And this is the first time that Fiends actually was able to win the 50-50 retry on the objective. It's quite a nice objective compared to the first 2 early turtles. And now you can see Fiends trying to siege the tower. Toru is there to defend, but the top side is definitely going to be destroyed here. DA already losing their first inner towers here. 14 minutes in. It smells kind of like a bad spell, a bad dream for the champion contenders.
I mean, and Fiends still have space to lose a Lord if they want to, right? They still have space with all the towers they have. They could have, you know, one bad fight and be okay. They have a huge lead. The gold lead isn't too far ahead of DA, but when we look at objectives on the map, Fiends is definitely up right now. Uneven gonna dash in, looking for Kush there. Mikasa with the last Insanity, still not enough damage. Final Slash able to lock on, but Churobani and Pro Destroyer here to help out. Yato on the run, gonna get stunned up, but Pro Destroyer taking a whole lot of damage. Koharu once again with the Blazing Duet, able to shred down several members, and down goes T, Toru, Yato, Uneven, making the scale uneven, putting down the pressure. Mikasa trying to come in, Uneven gonna get the heart guard and just get away. The pressure stays though as Fiends progress.
Yeah, and these guys are taking DA on a joyride here, winning almost every single team fight. You could say it's a comp difference, but it definitely feels like the damage coming out from Fiends is too good.
Terrify, looking for one more hit. Kush able to get under the healing fountain, but the base will fall, and Fiends take game number 1.
I'm shocked, Shucks. I know I voted for Fiends here, but the dominating performance coming out from these Undertakers is unbelievable. 17, 4, and 35 is the overall KDA of the Fiends, able to take the victory in the game 1 between DA and them. The damage is actually quite good, and the GPMs is quite high. This is a team that is, you know, catching the whole entire North American off guard with the performance, and taking game 1 here is so huge.
I love it. I like it. That is a vibe. Fiends coming in out of nowhere. I mean, yes, we know some of these players, but still, it is huge for them to just come in swinging in week. Not only just come in swinging, not only like having some big upsets, but coming in week number 1. Winning their first series against BloodHounds 2-0 and now taking game number 1 against DA. If they sweep this, they're a team for all of us to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think the whole entire North America was ready for Fiends to have such a strong performance coming through. We saw yesterday they were able to get the upset, and I've been, you know, a fan of rooting for these underdogs team. And this time around, it seems like DA is stamping it. They're making sure that they're causing the impact and they're ready to compete. This is only day 2, Trex, and we still have a very long season. But Fiends, man, these guys are crazy.
And I think at this point, what's really important for the side of Devious Activities is they can't let this be a sweep, right? We were talking about the point system earlier. We were talking about this, that either way, Fiends is now, they're feeling good, because even if they lose here, let's say somehow DA gets the reverse sweep, they got some points on the board. Now it's pressure on a Devious Activity, and this is the day where we're going to start to see maybe some possible, we're going to start to really see how the bracket is standing, like how the team standings are standing, because depending on who gets that 1 point in here and there, that's where we're going to start to see place 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and it's a really, really good start coming out from Fiends to be able to dominate and perform at a high level, pretty much where everyone is watching. A lot of the teams, they could do really, really well in tournaments, especially in the lower tier ones. But this time around, we're talking about NACT. We're talking about the qualifiers for every world event here, and they're pushing at such a strong performance here. This time around, they're taking out pretty much the XBTK members, this Devious Activities that everyone has been hyping around. this is a team that has done quite a bit in the North American scene. We've seen, you know, Yato and also T on teams like A77. We've seen them pretty much dominating in all the different areas, but Fiends, we have not seen them perform and actually become a contender. And maybe from this win here, the whole entire North America has to change perspectives. They have to give the credit that these young players deserve. And, you know, now this time around, the voting has come up and I'm the only ones on Fiends here. Might get a 5-0 on the clock.
Hey man, UA went from worst predictor last season to coming in this season with the lead. Big props, man. I mean, Fiends for sure, though. It's like all eyes on them right now. If they take this win, I mean, that's what people love to see, right? That's what I think casters, fans, viewers, they love to see the upset. They love to see the underdog. And Fiends came in from qualifiers, placing 7th, right? LEGACi was 8th. DA was what, 3rd, maybe 2nd, tied with BTK. And right now the tables are being flipped. The turntables are happening, as some like to say. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely intense. It's definitely what I like to see, and I'm excited for Fiends right now. I almost want them to just come in again swinging like they did last game.
And when we talk about the draft, I'm not sure if the Game 2 draft is coming up, but the quickness of Fiends to have the confidence to pick those heroes to go up against the Arlott Joy first round. That's dominating, right? Like, the Angela gets picked up. I actually don't 100% agree with the Angela pick, especially going up against the Joy, but they played it so extremely well. Kohari also, right, picked up the Claude in the first phase. It's prone to specific matchups like the Brody, or early game damage like the Clint, or even the Natan that has been used quite well in the MPL scene. But the carry just unable to get a few of those wins. I know Toru was able to get a kill or there in the game, but overall it seems like Kohari just has that difference in the marksman position, is able to create the impact and even go onto the backside. The Blazing Duet was perfect in most of those scenarios. You have Pro Destroyer coming in, tanking and disengaging all the ultimates. You also got the Last Insanity paired with the Valentina IMU that had the impact on the top side early on. And then Kohari comes in with the sweep. Sometimes it's in the early phase where he just shreds the HP, but most of the time in the late game, he's hitting onto so many units, breaking out DA's kind of tactic and formation and just completely dominating all the fights.
I mean, and that's where, though they lacked CC, they made it up in extreme sustainability, using the Angela correctly, able to get to a point, and they were able to use Kohari as almost an EXP laner, right? As a zoner. Like, he was able to just jump into the back line, use the Blazing Duet, and even if he didn't get a kill, he created space for his team to get that lord, to get the first, the second lord, and things of that nature. And anyone that didn't have CC, they were still able to use magic and use that Angela to their advantage. Now, jumping in to draft number 2, DA is going to be on the red side, 2nd pick. What do they change up here?
Yeah, well, we did see the opening of Fiends going for the Angela and the Claude, and quite honestly, the Angela was performing beyond expectation. 2, 0, and 5, dominating pretty much that whole entire mid game, leading onto the late game and the impact. So the Angela is definitely still inside of Fiends' pocket. I do like the Claude. The mobility that Kohari had was so great. He was able to just go in and go out in plenty of different situations. I do think the side of DA is going to prioritize that pick, but giving the carry to Kohari is also a problem. Kohari is known to be an extremely strong carry player. So this is actually a very bad situation for DA. They have to kind of flip their game book and try to figure out how they can deal with the aggressiveness, the new progressive way of drafting and playing this series. They have to figure out something, and maybe going back into some of their old comps where they can win, right? The Kaja is taken off the board, but I do know T has a lot of heroes like the Franco or even the Chow, playing something that is more fighter centric, playing something that maybe doesn't go 0-3 early on and has the ability to dash in and out and making sure he has the impact to win the early game against this aggressive team.
I mean, or just, I mean, Kush could definitely just like keep it simple if he wanted to. I think overall, one thing I do want to point out though, this Angela ban coming from the side of DA, already showing respect. And what does that do? It opens up the playing field with Novaria Vex. Vex is open right now. I think Fiends definitely pick up the Vex up front here. Fiends, what do they get to trade for that?
This
is the CC.
It's a very interesting strategy here, because this time around they do decide to ban out the Angela, leaving the Vex open, just like what you're saying. And you know, it might be a bait pick, but the Vexana is quite good, but I don't think she has the mobility to be able to deal with a lot of the high engage, high dive heroes that Devious might be able to choose. This time around, the Bratz gets picked up, which was banned out on the first fade along with the Valentina. So a complete different game strategy this time around for both teams, prioritizing a lot of different heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Even though Vexana does kind of lack the mobility, she's I don't know, man. It doesn't even make sense sometimes, but she's just such a monster. She's probably one of the most like sought after mages across the world right now, at least prioed and all. But Yato does go for the Nana, something that I thought we were going to see a lot more of overseas and just in general, but has kind of like, we're still picking a lot, but we haven't been seeing it as prioed as much in other places. The Bratz is very clean, but now the CC still open for the side of Fiends, so I think it's a great pickup for them if they want it.
Yeah, the CC is available, the Xborg, and also the Yuzong, but no, the side of Fiends opting to go for the Claude, which has paid dividends in the last series. And also the Minotaur that has been taken away off the board. This time around, they're able to pick up their duo mid early on for the side of Fiends. Now, Devious, their response, are they going to look for a counterplay onto the gold lane? Maybe pick up something that's early and aggressive, something that can bully the Claude in lane, like the Brody, or they could opt to go for a utility counter against the Minotaur, for example, the Diggy, which I do know the season, I think season 32 new skin. Ooh, that new Diggy skin is quite adorable.
Diggy could definitely be a possibility, and it feels like Diggy could be a possibility a lot of time, but it feels like a lot of NA teams sometimes kind of, they just, I don't know, it's like if it's a lack of comfortability on it, if it's a lack of what, but they decide, maybe we'll not go for it. It's kind of a risk. It's a high risk, high reward hero, right? And your team has to be comfortable with it. They decide to go for the Ruby instead, which also very solid, very flexible. It can be in the XP lane, it can be in the roam position. Now with bans coming in, DA going to take out the CC. On the side of Fiends, hammer into the gold lane here, right?
I do want to see if DA is willing to go for a more utility style fight here, right? Grabbing the Bratz, pairing up with the Ruby onto the front line, and maybe even sliding in a healer like the Estes or the Florence to pair up with the utility and front line of Kush to completely change up the plan and, you know, Ube strategy into the Fiends' aggressiveness, right? Fiends have been so well in a lot of the small skirmishes. We saw early on, they grab the kills early. It's not about the objective. It's about getting the 1-2 advantages when it's the 2v2 opportunities, or it's just a gank onto the XP. Fiends has been winning pretty much top to bottom throughout all of the matchups. But DA, if they choose to group up and have a different strategy this time around, maybe it's going to cause Fiends to sweat a little bit more, unsure if they're able to win these fights, because quite honestly, Fiends so far, it's definitely a very pick-centric early game, kill heavy, focusing on just a few units and making sure that they can go into that late game and scale well.
I like it. So down with the bans coming down. The Brody Bruno ban coming from Fiends, CC and Xborg from the side of DA. It makes me feel like DA may definitely be slotting that Ruby into the EXP lane possibly, and maybe looking for something else in the roam position. They got to have something to answer that Claude. They go for the Aerithal. Now, we haven't seen Aerithal since like the 1-1 Aerithal counter 1-1 days. She lasted for a little bit after that, but overall, we haven't really been seeing her be that prioed in the gold lane.
It just might be a good mobility counter to the Claude. I'm not sure if the Rithel actually wins out in that matchup. I do know in terms of trading, Rithel's going to have a bit of advantage, especially with the first skill. He's able to knock down a few of the armor of the Claude and get that shred early on without building something like a Malefic. So I do think the Rithel has a slight advantage early on, but Blazing Duet paired up with the second skill of Claude, he's just dashing in and out. That mobility is extremely hard to deal with. Now, the insurance that DA has, though, in this draft is the Nano. And no, it doesn't seem like Fiends care. The Fanny comes out to play along with the Glue. This is a combination we saw yesterday where Fiends were able to take the upset, but this time around, it's going to be going up against the Hilda. Which is also a big wild card.
With the fancy skin. I like the art right now chosen for Hilda. For a second I thought it was I had a mind blank. Either way, I like it. I think so. They picked the Fanny first. They pick up the Hilda as the response to it. T, we're definitely no. All right, I'm going to be in your face at all times. Even if I die a bunch of times, I need to slow down Pro Destroy as much as possible. But you said it before these games started. This is something that we could see. The Fanny was viable for both teams, and Fiends are going to be picking it up.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about this Hilda is he's going to be extremely aggressive early on. And when you take a look at the Fiends mid lane matchup, it's not going to be extremely strong to defend against the Hilda. The Minotaur is not going to be able to kind of go around, and also the Vexana at level 2 is not going to cause that much damage to T. So, but actually a little bit chunked out by T here. Pro Destroyer able to grab up that buff with no problem. Let's see if the opening of Fiends this time around is going to grab them a few more kills early on.
Definitely a possibility on the side of DA. Rotations seem okay, right? You have T. The only thing is if T is going to be super... Ooh, T taking a lot of damage. Speaking of him, everyone grouping on T, going to be in trouble here and goes down. Now, Fiends grouped up. I feel like Kush, if T's going to constantly be taking deaths like that... Wait a second, back in the mid. A little bit of damage on Churro. We'll be able to get away, but Kush needs to take advantage of any delay that T is causing and try to get the farm advantage over Pro Destroy here.
Yeah, but this scenario that is being played out is very similar to game 1, right? DA having the lead, even being down kills. Their rotations are quite good. The mid is also rotating faster. Yato is getting the step ahead of Churro in majority of these rotations. So it seems like the side of Devious, their early game is being played out quite well, but now the objective is going to be coming up. I do think the advantage of Devious having a utility-focused jungler is going to change some of the 50-50 retries later on. But Fiends, on the other hand, they have done so dominant in picking off the heroes of Devious. I feel like they might even sacrifice it and just go for pickoffs, maybe onto the gold lane, giving Kohari a small advantage.
Most definitely Kush is going to be able to take the turtle. Pro Destroy has to go for the purple buff. And this is kind of a similar story to what we saw last time. DA really heavily focuses on the turtle. They have been able to secure it repetitively. And it's something that kind of keeps them ahead in gold, at least in the laning phase.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of tough to watch Fiends unable to kind of get any bit of headroom onto the objective and the burst.
That is huge. A big pick on a Pro Destroy. We're starting to see how the Ruby and the rest of the team can come in clutch here. They do have some nice CC answers for the Fanny.
Yeah, the gold lead is going to be a 1k difference already. It seems like Devious has the ability to win some of these small skirmishes, but a small engagement.
Ooh, the chomp chomp, the nom nom, push him against the wall, but down comes the Eternal Guardian, able to get the knock up onto several members, but Kush still there. He wants to go for this orange buff, but he's taking a whole lot of damage. T able to attack on a Pro Destroy, and down he goes again. 1 and 2 right now, a bad start for Fanny, but Kush in a little bit of trouble. Uneven, maybe able to get the kill here. Yes, he does. He finds it. Down comes some No One's Fury. Now T in a bad spot as well, but Mikasa here to help out. Uneven, gonna get the slam, the stun onto several members, but Mikasa with the arm offended finds magic. It's a bloodbath at only 3 minutes in. It is a brawl, and Pro Destroy back in the midst of it.
Yeah, but the side of Fiends right now, they're kind of unable to win a lot of the small skirmishes that they were able to on the last series here. The scoreboard is 3-2 advantage for Devious along with a small lead. It does seem like Devious has ramped it up, and this Hilda pick is working quite well. He did die early on, but Fiends is struggling to get a lot of these buffs.
I mean, that's your job as a Hilda, though, right? Like, you're just the human body bag. You just run in, you're the punching bag. It's okay if you die on a Hilda when you're playing, like, this is your goal, right? It's delay over death, right? As long as you can delay and slow down Pro Destroy and be that fly in his face, you're doing your job very well.
And they're definitely doing so. The turtle is going to be coming down. It doesn't seem like Fiends are going to be quite in a good position to get this. Same story, repetitive. Devious able to take care of the objectives once again, putting them in almost a 2k gold lead. But topside, a small 4-man unit from Fiends.
Yeah, the Gnome Fairy does come down. The knock up. Locked up with a lot of damage on Mikasa. Mikasa still able to stand tall, though, under the tower. Can he get the outplay here? He needs to get some lifesteal, but no, Churobani finds the kill.
And a interesting switch coming out from the side of Devious, opting to put the XP laner into the gold lane, giving Rithel just a little bit more room to farm. And I do like this, right? Changing up the strategy, making sure that Toru is safe in majority of these fights. And even with the Nana here, it's really, really hard to go. But topside.
Tower for tower, both teams trading up right now. Pro Destroy on this Fanny, though, definitely having a tough time. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time. I think as we get into the mid game, Pro Destroy may not be able to take the aggressive route in team fights, but have to kind of go to more of the split pushing route. Pro Destroy backed off of his own purple buff. Once again, Mikasa involved, able to get the lock up onto Uneven and Magic. Kush here to make the steal, the Grand Theft purple. Can they pull it off? The hit and run. That's going to be a purple buff for DA.
Yeah, and if you kind of look at the engagement of the side of Fiends, it doesn't feel like they have quite the damage that they had last time around. The Valentina with the last Insanity was just kind of like, I have that kill pressure on you. But this time, the Vexana, it almost feels like it's a defensive ultimate coming through to just give a little bit of vision and hopefully try to deal some damage. Even looking at now, he's struggling to kind of take care of that lane, and Kohari.
Oh, BMI's right back to the team. Tries to use a Blazing Duet, but a lot of damage comes in. No, it's Fury and Pro Destroy picks up the kill. Fiends trying to hit them back hard, right where it counts. Taking out Toru, taking out T, trying to even the gold.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a misplay coming out from Devious. They did not have to be so aggressive there, but the side of Fiends able to pick up a few more kills on the board. I think it's going to be pushing them into a 4-3 advantage. Still down in gold. This neutral objective coming up here. Both teams ready for that 50-50.
And Mikasa getting involved here. DA does have the zoning potential, but Fiends could dive in at any moment. They're going to give up another turtle, and it seems like they're comfortable with that. And here comes the conceal play. Not able to lock on anybody. Uneven, hits the split. Looking for the grab onto somebody, but decides not to do it. DA definitely controlling the map right now.
Yeah, Fiends caught onto the back foot. We haven't seen Pro Destroy being on the backside of the things, especially in any of these matchups this time around. If Fiends is able to take care of, this mid to the late game, maybe even turn the fight around, it's definitely going to prove that they have an extremely strong performance.
DA doing so well at just cutting Fiends off from any source of income they have. Churobani is able to secure that purple buff, so that is huge. They get something there. Here comes Pro Destroy. Gets a little bit of chip damage. Slam from Uneven, but he's taking too much damage. Forced to flicker away under the tower. But we are seeing some moments of greatness from the side of Fiends, some moments of possibilities from the sides of Fiends. They've turned that 2,000 gold deficit into only 800. Kohari still deathless, and we know what happened last time when Kohari was able to do that on the Claude.
And the side of Devious, they have been playing quite consistent in this game. The lead is not as clean as it was a few minutes before, but they still are holding on to this game. And it's kind of weird that I'm saying that Fiends are holding, and DA is holding on, because they're actually the ones that are supposed to show these newborn kings that, hey, like, this is our turf. We've been here, done this in the NACT, but this time around, it feels like they're still struggling.
Mid-air, grabs him from the cable. pushes him against the wall. DA gets a nice advantage there, but a nice Terrify onto T. Churro, Bonnie, and Magic are forced to back off, but a slam comes from Uneven, bringing Kush back into the mid, but he don't care. That's where he wants to be. The Eternal Guardian is going to get melted down, but while this is happening, Kohari picks up another tower in the top side. Fiends, yes, you take the aggression in the mid, but we are still looking for objectives.
And Kohari is definitely going to be shown as a problem here. There's not many people that is shutting down Kohari specifically, but I do know that DA has a lot of CC and the Nana polymorph to be able to kind of counter out that Claude, but the blue buff is being on to play, and also the objective here.
Casa going to come in, become a nuisance. Yato there as well. Does look like Mikasa able to steal the purple buff, but now the Eternal Guardian comes in, blazing away to the backside. Kush getting melted down, and Kohari picking up the pieces once again, solving the puzzle. DA on the run, a nice Terrify locks onto Mikasa. Can he get away from this? Magic able to do a little bit of damage, Uneven there, ready with the grab, the slam, bring him back to the team so the rest of the team can take him out. A little bit of damage onto Kohari, finally taken out. Does look like Toru is going to pop the crossbow. Able to do a little bit of damage onto the team. DA reclaiming ground, but still they lost Kush. They lost some of their front line. Fiends lost Kohari, though. That goes the damage. Back to a stalemate.
Yeah, but this time around, Fiends isn't unable to get that like clean pick-off fights, right? They're not winning every fight, and you can kind of say the same for DA too. They're not winning every single fight. They're getting some good pick-offs here and there, but it's not 100%. The Lord is marching down, so they do have objectives that they have to clear off on the map. Maybe DA can capitalize and try to get a split push on the side here, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Rithel top side taking that tower out, looking for the second one.
Yeah, Toru's been doing a good job. We were a little questioning about the Airthel pick, but when he does come in, we are seeing the damage start to count. He's taking a death on the board, but it's not enough to hold him back at all. DA playing things. Oh, speaking of Toru, the 1v1 up against Pro Destroy.
Grabbing up onto that top side. Fiends a little bit on the back foot once again. I do think Pro Destroyer now sitting at 4 deaths should look to opt to maybe go for a split push, maybe get Kohari involved in some of these team fights a little bit more often. It seems like Kohari has done quite well in getting the Blazing Duet onto the right members, but Devious is still having a very, very strong team fight. It's hard to get onto the backside when you have that Nana polymorph, you have the Ruby stunning whoever is trying to engage onto the backside, just like Toru there, and also T being extremely annoying, shutting down Pro Destroy in this matchup here. But mid, it does look like both teams are forming this 4 versus 4 kind of grouped up strategy.
Here's the thing about DA, right? They have this 3K gold lead, but it doesn't feel game deciding. Fiends still feels like they could pull something off. They have the set potential. They have the play potential. They have the Minotaur. They have a lot of options to approach these fights the way they want to. And at any moment, they could make a play that turns everything around. And I think DA knows that, right? So they're not trying to force this. They're still taking things slow. A little bit of damage on a T there. He's going to be able to get away. Uneven on the chase. Looking for maybe a grab. More just a nuisance. Gets a slam onto Yato there. Pro Destroy goes down to Toru, though. He keeps getting cut off, and now DA knows the Fiends are down a member. They get the Tona's welcome. Onto Uneven. Kohai into the backside, though. Able to get the Blazing Duet. Followed up with the Nolan's Fury. Can they get the cleanup, though? No. Uneven goes down. Magic gonna be the next to fall. T able to pick up the kill. But T goes down for that. Churro Bonnie able to find the kill. It's nothing but Kohari and Churro left on the field up against 4 members of DA.
Yeah, it seems like Fiends in these team fights, they're unable to push out the damage that they really are desperately needing. I think they were looking for Pro Destroy to get a little bit more damage per some of these fights, but Kohari chunks so low here.
Oh, the flicker from Mikasa. I think he's being a little too aggressive. He keeps on flickering him solo by himself. I get it. He had a great game 1, but there's no Angela this time.
There's no utility saved for the side of Fiends, but now being down in gold, they're able to find a moment of weakness from the side of Devious. The lanes are being pushed everywhere, and Fiends able to take another tower. Now, the Lord is marching down onto the top side. DA traditionally should be able to get maybe an inner tower, get a siege going, grab a strategy coming through, but Fiends has the mobility, and quite honestly, it seems like Pro is potentially coming back online. He was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
EA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Koharu with the blazing duet, but more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Koharu back to base. But look at Yato! Force the proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though. Getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends. But Fiends are able to take out the Lord. Pro-Destroy jumping back into the midst of things, doing a little bit of spread damage, but still not enough. Magic gonna get pulled back in. The Minoan's Fury able to get the knock-up and escape. Back under the tower, back and forth. Here comes Pro-Destroy looking for Toru here. Can he get the kill? No. Unable to find it. Pops the cutthroat, but still unable to take anyone down. Now Koharu in a bad spot. Uses the BMI to back up. Devious activity not gonna stop, and down goes Magic. This is huge for DA. They're gonna keep on pressing the advantage.
Yeah, the advantage beside a DA. All the members are quite low here. Fanny coming through does get summed up just like that.
Pro-Destroy, man, every time he goes in, he is stopped in his tracks. The peel from DA is just making this Fanny useless.
Yeah, the scoreboard. 8K goal lead for the side of Devious. 15 minutes in, 14-7 is the overall score. The side of Fiends, they're desperately looking for a few kills here and there, but I don't think they're able to grab up that just yet. It might be due to the comp. Doesn't feel like the side of DA has the damage available to win a lot of these team fights. DA playing extremely well so far, quite disciplined here. Almost a 10K gold lead in a reverse matchup this time around, pushing them potentially to get this victory here, but there's still a lot of work to be done from both teams. All the inners are still available for the side of Fiends.
You know, with Kohari and Pro, Fiends have really just been able to... Wait a second. Speaking of Kohari, every time I say a name, they get munched up and tossed against the wall. Magic now in a little bit of trouble as well. Uses the Minoan's Fury, but still it's an escape mechanism, but they're right on his trail. Can he escape from this one? Locked down, stunned up, and taken out. Devious activity find another 2 members. What I was going to say was Fiends have been doing a great job at alleviating the pressure with Pro-Destroy and Kohari, able to use the split push, able to kind of keep the pressure away with the lanes, but DA don't care. They're going to drive it down the mid side, take out another one, proc that immortality, pull him back in, but Uneven will go down. Toru picking up the mega kill.
Now that's going to be a Lord and also a kill for the side of DA. That's 3 members down, actually, for Fiends here. Unable to capitalize on too much, but Pro-Destroy coming onto this, I don't think he's going to be able to get too much damage onto the bottom side.
Yeah, they're on him. DA's like, no, no, no. Pro-Destroy able to just get back in time there. Can they defend this Lord? It's an 11K goal lead for DA.
It's hard to tell because the side of Fiends, they don't have that strong wave clear that, you know, a traditional, let's say like a Farsa or a Novaria or a Faramis can clear onto the mid side. They have the Vexana, which has an ultimate to kind of like tank the front line, but DA is just so tanky with the Barats. They're unable to get a shutdown, and now with the Lord marching down, it's going to be an extremely hard clear for the sides of Fiends.
Yeah, we need a big Minoan's Fury something. Kohari is able to shut down the Lord, but he's pulled in with the I'm offended. Minoan's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Pro-Destroy back to the base as well, but Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pick off. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Pro-Destroy looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari, but DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base, and DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
Oh, man. Trex. The best of 3 matchup, we're coming back into play. This time around, Devious able to take the victory. 19 is going to be the overall kill, 7 and 44. A strong performance coming out of Devious, pretty much coming back into this series. Now, the momentum is on their side. They're going to try to take care of business this time around. This is kind of the usual performance that majority of us in North America is looking forward to. The team stats overall, Trex.
I mean, it's huge, right? And even though DA won that game, Fiends still put up a good fight. I think the Fanny pick was maybe... Even though it was like literally their last pick, when you're on the red side, there was still one more pick for DA to counter with. And yes, the Ruby made it tough, but it was still dealable. But then you put T on the Hilda, and it just kind of sealed the fate for Fiends. Plus the Barats, early on, DA knew their win con, they knew their win condition, they knew what they had to do, bring it into Fiends jungle, steal purples, make Pro Destroy have as tough of a game as possible, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I think the side of Fiends underestimated DA's ability to use the Ruby to get the lockdowns that is necessary for a lot of these team fights, right? We saw pretty much Mikasa just waiting in the backside, looking for the Fanny to cable in, having the second skill ready, and he hits him every single time on that cable, right? Fanny, maybe he has to come through on the backside, maybe he has to look for a little bit more split push, but the Hilda has definitely worked out. We could even see the Barats getting a few sets mid-air onto Pro Destroy. So definitely they have to think about how they can engage with Pro Destroy, make him create some of the impact, or possibly go back to the utility focus, right? Pick up the Fredrin. We saw the Boxia do quite well in the last series. So maybe this time around the Fiends have to adjust a little bit more, because it seems like DA has caught on to the aggressiveness and being able to pull out some of these matchups to win the small skirmishes early on.
I think going back to utility could definitely be viable. I mean, it's definitely, we see the possibilities, right? And it's day 2. It's early season. This is the time you get to kind of pull out some pocket picks right there. But DA had the answers. They were able to answer back very cleanly, and even though Fiends kind of kept up a fight with the macro in a sense, able to kind of take out some of those towers, look for split push, it helped them survive a bit longer. DA had their number, they pulled their card, and they brought it to them. But now it's game 3, and like you just said, we know Fiends has more things in their pocket they can pull out. They can go back to utility if they want. They can go back to the basics, keep things simple. So I definitely don't think it's over yet. I think game 3 is a toss-up. It is a coin flip right now, because even though DA won that last game, it's not like they just stomp-fested Fiends there. There was some moments where it felt like Fiends could take back that game.
And this is going to be our first best of 3 series, game 3. Right? Just what you were kind of projecting in the beginning. We were kind of talking about it like, hey man, maybe today we're not going to get the sweeps coming through, but this time around it's going to be 1 against 1 between DA and Fiends, and now both teams are locking in to see who can get on top of the bracket with this series. Fiends definitely still having extremely strong performances. It seems like their early game, they're lacking a little bit on some of the macro rotations, losing out on just like these like small mistakes that are not pushing them into the gold advantage. Or it could just be DA capitalizing on, you know, knowing the rotations, knowing how the minion waves are manipulated. They're getting these small gold leads that even without objectives, they're pushing quite well. And this time around, I do think Fiends have to clean up some of their battle strategies. The tracks, like they have to make sure that they can execute quite well, because this time around this is game 3. Both of them, if they both lose, like it's going to be quite tough, especially in terms of the overall bracket.
Yeah, and I think someone we really have to keep our eyes on, and I think Fiends needs to kind of keep a check, is Kohari, right? He has definitely been one of the stars of the team these past 2 games. And I don't think there's anything wrong with putting a lot of your eggs into the basket of your gold laner, but you need to be able to play around that. And the Claude is clutch right now. The Claude is very good, but they need to have the peel for him, they need to have the engage for him, and they need to have enough of a front line, which means they need to pick that utility jungler, right? They need to pick something that can kind of move up and forth with him while he's doing the damage that's needed. So I think a lot of it, not only the gameplay, but the draft in general. I think that game was decided the moment draft ended. DA knew exactly what they were doing, so Fiends, they need to approach it correctly, because they started off strong. DA was willing to give them the trade, willing to give them the Vexana, one of the most sought-after mages right now in drafts, and Fiends kind of, they were feeling good, and then I think the Fanny pick was just a little bit too risky, a little bit too crazy. If they would have just gone for something safe there, that game could have been a lot different.
Yeah, and you talked about kind of the strategy coming out from Fiends. The Fanny just wasn't able to create the impact that he was looking for. I actually think that DA came out with a beautiful strategy.
Yeah.
We don't see the Hilda coming out to play, especially when there's a lot of utility junglers that are being popularized, especially in our scene. And the Hilda was just quite perfect to deal with a lot of what Fanny had to do, right? He was there on every single buff. Fanny, I think, missed pretty much like the second blue buff or the third blue buff all the way to the end. DA was able to capitalize on, you know, just not having Fanny have the blue buff, the regenerative ability of that buff, and it's a very, very good strategy that DA performed, and I just want to say it's a beautiful, beautiful draft coming out from them.
Yeah, we're seeing the versatility, right? We're seeing that the depth of their hero pool overall from DA, that they're not kind of cornered into one specific strategy. They can go for a more widespread team comp. They can go for a more Ube grouped up S team comp, which is kind of what we saw there. They have a lot of opportunity. And T, sitting on Roam right now, a position that we haven't really gotten to see him on a whole lot, normally always been an EXP laner, is definitely performing wonders. And this is one of the reasons I feel like a lot of us have had our eyes on DA, wondering where they will place this season. So I really think how they finish off this game 3, do they make it look like Fiends taking game 1 was just a fluke, or does Fiends show them that they are here in the NACT to play, that this is a new era for NACT, it's a new year, it's 2024, and the new dogs on the block want to show why they are in here?
Yeah, but, you know, regardless, both teams are going to get a point, right? Yeah. Going back to it, both teams have that point on the board. This is kind of like that extra credit. I do think this point is quite important for both of their teams to have that point just above, you know, when you get 0-2. And, you know, now both teams have that safety net. They could kind of be like, hey, this is going to be our last game. Whether we win or lose, we've done great in this series, able to come back or to break the momentum of the other team. This time around, they have to try to figure out maybe a winning strategy, a dominating performance, because it surprisingly, Trex, both teams are so neck to neck in a lot of these team fights. Both teams have good drafts, good strategies, and how they play it out is very, very much similar. And it's definitely proven that Fiends is a team that we have to watch out for.
And to kind of like go into depth on what you mean by that point, right? So, for example, next series, we got BTK versus LEGACi. Both got swept yesterday. If either of those teams gets swept next match, it doesn't matter who loses here, DA or Fiends, they're going to be a little bit ahead, right? They're going to have that extra point. If any team that got wins yesterday, like Area 77, if Area 77 gets swept later today, Fiends is going to have that point ahead of them. You know, we're going to start to see the difference mattering and why every game matters, even if you're on the losing side. It's the difference between where you get slotted off into playoffs later in the season. Yeah,
and you know, now that Fiends have that point, it's going to be a third place standing for them. It's not guaranteed, of course.
Unless they win. What? Wait. You're already putting it as in DA's got this. DA needs that point. Let's keep this even footing right now, because I truly believe it's 50-50.
Yes, both teams need that point, but it does push them up in the bracket and in the standing, and that's quite significant. Even though we're only talking about day 2, right? We still have tons of matches available. It is still a very significant advantage because it's hard to get matches. This is top 8 of North America, the best of the best, the royal clash of all these teams lined up, and there's so many new players coming in. We really don't know what's gonna happen. Like, this is, and every team seems a lot more neck to neck, right? We have Fiends up here creating some uprising. We have A77 beating the Kings of the Kings. And now this time around, Trex, we get our game 3 between Devious and Fiends.
Now, this is what we like to call a rubber band match. The bounce back and forth, the 1-1. Match number 3 in a best of 3. This is the first one of NACT right here, and I love that background music. It's hype. DA up against Fiends. DA gonna be on the blue side this time, back to the blue side with first pick. They take out the Angela, they take out the CC. This time they're gonna leave things open. It's gonna be up to Fiends like, do they trade up here, right? So DA has the option, right? Do we ban out the Nolan? Do we ban out the Vexana here? Those are kind of the main things you want to watch out for. Bratz also still open. If DA leaves it at a open draft, right? Like an open ban, like they leave maybe they go for the Claude. So now Fiend's option is, we might not even touch the Nolan or the Vexana. We force DA into a trade here.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting
go for the
because in this series, Trex, like, the Assassins have lost. We saw game 1, Joy was taken out from Boxia, even though the Joy had a great early game, getting all the objectives. Late game, it seems like these utility-focused junglers are just dealing too much, like having so much more impact. And in game 2, we saw it once again, right? We saw the Bratz just completely dominating, tanking up, soaking up so much CC and ultimates coming out from the side of Fiends, and was able to dominate into that mid and late game. Now, this time around, I do want to predict. I want to say that both teams see that this utility-focused style is much safer, much consistent, and I think we're going to see a matchup between the Fredrins, the Akai, and the Boxias, and maybe even the Bratz comes out to play because the Nolan has been banned out. Joy is available along with the Arlot, but we also know that DA did lose picking up both of those heroes, so it might be a little bit of like a strategy that Fiend wants to just bait out and be like, hey, take those picks. We're gonna go with the same strategy once again.
I don't think DA is gonna focus Joy this time. I think big chance. I think they're thinking about it, right? They're like, oh, okay, they win for the Nolan ban. They pick up the Bratz.
X-Borg?
So Fiends, yeah, definitely possible for an X-Borg. I think Fiends, Trobani did well on the Vexana again, but they know that, hey, Yato could just pick up the Nana again. I think Fiends knows that like DA has some of those answers, and DA, whether they are or not, I feel like they, in their minds, they have the driving. They got the steering wheel of this draft right now, right? They're putting Fiends. They're checking them right now. Like, they're player checking them. All right, we're banning out the Angela. We're not even going for meta bans. We're taking out your Claude. We're taking out your CC. We're taking out your Angela. Let's see how deep your hero pool goes. Fiends calls it back. Fine. You want to aim for Kohari? We're gonna pick up the next best thing. We're gonna lock in the carry, and we're gonna go for the Minotaur. We're not even gonna lock in what's meta. This draft is definitely getting spicy right now.
I love the carry reaction to the to the Bratz being picked up by the side of DA, but I don't know about this Minotaur. Why? Because I feel like there's a lot of good heroes that are available that was banned out between the first and the second game. For example, the Novaria, right? The side of DA has been focusing on that ban, and Novaria is quite good against a lot of these frontline tanky units. The second skill provides a lot of slow and it's instant. Also, the ultimate can slow down the Bratz. Another option that Fiends could have went for would be the Lilia, right? And Lilia is traditionally good against a lot of the immobile, sustain, utility-focused jungler, but we love the Ruby pick coming out from the side of DA. The success that Mikasa had on the Ruby was so impactful, shutting down every opportunity that Fiends had to look to engage. And this time around, picking it up is such a strong showing. But the response, Trex, we called it out. The X-Borg gets picked up by Uneven, and I think that is a great response.
And the X-Borg has been an answer to the Bratz for a while, but here's the thing. X-Borg, yes, he kites, but it's not like a long-range kite, and when you have something like a Ruby on the field, you match that up along with the Vexana, who's got crazy burst damage right now. It's simple. It's kind of similar to how back in the day, the Farza was very good at countering the X-Borg, because you had the stun, and then one big hit, you get rid of that Fraga armor, right? So I think DA does have some answers to it. Same thing, one of the problems, one of the issues for Kohari on this carry, it's a close-range marksman, man, and you are in high risk of that I'm offended at all times. You're in high risk of getting knocked up by that Eternal Guardian at all times. Now, coming to the second phase of bans, Fiends don't decide to hone in to the gold lane here. They're going to take out the Tigreal.
Damn, Trex, you took it out of my word, like you took it out of my mouth. I thought Fiends was gonna focus on the gold lane, right?
Yeah.
Take out the Brody. Don't let DA take that Brody. Maybe even take out the Rithel, which Toru has done quite well on that hero. But DA, the response, the Novaria, I think it's definitely warranted. The Novaria got banned out the first 2 games. I also think a Fairmiss or a Lilia should be the second option. But with so many mages available, I do think it's going to be quite hard to get that focus ban off of Fiends. Maybe they could find a matchup that's good for the Vexana, but I don't think that if DA lets the Lilia available, a lot of the players nowadays love the Purify against the Vexana. Just running forward, getting that Purify on the ultimate, and just using that Black Shoes after the dive. I do think that's a strategy Fiends is going to come up with. The Bruno gets banned out. I'm scared. The Brody is available, and I do think Toru is 100% thinking about that pick.
I think it's like they just got beat by the Aerithil, right? I think Fiends is also in the mindset of like, let's not like they can pick up something a little off-brand and still beat us. So maybe we don't waste the ban on just marksman. Maybe we waste it on something that could really mess us up, right? So in their minds, it's the Tigreal could be a problem if they lock that in. But it's tough. They're in a harsh position for bans because there's still the flexibility with T on the Ruby. They could put it in the XP lane, right? So maybe it would have been better just to go straight into EXP, but in the end, Fiends have to make that choice. DA, on the other hand, do they ban out the Nana here, right? Like, do they just go straight into Mage here? They go for the Fermies instead, which I think is also a decent ban.
But Lilia is available, and once again, the traditional counter of that Vexana. A lot of people love the Lilia going down mid, so I do think this might be a small mistake. Pro Destroyer, once again, hey man, the utility-focused junglers are back in style. The Boxia gets picked up to match up against the Barats, and I do think this is a much better matchup, right? The Ruby, it was just so hard playing the Assassin against Ruby and Nana that this time around, I do think the strategy of Fiends is much more balanced. They have the front line available. They have 2 HP shredding heroes, and paired up with a long-range mage like the Farsa, the Lilia, even the Xavier, they might have an opportunity to kind of just siege from the backside, outrange the Vexana, and kind of just shred the front lines of Devious, because the Barats and the Ruby, it's not an unbeatable combination. They have a lot of HP, but they are also extremely immobile. If they get the range and get the slow around, it might come in play, but the excitement tracks.
That is spicy right there. The Harith pick into the gold lane. I was wondering if and when we were going to see it this season. It's always kind of that gold lane pick that comes in here and there, then you don't see it for a month or two, and then it pops back in, and we get to see it early this NACT. It does have the poke. It has the ability to kind of keep this carry at bay in the laning phase, and there is a big amount of damage. The only problem is, on the side of DA, there's no huge physical damage dealer here. I'm wondering if this Thamuz is going to maybe not be as much of the utility XP laner, but more of like, we lock in Corrosion Scythe early on, we maybe go for the War Axe, we go for just full damage build on this Thamuz, and then wrap it up maybe with a little bit of defense as the last 2 items.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because the Harith, it's typically a guarantee win onto the gold lane. They could put any marksmans, maybe besides an early game Brody, and the Harith should be able to out-trade with the first skill along with the mobility and just being able to just dominate that lane. So I do think DA is shifting towards a little bit of the 1-3-1 type of strategy, but Fiends with a great response, right? The Lilia coming in with the Purify, negating a lot of the CC that Yato and T is going to impact, and making sure that Kush stays in his place with the Ice Queen wand. But Trex, take us in to the game 3.
All right, this is game number 3. Devious activity, fighting for the life against Fiends right now. The underdog story has just started in the first week of NACT.
And this time around, I do want to say that I want to see Magic creating a little bit of havoc, right? We've seen him kind of walk around and defending Pro Destroyer here and there, but this time around, I want to see him go a little bit more aggressive. Push T out of uncomfortable situation, get those trades in, but Minotaur is going to be one of those traditional front line tanks. They're not going to have too much of an impact early on. The first skill is on quite a high cooldown, and the dash is not that far away, so it's going to be quite a defensive, reactive roamer this time. But DAT, again, being extremely annoying here. And you can see the trade already on the favor of DA.
Yeah, muscle and magic on the Minotaur right now. What? Ooh, first blood deleted, taken out. Kohari The egg in the basket is cracked right now for Fiends.
Yeah, and you know, we saw that flicker, aggressive flicker coming out from Yato. That's almost like a blind flicker going in. It's not guaranteed that he can land those spells, but this man, of course, with the experience that he has, is able to hit those spells that he needs necessary to get that kill on the bot side. Even popped Kohari's Purify early on. So a small advantage for the side of Devious, a great early game performance, and you could even see Kush having a small lead in terms of some of the jungle creeps.
I love that small decision from T though too. It's like, yes, we send Yato down for an early game gold lane gank, but T holds the wave in mid side so that Yato can get back and still get the experience and still get the gold from it. So a very, you know, minute thing that makes the big differences in the long haul for DA.
Yeah, and look at it. DA has all the level 4s that they need to get this objective going. Fiends on the backside still a little bit late, but the party just started.
ProDestroy able to get in, looking for Yato, able to take the turtle though. ProDestroy taking a lot of damage. DA on the advance, he's in the midst and he can't get away. Taking out another kill for the side of Devious Activity.
A good snowball coming out from DA, able to grab up that objective along with a kill, pushing up to a 2-0 advantage along with the objective of Mikasa here, caught in a bad situation. I do think he's going to be able to just sliver away with not much health.
I mean, he does get chipped down though, has to be careful. Overall, Uneven tries to find the kill using the last insanity, but Mikasa able to get away safely. T now looking for the pickoff, has the offended, pulls Uneven back in, and Yato picks up another kill, and Owen's Fury comes down and finds Mikasa. It's a 1-for-1, but I think it's a good trade because Yato now 2-0-1 on this Vexana.
Yeah, Yato is getting a little bit scary. We saw the Vexana come out in the last game, didn't have the impact that Yato has this time around. And also, the magic damage that's backed up by Devious is not only from Yato. If he falls, that's fine. They have Toru on the bot side doing God's work here, getting that lane in check, and Kohari struggling a little bit more onto this gold side, but T getting engaged a little bit. I think he's going to get away though.
He should be all right. Yato's here to help out, but Fiend's gonna now move on to Yato. The Tortoise Poisons getting a little bit of damage, but down comes the Guardian, able to get the knock up. Chirobani doesn't want to let him get away, but he takes a big burst to the face. Pops the black shoes. Kush now gonna cut him off. Chirobani in trouble. Kush doesn't even use the Tona's welcome. They get the kill. Yato on another one. Magic now gonna get munched up, and Toru gonna start poking down. Magic forced to use the flicker just to get away, and Fiend's on the back foot right now. Kush now gonna come in, invade onto the blue buff. Not even waiting for the rest of the team. It's just Magic and ProDestroy up against T and Kush. It's a battle for the purple. The knockup comes down for Magic, but ProDestroy still unable to get it. T actually with the steal.
Not much damage coming out from Fiend's side. Once again, it seems like they really need Kohari to be able to rotate around the map and do the damage that their Fiends is looking for, because DA right now dominating on all parts of the map. Took care of that blue buff and now taking the objective here. It is a 2-0 on the turtle clock. 4-1 is the overall scoreboard. 2K lead for Mitten.
Big flicker, I'm offended in the knockup. Two members down. Churro plus ProDestroy gets destroyed. Devious Activity making a statement.
He is all over the map, and Yato, the duo that we've been looking for, is now performing on the level that we expect them to. DA is outclassing Fiends right now in pretty much the micro and the macro, and it's going to be extremely hard to deal with. Fiends have to try and just grab up whatever they can and maybe farm on the opposite side of map, because I think now Kohari is going to be the one that has to lead them into the victory.
The YT, the Yati, the duo in the mid side, paired up with Kush, and it's definitely deadly right now. Fiends unable to control the pressure. Devious Activity knows it. They smell blood. They're going to keep up with the engages, keep up with the invades, and T able to get the I'm offended. Kush going to hop in. All of them get knocked up, but they don't care. They keep on pressing on in, and Magic is deleted. Chirobani pops the black shoes, but he pops it in the midst of four members under the tower. Kush doesn't care. He's looking for the kill, and he gets it. Uneven now, maybe coming in a little bit too late. Props the frag of armor. Force the flicker back. DA still chasing. This is their jungle now.
Yeah, I do think Devious pretty much has everything going for them. It's about a 5K gold lead, 6 minutes in. And when we talk about the gold lead, when it's pretty much similar to the time that's on the clock, it pretty much smells trouble for the other team. And I do think Devious is completely dominating in this matchup so far. It's going to be hard for Fiends to kind of get back, and they have to try and clear these waves, and they have to try and give more time to Kohari. Maybe less engagement, maybe more just pushing them around the map. Try to get a pick off with the numbers, and if you don't have the numbers, just back off. But the 1v1, Kohari falls to Mikasa here.
Yeah, that's looking rough. I mean, Kohari already lost the kill. Toru also feeling good right now. Kohari's going to have a lot of trouble, and he's a hero that needs to scale. Fiends need to buy time, but DA doesn't want to let it happen. Luckily, Fiends able to get that orange buff there. ProDestroy puts it under himself. The Eternal Guardian is also such a nuisance, and it gives Yato so much space to just zone and pressure onto Fiends.
Yeah, it seems like Devious pretty much has the strategies available. They're winning, again, across the map. And this time around, 9-1 is the scoreboard. They're looking to siege onto the top side. Fiends, they have to try to figure out a strategy to shut down Yato. 4-0-4 is pretty ridiculous here. They have to find a way to dive onto the backside. And I don't think Fiends in any way is struggling in these team fights. I feel like Magic is setting it up quite well with the knockup, but whoa.
A lot of damage on a Kohari. DA able to find another one. They brought him into their own tower. They're like, listen, you're coming this way. You're coming with us. And I like it. Right now, DA, this is looking reminiscent of what Fiends did to them in game number 1. It's 10-1 right now, UA.
Yeah, but this time around, Devious has pretty much the gold lead and the kill lead versus the last time in game 1, Fiends had the kill lead, but no objective and no gold lead. So this is going to be a hard match for Fiends to get back into the
Big
game.
I'm offended, paired up with that huge hit on Magic. Magic tries to get the knockup, but the rest of the team isn't there to capitalize. ProDestroy still wants to go for it, though. Uneven, maybe looking for a last insanity, wants to get a little bit of burn onto the rest of the team. Devious activity does fall back, but now they're looking for the re-engage. T with the concealed play, able to get a little bit of poke onto ProDestroy there. More damage coming from Yato. This man is 5-0-1. Fearless under the tower, pushing back Fiends single-handedly.
Yeah, Yato's movement's kind of crazy here. You never see the Vexana on the backside just trying to zone out away from their tower from the back ends. 11-1 is the scoreboard. We're heading into this 8-9 minutes where we're going to that mid-late game. The Lord is coming up, but the gold lead seems too much to handle for the side of Fiends. I don't think a contestation is even possible here. Maybe they should look to the opposite side of map and try to get a pick off, but no, Kohari is still going to be on the top side. It's quite a tough situation. I just don't really know if Fiends has what it takes, especially with this comp and this gold deficit, to be able to find a strategy to get back into this series.
I mean, Fiends had a great game 1. Game 2, they showed a little bit of promise, but game 3, DA is showing why they're here, why they're debated as a top 3 right now. DA, though, doesn't want to let up the gas at all, and this is where the boys become men. Can Fiends turn an 8K, 10K gold lead around?
Huge.
A lot of damage on a DA there. Yato keeping up the pressure, though. Mons Force is down. Black Shoes comes out from Churro. DA decides to take things slow. They got a Lord coming down the bot side. They want one big push all together.
And again, this is kind of like the first series that Fiends is actually on the back foot. I know it's only game 2, but Fiends has not been tested on a losing matchup, and this time around they're definitely losing the matchup, and it's going to be quite tough for them to defend here. But the Lord marched down the bot side.
Ooh, Mikasa comes in with a big flicker, able to get Nolan's Fury onto several members, but no spread damage from the side of Fiends. Yato goes down, Churro able to find one. Fiends now fighting back. ProDestroy drops, though. Kohari able to find Yato, but still not enough. Fiends does defend, though, and that is promising. It's 10 minutes in. Kohari now able to do a little more damage onto T there. DA not letting up. It might be time to back off. Mikasa finds a tower in the bot side. DA taking a very split-up approach. Can Fiends capitalize on it? No! Kohari able to use the Purify. Sidestep. Get the kill onto Mikasa. Now Kush is on the run as well. Fiends fighting back with their lives. The shutdown. The double kill. Putting a big chunk of gold into Kohari's pocket.
And finally, Fiends is able to win a team fight, right? And you know, Kohari's position was actually quite interesting. He was in the backside going for it, but now I'm offended.
Kohari Zaman's force paired up with the Kohari. You're not going to be able to outplay that one. A killing spree for Toru.
And it's just extremely tough, right? Fiends is just unable to find any fights to their advantage, and suddenly they're able to get a kill pick off here and there, but the counterplay from Devious is just too fast. The gold lead is just too much for Fiends to handle. But I do think Fiends still have a strategy in place to be able to defend against this, right? Push the game out longer. Get the carry to scale well, because quite honestly, Harith is a magic damage gold lane. He doesn't have the ability to scale as well as the true damage and the attack speed coming out from carry. So if Fiends slow down the pace, try to set up the fights a little bit better, or even not fight at all, right? Just clear the waves, slow it down, but no fight.
No flicker from Magic, though. Does get the knock up onto two members. Paired up with the last Insanity. Yato goes down. Make it 2T. The Yati combo taken out for a price of nothing. DA needs to be careful. Kohari, ever so aggressive as always, but it's okay because the rest of the team's here to help out Pro Destroy. Uneven, taking a lot of damage. Still has the immortality, though, so he's good to stay, good to hang out, good to play. Pro Destroy gonna get knocked back, but Fiends still fighting with it. Toru along with Mikasa trying to take the flanks, but Mikasa's in trouble. Kohari finds him. Toru, though, it's 3 for 1 right now, and Toru wants more. Make it a double. Even when DA's counted out for a fight, they still find the win, taking another tower down.
Yeah, and Toru just on the backside, deleting members of Fiends left and right. The damage coming out onto that Lilia was completely just dominating that matchup. And now Devious activities on the objective, 13 minutes, and this is going to be the second Lord, the Luminous Lord, marching down. It's going to be either on the top side and the bot side, and just leaves Fiends one tower to defend onto the mid. It's a pretty bad situation if you ask me. 6k gold lead, it's less than what it was before, but this time around I think Fiends have a little bit of confidence. They kind of figured out that, hey, maybe they can win a fight here and there, and as long as Kohari does not overextend here, I do think that Fiends have the confidence to be able to win a fight or two. And with that confidence, maybe Devious might overextend, but with the gold lead and how Devious is playing, I do think this is going to be a really, really hard defense.
We got to start calling Kohari the Brave, man. This man is alone way too much all the time, but the rest of his team is able to get back to safety. But he does lose a utility there. Magic in trouble. Magic unable to get that Minoan's Fury down. This is going to look like trouble for the side of Fiends. All they had to do was defend this Lord, last a few more minutes, and maybe they had a chance. But now, DA marching in, the pressure on, the last Insanity in the backside, able to get some nice chip damage onto Kush there. Kush going to go down, unable to lock on the Detone as well. The Lord getting shredded. Fiends still alive, still hanging on, swinging from the chandelier right now. Toru takes down the tower. Pro Destroy pulled in from the I'm Offended. Pro Destroy goes down. Kohari popping off as usual. Fiends trying to hang out, but Toru pops Manon's force, unable to lock onto Kohari. Wait a second, Kush taken out with the last Insanity. Uneven, still has the immortality. Procs it. Black shoes from Churro. Fiends survive. It's a 1 for 1. They lose the tower, and Magic still pushing forward. No one's Fury locks onto no one, but Kohari don't care. He's the brave. He's united. He's on the chase, and DA is kicked out of hell.
And Fiends have a great defense there. They're able to take out Kush in that huge engagement, and Uneven 3, 1, and 4 playing such a great game. They're able to defend onto this inner base essentially, and that's the only thing that they have left. Now Devious this time around with the Lord coming up in 50 seconds, they're definitely going to be having, they definitely have the advantage in terms of the position in the river, right? They have all the towers available, and even if they do lose this fight, I do think Devious has enough insurance with all the outer towers available to sacrifice that. But Fiends, they don't got anything left.
Magic, he keeps doing it. UA, what is he doing?
1, 5, and 5 is the score for Magic, but Kohari, the man himself, going in.
The Brave. We call this man the Brave because he's in the midst all the time. It's one versus the world, and he's coming out on top. Wait a second, no. DA trying to turn around. Kohari takes a big chunk of damage, forced to run away. Mikasa with the sustainability there.
It's going to be on the determination of if T can get that ultimate onto Kohari or even Toru, right? We saw the hair kind of pop off 7-0 and 6. He's full items, full build, probably the richest man on the side of DA and has the mobility to get on to the carry. But if he does not have the spells, the carry should have the late game potential to kind of mow down any of the front lines of DA. Now, Fiends, the Lord is going to be marching down onto their side again. This time they do not have the mid side insurance. And man, look at Kohari here, even pushing onto the bottom side, chooses to recall. But I'm not sure about this. I think he has to go home here.
Yeah, they got to stay home. What is Kohari doing? He's always on the other side of the map. He might be trying to take on Mikasa here. Mikasa pops the Counter and Inferno. Lord is getting melted down. They don't even need Kohari to defend it, but he's got to get back to base because the rest of the team is closing in. It's a 5v4. Kohari back on the map. Protosaur takes a lot of damage from Toru there. Zamon's Force comes down. Fiends still defending 17 minutes in. They want to make this go the long haul. They just need to buy a bit more time, and that's what they're trying to do right now. Fiends able to push them back.
No
and
way.
Magic with the flicker. Minoan's Fury. Comboed up with the last Insanity T, melted down. Mikasa gonna fall next, and Kohari the Brave is on the triumph. Toru though, looking for the 1v1, and Kohari can't take him. He might get taken out, and that's it. Toru with the double kill, carrying his team on his shoulders. 9-0 and 6. DA gonna try to close this out. It's 1-1. This is for all the marbles, and it's only day 2. This is the game we wanted to see. 7,000 gold lead for DA. 3 members gonna try to end this. They don't want to let up. Zamon's Force drops down. Last Insanity lock on to Toru, but he doesn't care. He's unfazed, unaffected. He is coherent. Shut down, legendary, uneven falls, and DA may be able to end this here. Pro Destroy takes a lot of damage, push back. Fiends still there. It's nothing but Churro Bonnie versus the world, and that will be it. Devious activity after a long haul takes game number 3.
Oh man, Devious Activities taking this series 2-1 against pretty much the underdogs here. We like that, right? Devious Activities proving that they are still going to be the contenders of this series. And honestly, Fiends played a great game. I honestly thought that they had a good chance to defend underneath their tower. Unfortunately, it still feels like Kohari is a little bit over aggressive in a few of those situations. But Trex, take us into the team statistics of Devious.
I'm still a little breathless, you know. I'm still working on getting myself back together right now. But no, yeah, KDA 24-9, 48 overall. A lot of kills, a lot of assists. I like it. It was a great game number 3. I mean, overall, DA though does come out on top, and I think one of the reasons why is because they were able to just take things slow. They never overextended. And when we look at the side of Fiends, it was very kind of risk it all, put it all in the line. And I think when you're at that point, you kind of do have to go for that. When you're at a 10,000 gold deficit, you kind of have to live that way. But maybe it was just a little bit too much.
And the performance coming out from Toru in that last 2 games has been quite the great performance, quite the beautiful performance here. He hit that legendary. He was chunking members left and right and played a complete, clean, and perfect game for the side of Devious. So definitely an MVP candidate coming in this series. But on the other hand, right, Fiends, I felt like Kohari did play quite well. The center of the attention that everyone's looking at is going to be Kohari and his position, and I think he did quite well. Unfortunately, it feels like the team just did not find the engagement that they were looking for, and Devious able to take care of business, taking this series 2-1 here. The team statistics on the board: 24, 9, and 48 is the overall KDA for the side of Devious. And you know, just looking at the KDA, it's a very one-sided match here, right? Devious winning pretty much every scrimmage possible. And ooh, look who we have back in the desk.
Hello, sir.
Dude, those games were crazy. Toru was absolutely tearing it up. Kohari up there, ying, 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 ying. Toru's like, nah, bro, we don't do that here. And then takes it straight to him, dude. Absolutely awesome. the way that the Fiends played on the first game, honestly, I was so in shock, and I was like, man, they really might be that guy right now. And but DA said, you're not him, and they brought it back, and dude, those games were awesome.
Zeke, I love the vibe. You know, I thought I was like the most dad vibe on the desk out of all the NACT casters, but now we have Zeke. You know, we got Zeke with the cool words, the mustache, the vibe. I'm feeling it. It's a vibe. And yeah, I mean, I think the debated thing this week is going to be, is Kohari him or not? Was he trying to save the game, or was he throwing the game? And that is going to be the question. That is the arguments in chat right now. But whether you like him or not, that was an entertaining best of 3.
Yeah, and that's one of the first best of 3s that we got in this series. And of course, Trex has been pushing for the best of 3s, but Zeke, you got something to talk about here?
Honestly, dude, my mind is just absolutely blown. The gameplay was just so good, and then again in that last game, the Fiends were making a comeback, and Kohari, you know, people can say what they want, but he was leading his team for a reason. He was putting in that work, and he almost got them a couple times. If not for that full 5-man showing up, at least on that last big push, I think Kohari could have took it to him.
I mean, definitely anything could have happened there, right? I think even though I think in the end, the cool collectiveness of DA is what won that. But it's nice to see a team that's really willing to put out the 50-50 even when they're behind. Because here's the thing, when you are behind that much gold, even some of the best casters in the world, even some of the best people will say sometimes you need to be playing like it's an even playing field. I think what's going to come down for Fiends is they just need to kind of tighten it up a little bit. They just need to clean it up a little bit. And if they can clean up their playstyle enough, they are definitely a team we have to keep our eyes on. And they have a whole season to get themselves together.
And I do think Fiends have shown us a little bit of the light, a little bit of the hope of the underdogs in this NACT. And I almost felt like they were going to defend onto that last fight. And if they were to defend, that's going to be another Lord. And, you know, the strategy that Fiends has, they defended quite well. It almost felt like they had the opportunity to win some of these fights into the late game. Unfortunately, cut short because of the unbelievable play that Toru has been pushing on, just deleting the members. And this time around, Devious able to push through in this series, showing the contenders that, hey man, like we are here to dominate, and this is going to be our NACT this time around.
Absolutely, dude. Again, it was just such explosive gameplay coming from both sides. The first game stacked on the side of Fiends. Second game stacked on the side of the DA. And then in the third game, you have that throw-up match. And it's just one of those things that I'm absolutely so exhilarated by. Because, you know, NACT, again, you're showing off some of the best teams in North America. So I feel like it's just natural to see and expect some of these exhilarating games. Like I said, it's probably 90,000 degrees in my room right now, but still, absolute chills.
I like it. I think, you know, there's something else we have to talk about here that's very important. UA's predictions is no longer perfect. We have now tied the playing board. I just want to throw that out there.
Should have shaved the head. He should have shaved the head.
Hey man,
bald head was magic.
I just need to come out saying that, hey, last season it was quite tough on the predictions for me. Again, I love rooting for the underdogs, and I still will continue to root for them. But this time, the loss, it's no big deal, Trex, right? You know, I'm taking the 4-1. That is fine. I'm rooting for my homeboys and Fiends all the way for me here. But hey, 4-1 is still a great score. Trex, you and me, we're both going to be in the same page now, and it's going to be quite the competition for the rest of the season.
For sure. I think this is a good season for predictions because of how unpredictable certain matchups are. In the past, it's always been, I feel like, a little bit easier. It's always been kind of one-sided, but we're starting. There's several teams that I think it could go anyway.
Yeah, absolutely well said. Again, you know, we've seen Area 77 and some of these other teams just doing really, really well this season. And again, it's one of those things where you just get so excited about these upcoming games.
Yeah, and are we pushing on to the next match? I do know we have BTK and LEGACi coming up. It's going to be one of the spicier matches, and both of these teams haven't been doing quite well on to day one. Both got 0-2. And just like Trex was saying, the point matters a lot in this series. If any of these teams do not get their first point, they're going to be pushed down all the way to the end of the bracket. There's no safety net for these teams. They just get shoved down. So teams have to try and devise a strategy, even for one game, to come out hot and pretty much prove that, hey, we are the NACT top dog, Trex, and we really need to perform, and any of these points are going to mean a lot.
I agree. I definitely agree. I mean, it's BTK up against LEGACi. Yesterday, I think everybody's vote was on BTK. Everyone considered them the favorite. They got swept.
Besides me.
Now they're up against LEGACi, who was the number 8 slot coming in, came in just by the hair on their chin, you know what I'm saying? But still, at this point, is anything possible, right? Like, is BTK still the favorite, Zeke?
Man, I think that's the question in everybody's mind right now, because it's like, do we want to give the grace to say, you know, maybe yesterday was a fluke? Because BTK has historically just been one of the most successful teams, regardless of the season. But we are getting to a time period where people have these innate expectations, and regardless of regardless of whether they are or not being met, I don't think that that's as big as a big of a thing right now, because it is still earlier in the season, and it is still, you know, anybody's game whenever you're looking at these top 2 slots and, you know, who's going to get to go where. But with that being said, I think that BTK absolutely needs to lock down. They need to tighten up, take a second, relax, and breathe, but at the same time, constrict the teams like they have been doing, because again, they are a renowned team for a reason. Now, you guys might hate me for this. Let's act like it.
Real quick, we have the MVP from last series coming in real fast. Any guess? Was it Toru on that sweet Harith? Was it Yato? Anything from you, Yue?
I think that the performance from Yato is going to be the MVP of the series, especially when you talk about the last match. You saw his mobility, you saw his movements coming in and out, like he was able to set up the ultimates quite well. I also think Toru is a great candidate, but I do think my vote is going to go on to Yato. And I'm not sure if I'm right. Trex, what do you think who the MVP
Kohari
is for
the
the
Brave,
series?
man. I don't care that they lost. I want Kohari. Need to be sending me a check the way I'm hyping up this man. It comes out to be T, who also played a clean game. T did do very well, I think, overall in just stats and numbers. And I think just overall seeing him come in under the Roam position, he did well.
Yeah, T definitely did
Whole
well
series.
here. And he, you know, that Ruby in the last game was definitely very hard. And side of Devious, they're able to flex the Ruby onto the XP and now into the Roam position. And both Rubies were playing pretty much beyond their mind. Like, they were just CCing the right people. They were getting the I'm offended along with the flicker play, even grabbing up a last hit here and there. But honestly, a very, very well-deserving MVP coming out from T. And I low-key even think that T might be the leader of this squad, you know, making those shot calls, and especially with the experience coming through from the BTK side, playing that XP into the Roam, which not many roamers have that experience. I do think T shines quite a bit on this team.
Well said, but get your wallets ready, because there's a giveaway about to go down, and somebody's wallet's about to get a little bit heavier.
I like giveaways. Little code. Oh,
Me
they
too.
got the Q code this time. The what's that called again, Dad?
The QR?
The QR code. Thanks, Dad. I was expecting Zeke to respond, but I guess Yue too. Yeah, we got the tournament chest, the Ruddy Dust, the Fists of Valor, the School Idol, the Wisteria Count. You know, I'm a little bit of a weeb, so I like the School Idol skin myself.
Yeah, no, these are great skins coming through thanks to Mobile Legends here, coming out with the code giveaways. Zeke, which one do you think you're gonna want to grab out of this tournament chest?
Oh man, you know, I would probably personally want the Yin Yang Mage. Not because I'm a Luo Yi player, but you know, when it comes to it, Yin Yang, I'm all about the balance. For those of you guys who know me, I'm all about it. I got the dad jokes, but at the same time, I'm still scared of everything. But with that being said, do keep it in mind, this is a limited quantity thing, and it is going to be first come, first serve. So if you've not gotten to it yet, you're going to want to get to it before you miss your chance.
They're already gone, man. They're already gone. Yeah, they were gone halfway through our conversation. Those things go fast. The guys with 2 phones are really have the advantage, right? You're watching, you got your other phone, QR coded up, maybe you're watching on the computer, whatever. Those are the guys, some of them got more than 2 phones. You know, they're like double, getting multiple codes. So just one, guys, just one.
Yeah, and this time around they have the QR code up. It's a very new thing, and that's definitely going to help out the people that have multiple devices. But leave some for us, please. I know there's 31 out there. We want some skins too as casters. So, you know, guys, go grab those skins. But Zeke, I don't know what we're doing up next, but take us in.
Guide us, Zeke. Guide us.
So the thing is that nobody ever truly knows where you're going, you know, because life is consistently just like a box of chocolates. And that's what I always say. So with that getting set up, is it possible that we get a new roster up here to start setting up for this incoming game? Let's see what we got to work with.
I mean, I'm sure the rosters will be BTK, hopefully, and LEGACi. I want to talk a little, I think we all know BTK, right? We all know Milo, we all know Zane, we all know Nicolette, Basic, Cold World. I think LEGACi is one of the teams that, you know, Riles making his triumphant comeback into the NACT. He was a little bit on, he's kind of away for a little bit there. I feel like maybe not last season. I think last season maybe he tried to get in, wasn't able to make it, but the season before that, he took a bit of a break, was on like vacation out of country for a little bit. And this is a name that those who have been around a long time know. Aether Explicit, Assassin Riles, the Hayabusa, you know? Things like that. So he's kind of back in. He's not at the peak, right? He came in on the number 8 slot, but still, you know, does he have what it takes to really prove himself as still a namesake of NA?
Yeah, and you know, when we talk about,
you said it, break is the right word, and on that topic, let's try to get to one.
Yeah, LEGACi though coming through. Is this? Oh no,
we're right on. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back. I know you guys, you just got your break as well. I know you guys were going to the fridge, grabbing some drinks, but now you're back. Let's get back into it and let's get some popcorn ready, because if this next matchup, BTK versus LEGACi, is half as good as the matchup that we just had was, I think I might need 2 things of popcorn.
Agreed.
Man just said agreed. Zeke,
agreed.
a
No,
beautiful
seriously,
introduction.
I like it.
Yeah, we got LEGACi versus BTK now, the BloodThirstyKings, the kings of kings that I like to call it, versus LEGACi, right? We haven't seen Riles come out and play for quite a long time, and this time around he did qualifies for the top 8 NACT, and it's a very exciting scene, Trex, to see this guy come back and bring a full roster to play for today's show.
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, I think BTK took a huge loss yesterday. LEGACi took a huge loss yesterday, but I think the upset was definitely BTK. So today is like proving ground. Today is we're sitting on the scale right now, and everyone's wondering, can BTK like compete this season? Because if they lose today's match, it is looking grim for them. There was very high expectations of them coming into this season. So yeah, there's a lot to prove right now for BTK.
Zeke?
Absolutely well said. And although, even in this matchup, LEGACi still coming in as the underdog, again, they did have a rough day coming into yesterday, but up to this point, they have been proving themselves to be a very viable team and a team that can adapt at that. So if they can do what they need to do, I mean, I don't count them out of this, not even a little bit.
Yeah, but both teams are trying to make their way out of the bottom bracket, or the bottom side of things right now. Both teams did receive that 0-2 in day 1, and this time around they're trying to fight for some points here. I do think BTK has a significant advantage, right? A lot of the players on their team have had a lot of experience, especially in these high tense situations. But on the other hand, LEGACi also, just like FIENDS, is a team that we don't really know how to gauge them against a lot of these good teams, right? We've only seen them play a few games here. Unfortunately, they did lose to majority of the top seeds, but it can be anyone's game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely after last week, after watching FIENDS just play so great, I think we're in a state of NACT where it can definitely be anyone's games for a lot of these teams, and just the current meta, the way that certain picks seem viable, sometimes aren't, a lot of counter possibilities from multiple heroes. I think it can always tip any way for any team.
Absolutely, this is the season to do it. I do believe we've got LEGACi's rosters coming up. Let's dive into that.
Yeah, we have Jolie. Oh, sorry, Yue, you take it.
LEGACi coming through with the roster. We got Jolie on the gold lane. Kuya Ken also is available here. Kuya, Nash, Riles, and also PDR. These are a lot of experienced veterans that we've seen quite a bit in the different NACT. I think Jolie played for NightHorde. Riles, has also been in the scene for a long time, and also PDR has been in quite the teams throughout NACT's history. So seeing some of these veterans come back into play and on the team together is always quite exciting, Trex.
Yeah, and it seems like Riles isn't super locked into, his past in a sense of just like only picking up assassin heroes. We saw him in qualifiers kind of try to counterplay BTK by picking up the Barats and things like that. So we know that they are adapted to the current meta. And I'm excited to see how the whole team pulls together in general.
Absolutely. Now, Trex, would you mind taking us into the BTK roster?
Yeah, this is probably one of the most rosters I was excited about for a few big reasons. Cole World and Nicolette for me are two players that I've been wanting to see on a very hype roster for a while. Cole World goes all the way back to The Simpsons. We used to see him play gold lane. We've seen him from there play mid. We've seen him play roam. He has been everywhere. Now he's sitting on BTK on the roam position, and Nicolette holding the front of this roster right now. I mean, I've been a Nicolette fan all the way back to early NACT days, Team Sexy days, Ackerman days, back when Nicolette and Best Player were kind of the duo of the mid for a very long time. Nicolette took a break last season, did not play on any teams, took some time, I think, school, things like that, and now she is back, and there is very high hype for her. How is she going to compete, though, in this NACT?
The hype always comes with expectations, and if they're able to prove themselves in this series, I do think the expectations are going to be met. And against a team like LEGACi, I do think BTK has it in the bag. I do want to see them go above and beyond in this series and make sure that they get a clean sweep here, because they are both ranked the same at this point, both ranked in 5th place, taking 2 losses each. So this time around, I think BTK, they do need to step it up and get that sweep. But LEGACi at the same time, this is the time that they have to prove themselves. We saw Fiend coming out with some great games already. So this time around, I do want to see the Darkhorses, the ones from the bottom, especially from the qualifiers, to step it up and, you know, mix up some of our votes. Because Trex, I'll be honest, 4-1 for the casters vote, it might be a little too high right now.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Zeke?
So, I mean, it's really tough to say. You know, we've got Cold World on BTK right now, and we've seen him make some beautiful sets, but I want to hear even more. Let's get into predictions. What do you guys think is going to come happen?
I mean, definitely a lot of possibilities, but I think it is pretty even-faced even after the loss yesterday. Everyone still thinks BTK is the favorite here, and I think it's well-deserved. Yes, they had a rough day one, but we know a lot of these players very well. We know the potential that this team has. I think the major lacking is synergy, and this is the same story we've had for BTK for the past 2 seasons. Now it's another huge roster change. Can they get it together before the end of the season?
You're 100% right, Trex. BTK is going to be my votes, but I do think you made some good points there. The roster adjustment that they have every single year, but under the leadership of Mr. MOBA Zane, I do think BTK is going to thrive in this matchup.
So for me, whenever I'm looking at these teams, I'm looking at BTK, I'm looking at LEGACi, and for me, my vote is also going to go towards BTK, but not because I think that they're that much better of a team. My whole concept behind it is that they have this stage level experience before, and LEGACi, being kind of new to that, are they going to buckle under the pressure? For me, it's just a question that just keeps resonating in my head, so I have to see these teams perform.
I agree. I think performance is key, and I think like how they're going to do under the pressure. I think there's a few key things, like a few key matchups we have to look at. One of them being mid once again, Cold World Nicolette up against the Kuya combo, right? Kuya Nash and Kuya Ken, the big brother for those that don't know, Kuya, and then also the junglers, right? MOBA Zane did not have the greatest games yesterday. I gave first blood. I forget if it was in match 1. I think it was the match that he picked up. I think it was match 1 when he picked up the alpha. Gave over first blood to Area 77. Just seemed to kind of be playing his own game a little bit. So I think that's... And then we have Riles, who, again, I'm wondering how is this matchup going to be? I think both teams are going to be very turtle objective, going to be very neutral objective based. So that's where we're going to see some of these big clashes, and who's going to be able to complete them better.
Absolutely. So I do think that we've seen MOBA just a little bit shakier on some of his alpha plays in the past too. So maybe we should try and look at keeping him in that pick. But instead of having us guess all day, let's get into the draft and see what actually happens.
Ooh, jumping into draft already. It's LEGACi on the blue side up against BTK with second pick. And the bans are already coming in, and the targets are already marked. We got a Fredrin ban up against BTK. I mean, there it is. There it is.
This is not something that we have not seen before, Trex. Everyone in North America loves to target ban Zane, and knowing his hero pool, he definitely shines in this meta once again. The utility style is just back in season. We were able to see a few assassins being slotted in our last NACT, but this time around, it seems like the advantage is towards a lot of the utility focus. But now, LEGACi actually opting to open up a lot of heroes that Zayn is very, very strong. The Akai that he's played and also the Boxia. And now without a ban on the Barats, I do think that is going to be a priority. So maybe LEGACi is going to decide to pick that up themselves, or switching it over to let BTK take it and coming out with some frontline shredders and also some utilities to stop the mobility of that dinosaur.
I mean, there's definitely a lot open. Like you said, the Barats, we've got the Nolan open, we have
Ruby.
Vexana still open, Ruby, CC. This is a very open draft. With the Fermis ban and the Fredrim band, not always your typical round one bans. It leaves a lot open for both teams. BTK thinking about this. They're taking their time, like, oh, like, do we go for trades here? If we're going to go for trades, they go for the CC ban. So, yes, does Riles pick up the Nolan here? Like, does he kind of go back to the roots and pick up an assassin pick?
I just feel like the assassin has been quite lackluster, especially in today's matches. The utilities have been dominant. And even in the last series, the utility is still there. The Brass is pretty much unkillable. But the first pick of LEGACi does go to that X-Borg to deal with a lot of the front lines. And Mobazane is not even scared of this counter matchup.
Yeah, I love how LEGACi is like, we're going to pick up the X-Borg to counter the Mobazane's Barats that we know he's going to pick. And Mobazane knows. He's like, fine, you got that. We're going to lock in the Barats. I think Vexana could be a solid pick for pick 2 here. Something with CC, kind of very similar to what we saw DA pick last time. Barats, Vex, Ruby. They could go for the Ruby. Either way, both of them a good combo with the Barats.
Or go for something like the Claude, which has been quite great in a lot of the picks. But yes, Trex, you do get the Vexana on Nicolette. And, you know, Nicolette has been a traditional mage that is able to just switch between so many different heroes like the Louis and the Lilia. But this time around, it seems like she is immersed into the Vexana, the Nana meta. So pretty excited to see this Vexana coming out to play. We saw Yato have an extremely perfect performance on this Vexana. So I honestly feel like it's a great draft for BTK so far, and I want to see what LEGACi decides to respond to the Vexana and the Barats.
And they have to go for something kind of big, I feel like, here. I think the Ruby might be a steal that they have to. Arlot could be good too. I think they need to deny BTK something, because if BTK gets the Ruby next, it could be a problem. Also, we know Basic, like you mentioned, the Claude earlier, does have a great Claude. So if they pick up a gold lane here, it kind of forces BTK to like, okay, do we go for the Ruby or they take the Claude too? Basic picks up Harith, and BTK feels like they know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, no, I think BTK came into the draft quite prepared. The Harith was pretty much insta-locked right after the Claude and the Nana pick. Now, I do like the strategy coming out from LEGACi, right? They're quite balanced in their draft so far. They have a little bit of magic. They have the marksmans available, so they could choose to focus out, single out. Oh, wait, no, Basic already on the Harith. So both gold laners has been picked, both mages have been picked. So they're really just missing the XP laners and also the roam. And I do think both teams are going to be focusing some bans onto those heroes.
Yeah, something I want to pull out. I feel like the Nana is also another good pick against the Barats. Something that can kind of stop him in his tracks when he's walking forward. You throw out the Molina. It's a good answer to it as long as you can kind of dodge everything else that's coming at you. So they have two ways to kind of deal with some of these neutral objectives. They have the Last Insanity, they have the Kiting from the X-Borg, and now they have the Molina and the Molina Blitz to kind of really help LEGACi in dealing with any kind of aggression that BTK wants to bring into the Turtle Lord pit.
Now, I do want to see what LEGACi's response to this Harith. We saw Toru last game going legendary on this Harith, pretty much unstoppable with a Purify. So this time around, I think LEGACi has to draft up a strategy to deal with the mobility coming out with the Harith. Maybe going for a suppression like the Kaja that T has been shined on. They could also go for a Franco with another suppression, or maybe going for a stun, which BTK has protected by banning out the Ruby. So this time around, LEGACi is going to have a little bit less options, but I do think the draft is still quite open for both teams.
Yeah, definitely a lot of possibilities. LEGACi, not scared to like pick up some things that other teams aren't picking. Ooh, Milo on the Benedetta. So there goes a nice way to get in the back line, a nice way to find the Claude, look for Petrifies, and a nice way to possibly lock down this Nana when needed to, even after the passive procs.
So this is, I just kind of want to slide in this information. Milo, when Benedetta was first came out, right? Milo actually has been the guy that was grinding this hero, especially in the West Coast. And he was definitely top supreme for a very, very long time. So Benedetta on Milo is a very dangerous pick. And just like you're saying, can easily get onto the backside. And picking this matchup means that Milo is quite confident that, hey, I'm seeing this export, I can go even or potentially win onto this lane. I think BTK has it, especially in the XP, for this Benedetta to kind of thrive in this matchup.
I think LEGACi, something like Minnow here could be viable. I think something bulky, Minnow Grok. So wait. Grok jungle? Or is this going to be a Claude? Claude jungle? Or yeah, or Grok EXP, Claude jungle, or Export jungle? Oh,
maybe,
man.
Maybe the Grok
I was gonna
is
say,
going to be...
I wanted to... What's crazy is I kind of wanted to see a Grok, but not like this. Not like this.
I do think there's potential that Riles takes this Grok into the jungle. I do think that Export in the jungle to deal with the Brats is also quite good, but sacrificing the Flicker means you're not going to be able to really catch Basic off guard. And with the comp that LEGACi has, it's not really focused on stopping Basic. It feels like they want to have a good team fight, but what I'm worried about is who is going to be able to lock Basic down and not let the Zen and Force be able to just jump around the whole entire game. Because quite honestly, Toru had such a good game on Harith that I feel like if teams are not focusing on that hero, it's going to smell a lot of trouble.
Jungle X-Borg. Jungle Borg. I was expecting Cold World to maybe pick up the Diggy there as a final pick, just to be like, you got all that CC, good luck. Jungle Borg, man, we haven't seen that in a long time. And for a long time, like, the theory crafting behind it was always there. And I think it's for the same reason why it's kind of viable now, at least in the XP lane. It can, you know, it does what it does. It does true damage, it kites, it can help deal with the Brats. But how is it going to face up in the jungle? I'm kind of wondering about it, but we will see, because we are jumping into game number 1. BTK versus LEGACi, both suffering a loss from yesterday, looking to reclaim some glory.
Yeah, and will the Kings of Kings prevail, or will the upset happen where the LEGACi continues and pushes BTK out of the top bracket? Now, it's quite interesting here now. Both junglers are starting onto the bottom side, so they're going to be looking to clash near... Oh, wait, no. Mobazena is going to be on the top side, jungling opposite towards each other. You do see that LEGACi over here has a little bit of a faster rotation. I do think the Nana just clears a little bit faster.
Yeah, BloodThirstyKings with Cold World on the Rafaela. I'm wondering how they're going to scale. I feel like in the early game, there could be some issues. They do have movement. They do have that advantage. They're going to have some quick rotations, but they are a little bit squishy. The only problem is LEGACi also doesn't have any, like, huge damage dealers. If they picked up something like an assassin in the jungle, maybe they could have taken advantage of that, but instead they go for the X-Borg. So they're also kind of playing the long haul here.
And this is something that I feel like I'm not really liking so far from LEGACi. They decided to pick this Grok up in the very last phase. And Grok isn't really that great of an XP laner so far. Maybe I'm going to eat my words, but he seems to have a disadvantage onto the top side already, going back against Milo during the first wave. And I feel like that kind of smells trouble, because Milo is very proficient on this Benedetta. And I don't know if the Grok is going to be able to do too much in this matchup.
I feel like LEGACi's win condition here isn't exactly team fights, right? It's not exactly like winning out in team fights. It's winning out in the big objectives. It's winning out in Lord fights. It's using all this stack CC to try to delay Mobazane and win out in those fights. Now a little bit of damage on a Cold World. Cold World taking a lot there. Will go down. First blood over Riles.
Yeah, I bit my word there. PDR showing us the Grok on the XP does well. Did push that wall up and pretty much force Cold World into the deathbed. Milo comes through, but it seems like the objective is still up for grabs.
Oh, a lot of damage on Kuya Nash, but there goes the big knockup. Milo goes down. There's a lot of damage from PDR there. They're going to be able to zone BTK away. LEGACi takes first turtle.
Yeah, that's quite a huge turtle for LEGACi. LEGACi already up in gold here, 2-0 along with a turtle. So definitely a lot of advantage so far. Now, the focus is going to be on the bot side here. Jolie still has to find a way to scale well, and we've seen this matchup quite a bit. The Harith has traditionally just dominated in that gold position, and I don't think this is going to be much different here. Basic on this Harith, already a small advantage in the lane, even with 2 kills down and a neutral objective. It seems like BTK is still right behind LEGACi's toes.
Yeah, definitely not too far behind, and that just goes to show BTK's, like, their movement, their laning phase is still strong when it comes to gold, but LEGACi, we're already seeing the possibilities from them, and if this keeps happening, the gold lead will definitely eventually leave BTK. It'll get out of grass, and LEGACi is controlling the map. They're moving around as a unit. They're mid-trio, staying together. They're kind of taking their paths together. Riles is never being left too far behind away from Kuya Ken and Kuya Nash.
Yeah, but I still don't like this matchup on the top side.
Ooh, PDR does go down. Milo able to pick up the kill. Down on the bot side, a little bit of action as well as Kuya Ken comes in to help out. Jolie gonna try to capitalize on the knockoff for 2 members with a Blazing Duet. Gets hit by the Holy Baptism though. Slowed down from the Zmon's force. Riles maybe checking that bush. Careful of a gank.
The Natalia is coming through, but the 4-man siege from LEGACi is going to be able to get some gold onto the bot side tower, pushing BTK away quite a bit. But Mobazane here.
Mobazane under the tower. Caught up by the wall. Should be okay. He's a bulky boy.
Yeah, but 2-1 is going to be the overall scoreboard. Still anyone's game so far, but it seems like BTK, they're quite calm and collective here. But PDR.
That's a lot of damage on a Mobazane. He used the Daytona's Welcome to dash away, which I haven't even thought about. It's a great mechanic for... That's something that Barat's kind of lasted before, is he had no real escape. Now that he has that dash, he can almost use it like the Grok's Wild Charge, you know, to escape.
Yeah, and he has a little bit of immune that is built onto that Daytona's Welcoming. It's quite a good change, I think, and you know, it definitely adds the spice into the Barath, giving him a little bit of mobility here.
Ooh, Guardian comes down on Kuya Ken. Electo final blow locks on to Nash. Nash taking a little bit of damage. Mobazane able to stay on top of this turtle for free right now. Kuya Ken uses the Minoan's Fury, but unable to lock it onto anybody. Milo having fun down on the boss side, picks up Nash, but Nash finds Milo to 1-for-1. Mobazane able to take the turtle though. BTK comes out on top in that trade.
Yeah,
now Jolie Basic with a 1v1.
That was a pretty tough trade onto the objective there. 2 of the members were fallen for the side of LEGACi, traded for 1. The neutral objective does go to the hands of BTK. Just like what you're saying, the other side of the map, Harith is able to pick up that 1 versus 1. And right now, so far, BTK, I feel like they're just winning across the map. Top side, the Benedetta does quite well in the bot side. Basic is also winning. And now, even in the jungle, LEGACi is struggling.
And they do take that orange buff. Mobazane uses a retry, steals it right out of Rile's fingertips. And now they're cutting lanes. They've taken the bottom tower. This means Basic can move around the map more.
Yeah, and with Basic moving around the map more, it just smells even more trouble, right? The Harith has already won onto the bot side, looking to, you know, switch the lanes quite a bit here. BTK, potential 4-man dive onto the top side. I don't know if Grok has it in him to be able to defend this, but definitely this minion should be able to go down.
And he doesn't have a wild charge either right now. Able to use the flicker, kind of sidestep away. They don't lose the tower just yet.
2K gold lead for the side of BTK here. 6 minutes in, the kill score is quite even. So LEGACi still in this game so far. They're still trying to defend a lot of these lanes, but the rotations coming out from BTK, I think, is quite hard for LEGACi to defend.
Riles does get the passive and is able to escape. That is a lot of damage. LG coming up to the top side now, looking for a possible pick. Cold World maybe caught up in a bad spot. PDR decides not to use the wild charge just yet, but look at Basic under the tower. Gonna get some nice damage on Akuya. Drops him on force with the dash, looking for one more hit under the tower and gets it. Nicolette actually steals it, picks up the kill, puts Nicolette at 1-0-1. BloodThirstyKings with the advantage.
And you know, even with that advantage, I want to talk about Milo on this Benedetta, right? He's able to kind of deal with the split push coming out from any of the members of LEGACi, and he kind of just deal with it by himself. And I feel like the Grok and the XP is not going to be able to clear a lot of the waves, especially when we get onto the late game. And I think that's where BTK shines, right? They could do the banana split before.
A lot of damage. Nicolette goes down. PDR with the wild charge, and that's the threat. The damage from the damaged Grok is damaging.
Yeah, he's able to get the knock up there, and picking off Nicolette is a great pick off. But once again, who is going to be the man for LEGACi to deal with the split push of the Benedetta? Because I think he's just going to be on the far side of the lane the whole entire game. He has the sustain available and the mobility. It's going to be a hard matchup to deal with if you are the members of LEGACi.
Most definitely. I love the players. Look at Mobazane down there. Everyone else is just kind of like chilling. He's like forehead in the camera, fingers moving a mile a minute. I mean, you can tell the seriousness. You can tell the pressure, I think, that's just on BTK in general for this game. They know the loss yesterday was huge. They know they have to do something. But LG as well, keeping their cool right now. The game is not yet gone for them, I feel. The major problem is Basic. If he keeps scaling like this, it is going to be hard to find him. We saw it last time with Toru. The Harith with the Purify is a very hard catch.
It's most definitely hard to catch, but looking at the split push, you can see the Grok on the all far side of the lane, but the 4-man BTK siege on the top side.
Yeah, Koya gets hit by the Holy Baptism. Gonna get chased down, though. BTK aren't coming for members, though. They're coming for towers, and they're able to secure it.
And they're able to get pretty much the objectives that they were looking for. This is pretty much all of BTK's plan. They're not necessarily looking for team fights all the time, right? It's very objective focus. You can see the Ube strategy coming out from BTK already trying to pressure a lot of the sides of LEGACi.
Yeah, did they take another one from him? Riles unable to get any orange buffs here. Mobazane on his trail. Basic in the backside takes a lot of damage. Blazing Duet comes in. Jolie doing unloading. Riles finds Basics, and LG finally comes out on top in a team fight.
Yeah, and you can see PDR's damage is actually quite a lot, but the minnow does get picked off here, and BTK looking to siege onto this mid side. They should be able to get a lot of damage done.
Riles just escapes, but the tower may fall soon. Milo as well with the split push. You mentioned it earlier. Milo's not been involved in almost any of these team fights, but he is doing so much on the map.
It's so smart coming out from BTK to build a split pusher onto the XP lane, right? Force members of LEGACi to split up, because once again, I think the Grok and the Minnow are extremely good in team fights, but when it comes down to the split push of the LEGACi, they're definitely much lacking. They could send the Xborg onto the far lane to defend, but it's just not the viable situation. They need the Xborg onto the objectives to get the 50-50 Retrian. Look at the pressure of BTK. Members at top, members at bot, just splitting the whole entire strategy of LEGACi apart, getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Yeah, oh, Holy Baptism locks on, terrified, boom, knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayakin. Koya Nash might just be next. Riles gonna take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. PDR comes in, gets a knock up on the 3 members, but no one there to follow up. And down he goes. LEGACi getting picked off one by one.
It's a strong showing coming out from BTK. This is kind of what we expected for this team, and to have a dominating performance, I do think this is going to match well with the confidence that BTK is, desperately looking for. They didn't get the win that they were looking for against A77, but this time around against LEGACi, it seems like they have the game plan, they have the strategies involved, and they're playing quite clean now. Lord marching down onto the top side, and BTK has sieged in a 5-man unit, especially with the Wrath. It really shows kind of like a Ube strategy back in the M3.
Oh, big flicker wild charge. Basic taking out Jolie with a blazing duet onto 2 members. Riles, though, gets brought in. Milo in trouble as well. Able to use the electro final blow just to get away. Mobazane hold the front side. LEGACi find a kill and wait, the knock up the Eternal Guardian. Shreds them down, and Jolie and Koya Nash are taken out. Cold World putting one of those kills into his pocket, and the Lord is still coming. BTK looking for more. Terrify on a Koya Ken. BTK gets so much out of that Lord push.
The unexpected damage of BTK is just so much for a LEGACi to deal with. They've lost all their towers and BTK is not stopping here.
Riles gets the passive proc with the immortality, uses the last insanity to re-engage. Milo is not going to let him go. The GOAT finds him. Kuya Ken and Kuya Nash, the two big brothers of the team, are trying to defend this all alone. Jolie back onto the field with a Blazing Duet, trying to get a little bit of damage. Kuya Ken looking for a mock-up as well. But they still hold in Nomino's Fury. He's deleted before it procs. BTK relentless in their charge. They're going to move on to the base now, and that should be game number 1.
A great performance from the Kings of Kings BTK, able to take the very first game between LEGACi and them, putting them up on the board with score 15, 7, and 29 is the overall KDA of this team. And I just want to say Milo played that greatly. He did die in the end, but he was able to just bait out so many ultimates, get the mage kills that we were talking about, able to get onto the backside, getting onto Nana multiple times in this series, and also the split push that LEGACi had to deal with. It's not very good when you have the Grok on the other side of the map trying to clear the waves when the whole entire BTK is on the top side, pretty much just destroying the towers.
I mean, it became an issue. The way that BTK was just consistently, you said it a few times during objectives, they were very spread out around the map, and LEGACi had to make a decision. Do they go and defend the off lanes, right? Do they try to deal with Milo, or do they group up? And they chose the first option when I feel like their composition was very based around all of them working together and trying to disrupt Mobazane from being able to get those retributions off, right? Trying to fight for these objectives, and BTK knew it. So it's like, fine, we'll take the split up match, and if you want to group up in 5-man against us, we're going to take away your off lanes, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and when you talk about the off lanes, right, the Harith was able to get the solo kill on the Claude extremely early on. It's a very bad sign, right? Because the Claude should be able to kind of deal with any matchup that he's looking for. That's why a lot of people can blind pick the Claude into anything. But the Harith is just proven to be such a strong hero onto the gold lane. It's quite tough to deal with. And when you look on the other side of the map, right, PDR just unable to handle Milo with the Grok up there, pushed him back at level 2, and then continuously just pressuring onto the top side and even the far lanes when the objectives are being shown. So BTK definitely have a very good strategy. The draft, I would say, is pretty much perfect there. Now I'm excited to see how LEGACi decides to bounce back, right? Get PDR a hero that potentially deals a little bit more damage onto the minions so he could deal with the split push coming out from Milo, and also potentially grabbing up the Harith themselves, because it seems like the Harith is almost guaranteed on the gold lane so far.
I mean, I feel like the big issue with, because all right, so LEGACi had a strong laning phase, right? They got the first blood. I think they got the first 2 kills. Imagine if they just would have kind of switched up the draft a little bit, like not go for the export, maybe go for something a bit more aggressive. Before we go too far, let's take a quick look at these replays, UA.
Yeah, the Grok Flicker Ultimate Wildfire is able to pick off basic pretty much just like that. And honestly, when you look at this team fight, the damage that LEGACi was doing was quite immense. Like, we did not know that was going to be doing so much damage, but this ultimate coming out from that Vexana was huge, rounding up 2-3 members along with the knockback of Mobazane, setting it up perfectly for BTK to be victorious in that team fight, taking all the outer towers and taking the game with that fight.
Yeah, they were able to, I mean, BTK was able to take the punches. Even when LEGACi got those big knockups, got those big sets, BTK was already far too ahead. Now, back to kind of what I was saying is, you know, I think that if Riles had something, if they just had a little more damage, I mean, either way, BTK's invading them, right? Like, you picked the export, either way, you were losing orange buffs, you were losing lots of things. I think that was a game, if you're going to pick that bulky of a front line, you know, maybe go for a bit more of a damaging jungle. Go for something that can really pack a punch. Otherwise, just play the utility, right? And slot something else into your EXP lane. I think there were still some moments of brilliance from LEGACi there. Like I said, in the laning phase. And it seems that's where BTK is making most of their mistakes. in the first 2 or 3 minutes. So I think if there's a win con for the side of LEGACi, capitalize on that. Maybe build something that scales a little bit, something that you can snowball on, and look for those moments of weakness from BTK.
And if we're talking about the strategies coming out from LEGACi, this might be kind of a out of a box equation, but I feel like maybe they should experiment a little bit with the assassin pick, right? What LEGACi is known for, what Riles is known for, maybe picking up the Hayabusa, slotting it in the 5, right? Just slide it in the back, set it up. Get the front lines available, get the early game advantage, put something like a Lilia Tigreal where they stand well into the lane, grab the Brody for a guarantee win on the gold where the LEGACi does not have to put a lot of members on that side, and picking up the Hayabusa and getting the mobility and the split push that the Riles has always been known for.
I mean, Hayabusa is like number 4 or 5, I feel like, on the assassin options right now. They could go for the Nolan. That was completely open last time. They could go for, which even though it hasn't been performing very well here, it is still a very viable pick if used with the right team, with the right synergy. There was the Joy open last time. Fanny, they could go for something. They could still go for something aggressive. I think the Fanny isn't as viable right now with the state of the current utility jungler meta, but yeah, there's definitely some possibilities for LEGACi here.
The bans are on the board. BTK bans out Faramis and the X-Borg. The response from LEGACi, though, the Navaria gets taken off the board along with the Fredra. Now, LEGACi is quite interesting. They are opting to go for a 1 ban on Mobazane and focusing and spreading the bans out throughout. And unfortunately, I feel like the strategy on the first game, even with the draft, it wasn't perfect for the side of LEGACi. I felt like maybe they could have took away a few more heroes of Mobazane, or priority focus on other people. For example, taking away the mages for Nicolette, or even taking away the Herald of Basic, because those players have impacted the game so significantly that I feel like Mobazane, he could play almost anything. The Boxia could have worked, the Akai could have worked, but first picking that Barats is going to be a lot of trouble, and it seems like BTK has that strategy, set it up correctly to first pick that.
And they go for the Diggy ban this time, which has kind of been like, I feel like the Diggy ban has been the quote-unquote cop-out ban sometimes for BTK and some other teams. Yeah, it's not a bad ban. It's still a solid ban, because if it can be like the game changer. We don't see it picked all the time, but when it is picked, it can sometimes be something that kind of seals your fate. So I think I just wanted to take note of that we see it so randomly sometimes, but it's like you just said, it's the throwaway ban, right? That's still viable, but it's not if you want to try to leave some things open.
Yeah, but this time around, the bans are set on the table during the first phase. 3 of the mages have been taken out. So that kind of leaves that Lilia and Nana being available for both teams. They could opt to go for a little bit more non-meta heroes, but those are still 2 good options for them. I'm not going to be surprised if they pick up the Barats. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Mobazane picking this up once again. Dominating performance in game 1. We're expecting the same for the game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a keep riding till the wheels fall off, and I think it's not a bad vibe. I would like to see see some other things, but LEGACi is going to have to push them to that, right? As long as they're able to dominate with that, there's nothing that LEGACi is going to be. There's nothing that BTK has to do. LEGACi is the one who has to think of something, has to switch something up here. Now on their side, Ruby's open right now, CC's open. A couple options for them.
I think a Lilia could be a potential threat to the Barats. I also think a Kaja carry might be a good combination that Devious has been using up against the Kings of the Kings. And just like you're saying, the Ruby has done a lot of impact in our very first series. So being able to see the Ruby this time around to be flexed onto the XP and the Roam could be something. But no, they decided to go for a Matilda, the first time that we see the Matilda being open, and also Arlott has been slotted in for LEGACi.
I didn't even notice that. The Matilda's huge. Paired up with the Arlott, it's a nice way to displace Barats in some of these fights. But here's the thing, LEGACi had a decent comp for objective fighting before, but they have to be able to get there, right? They need to be able to hold down in the pit with them. And if they can't do that, then BTK will just kind of escape again.
But one thing that I do not like about LEGACi so far is this Matilda pretty much shows all their cards of LEGACi. We don't have an Arlott Roam anymore. This is going to be an Arlott XP. So BTK can decide now, hey, put the Ruby there, or we put the Ruby in the Roam. Versus LEGACi, they are stuck with the Matilda being onto the Roam position, the Arlott into the XP, and unfortunately I feel like that kind of closes off their comp. I would have liked it if they potentially just took the Matilda and gone with something else, or taken the Arlott by himself. But Riles now, the Martis has been banned out in the first game. This time around, he's able to pick it up before the second phase of bans.
Yeah, and I mean, there's your early game, right? There's something that maybe you can put some pressure down, but the Martis has kind of, you know, it's fallen back. It was at least pretty contested. It was like the number 2, number 3, maybe number 4. Now it feels like it's fallen out of the meta a little bit. It is still viable. There still are possibilities, but LEGACi has to be willing to bring the aggression early on, and it needs to try to find that laning phase kill again and get it onto Riles, and then try to get another one onto Riles, and then just really take off from there.
I do think the Martis still has what it stands for, which is pretty much the immune CC from the first, right? He's able to dash in and out of a lot of different situations, get the decimation to last hit a couple heroes, and especially going up against the carry, I do think he can immune a little bit of damage here and there and kind of catch up with the small dashes that the carry has. But the second ban phase is coming through. BTK opted to ban out the Harith themselves. They feel like it's going to be a high damage onto the gold lane. Another ban BTK could show is the Brody. LEGACi, they decide to go for the Nana, and both teams are still looking for mages, and with 4 mages being banned on the board, Lilia, I think, is going to be a hot topic now.
Lilia, I mean, it's very possible Lilia could get banned here as well. LEGACi does get the first pick coming back, so it might be BTK who wants to ban the Lilia, unless they have an answer for it. Because LEGACi, it's yeah, Valentina. That's true too. Valentina is an answer, so BTK may just pick that up if LEGACi decides to go for it. Unless they both just go all in. We ban the Valentina, you ban the nope, there it is. Claude gonna get banned out from BTK, CC banned out from LEGACi, and now, you know, I think you said it. I think this is a good time to either pick up the. I think the Lilia is a little better than the Valentina, maybe for LEGACi.
I actually think the Brody might be a pretty good option, unless they want to pick up the Lilia first, right? Lilia still has weak matchups, and there's still a lot of mages that are still viable in the current meta. We did see some Xaviers pop in and there in the MPL, so I think Xavier could be an option, especially going up against the Siege comp of BTK. But the Natan comes out. This is a hero that's been widely used in MPL, and this time around, it's definitely going to shred a lot of the backside of BTK, and added that LEGACi has a lot of physical damage already.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of checks a lot of boxes for LEGACi, right? Because LEGACi, they have the early game possibility with the Martis. They have late game possibility now with this Natan. It's an insane scale, a straight shredder in the late game. And then they have things to kind of help them get through any mid-game struggles with the Arlott and the Matilda. They have movement, they have disengage, and whoa. Uranus?
Throwback?
Uranus, throwback? We're going full throwback right now.
This is tough for the side of LEGACi. Uranus, one of the answers to it is a lot of CC. To stun and lock him down and not let him kind of regen and, you know, go for a long team fight. But LEGACi only has the Matilda, and quite honestly, the Arlott is not going to be able to do too much in that matchup. So BTK actually drafting extremely strong here. The split push pressure from BTK is still there once again. Uranus, and from the Benedetta before, I don't know if there's anything that LEGACi can do to deal with the split push coming out from BTK. Whoa.
We're getting spicy, boys.
That's MPL,
we're getting
right?
Spicy. That's yeah. That we just saw that. We've seen it in PH. We just had the first pick last night, I think, in ID.
Yep. I think they won.
Yeah,
with it.
Odette. They did win with it. It was nuts. It was bonkers. The damage coming out from it is crazy. But it's definitely something you have to be prepared for. what it can work, I don't know, man. It normally is great for like certain divey heroes. I don't know how it's going to fit here. Nicolette also is going to be able to steal the Swan Song if she wants. It's kind of a wild card for me here. I'm still not completely comfortable on like how it counters, how it deals with everybody. Like I get the idea of it, but it's interesting.
And it's not like BTK is lack in the CC. They have Cold World stopping with 2 CCs. Mobazane also got 1, but Trex, take us in.
This is game number 2, BTK at match point against LEGACi. Can they get the sweep, or will LEGACi take us to game number 3?
Yeah, and the Kings of Kings again having a great performance on game 1, choosing to push the momentum onto game 2. Mobazane, second time on the Barats in this series. I do think Mobazane has done quite well on a lot of these utility style heroes, and this time around he's picking up the Barats, which he's done so well. Now the Swan Song coming in on the last pick, it's a little bit questionable for me because I felt like they have to find a way to deal with the Uranus, and I just don't know if the Odette is going to be the answer that LEGACi is looking for to win in this matchup.
I think there's a lot of possibilities, right? Taking a look at some of the emblems, nothing too crazy. We take a hold on a second, a little bit of action. They get the steal. I think Mobazane might have been able to take that, and even though it's just a small camp, it's still a big deal in the laning phase. Mobazane already about to hit level 4, going to be moving into the mid side. He's going to go for something. The Daytona's welcome, and there it is. Finds his mark and takes out Koya Ken.
I do want to point out that Basic has opted to go for Brave Smite along with the Festival of Bloods on his second emblem, giving him a lot of utility and sustain. And a lot of the carries nowadays, they love to build this like CC build, right? They go for they go for the Corrosion Scythe for some slows on the auto attacks, and then they go with the Thunderbelt to get even more procs along. And damn, look at this matchup again. Milo the GOAT proving why he's got that nickname.
Milo the GOAT gonna come into the top side. A little bit damage on Nicolette though. Nicolette uses a flicker, able to just escape out from the grasp of Riles. Turtle is up though, and BTK has several members ready to fight for it. Nicolette has taken the decimation. Wondering if we're going to get to see that one. The Nom Nom comes in, pushes him against the wall. Nicolette going to look for the decimation, and there it is. Popping off, looking for the next target. Another one goes down. No, tries to lock on to Riles, but unable to get the kill. But still, LEGACi is forced away, and the Turtle goes to Mobazane.
Yeah, it's a clean fight coming out from BTK again as they take out Riles underneath the mid tower. It's going to be a 3-4-0 along with the objective, a 3K gold lead in 2 minutes. This is going to be quite tough for the members of LEGACi, and even topside PDR is struggling to deal with the aggressiveness of that sheep.
Definitely a problem. Now, so what are we at? We're at 4-0 of that sheep. He's a goat, man. He's not a sheep. There's a difference.
My bad.
Mobazane, though, taking a little bit of damage. PDR with trying to get the outplay, not able to do it. Mobazane picks up that kill, 2-0 on the big dino.
Yeah, this smells a lot of trouble for LEGACi. They really have to be able to stand even against these contenders of the teams. And quite honestly, they're struggling a little bit in the early game. I do think that their comp-wise, they could clear up a little bit more. Try to maybe fit into the strategy of BTK where they always have a split pusher on the XP side, right? Bring that split pusher in and maybe find a little bit of a meta comp on the mid.
Ooh, I'm offended on Akoya Nash. Out comes the Swan Song. Nicolette able to get away though. Nothing too major on the mid side.
Yeah, and take a look at Nicolette's emblem. She got the Quantum Charge coming in, and I do know there's been a hype of the Quantum Charge to be used on everyone, but on the Valentina, that's actually quite interesting, but I think it fits well with her style, right? Gives her a little bit of mobility, a little bit more auto attack burst early on, along with a little bit of regen. So I think it actually works quite well. A lot of the mages might be opting for that, but 4K gold lead, 4 minutes in, a clean sweep for BTK so far. They got a lot of units on top side, Trex.
Amilo is going to become a huge problem here very soon. Already kind of is a problem. Now Mobazane once again going to take another orange buff. This is the second game in a row. Riles is just unable to clear his own jungle.
Yeah, good flicker coming out from Koya Ken. If he did get hit by the Barats, I think that does smell a lot of death for the side of LEGACi. And now they have to choose and try to find a way to defend, but look at Milo here being so annoying.
Ooh, Swan. Oh, a lot of damage for the Swan Song. So there it is. That's one of the things that I have not seen just yet. Oh, wait a second. A lot of damage on a Cold World. They come in, but they're locked up. Ryle's able to find the kill, though. But now he's in a tight spot. Taking damage from Mobazane. PDR able to get the final slash onto Mielo. They're on the chase. Ryles will not escape with his life, and neither will PDR.
Yeah, it's going to be an 8-1 overall scoreboard. The lead is still for BTK. 1k gold per minute. And whoa, Basic looking for a flicker onto this Natan.
Oh, Joe Lee having a rough time. Game number 2 as well. First Basic gets the 1v1 with the Harith, and now it's with the carry.
Yeah, but the tower does fall onto the bot side, so a little bit of hope rising for the side of LEGACi. Let's take a look at this replay, though. The Swan Song does come through, but the Circling Eagle is what I want to talk about.
Comes in,
I don't talk
but
about
it kind of
anything.
comes into a death sentence there. A little bit of trouble overall. The ideal was good, but you have to constantly be careful for Cold World. Right before he died, he gets the lockup.
Yeah, and of course, the execution was just not there for the side of LEGACi. The gold lead is still widening at this 6-minute mark, and the members of BTK spread it across the map, but winning across the map also. And I just want to say, Basic, man, he's been winning in this gold lane by himself, and once again, he is doing so well. Zane
gets a Daytona's welcome on Kuya Nash. Swan Song comes out, but not quick enough before deletion. Kuya Ken now also looking for something. Mobazane a little bit of trouble. PDR with the Vengeance. The Vengeance trying to get away. BTK does not lose a member just yet, but they find Riles and Nash, and now they're going to come for that purple buff.
Yeah, it's a tough scene to watch. 8k gold lead already at 6 minutes. This is not something that we do want to see for any of the teams in NACT, but the dominant performance of BTK, they're really showing that they have switched up their strategy from their 2 losses yesterday against A77. I think this is a good statement for all the BTK fans out there.
Verify. I mean, at this point, BTK are doing the same thing they did last game. They're just choking out LEGACi. Just clasping around them and slowly they're just strangling them out from their gold, from their jungle, from objectives, just pushing in more and more until there's nowhere left for LEGACi to move.
Yeah, and it's honestly due to the fact that BTK has so much in their winning lanes, right? The carry winning out on the bot side by himself. Milo also doing so well, and you could even see Mobazane here dominating in the jungle performance by himself.
God, the 1v1 then turns into a 1v2. Mobazane still comes out on top. The gold lead is escaping them. BTK at 10k.
Yeah, the 10k is just very, very hard to deal with, and we haven't really seen a 10k gold lead 7 minutes in. Just shows you the difference between these two teams. BTK definitely in style, definitely not rusty at all. They are looking to perform and looking to go ahead deep in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like LEGACi win for the Fredrin band. I almost feel like maybe Barats was the bigger problem. PDR going to get pushed back and taken out. Decimation from Nicolette. Nice, I'm offended. Locks on to Ken. Ken taken out next. Nicolette picking up another one.
Oh!
Swan Song comes in with the flicker, though, but it doesn't matter. Mobazane and Basic take him out so fast. There's no time for the ult to stand.
Yeah, but the GOAT has fallen here. It's a 3-for-1 trade for the GOAT. BTK still on top. We're looking at about 11k gold lead, 8 minutes in. It smells a lot of trouble for the side of LEGACi. But for the side of LEGACi, they still have the potential to come back in this game, right? We saw the Swan Song making a significant impact in almost every single team fight. And paired with the Natan, which has quite a bit of gold, he's built up the Feather and also the Corrosions, the Calamity. So he's definitely there in play. But BTK still has a substantial gold lead. It's very, very hard to deal with the team fight there. Maybe potentially try to pick off 1 or 2 members. But if it's going to be Milo in the front, dude, there's no way that GOAT is going to die here.
4,000 gold lead between Mobazane and Riles right now. 5 levels ahead. Mobazane is the big dino on the block right now. At this point, BTK is going to do the same thing they did last game. Just keep on coming in a bit more. Go for this next Lord. They let the bottom lane push back a little bit. makes it a little bit harder for LEGACi to try to come in from that angle. I mean, BTK feels good right now, and it doesn't feel like there's much of an answer for LEGACi.
Yeah, and Zayn 7-0-5. Once again, a perfect game for him on this Barats. It's very hard to shut Zayn down when he gets the heroes that he wants, and Barats has definitely been a high priority of BTK. First picked both of those matches, definitely telling a story that they're not scared to just let Zayn pick the best blind pick hero and have the whole entire team kind of build off of it. And look at the supporting cast. Nicolette 3-0-7 also doing quite well. The members are all onto the top side. Is BTK gonna clash with the advantage that they have?
Tona's welcome. Not able to land onto anybody, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though, able to unload onto several members. Nicolette goes down. Koya Nash with the shutdown and the double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward as Nash falls. It's 3 for 2. Just when LEGACi had a shot, they lose it.
Yeah, I thought for a second the Swansong was going to deal a lot more damage, but the members of BTK having a lot of sustain. And look at the 3 members that are alive. Those are 3 tanky boys, and I just don't know if there's any response coming out from LG to be able to deal with the tankiness coming out, because look at them. They're just tanking the towers at mid lane and taking whatever they want.
They're just under tower, taking all the shots to the face. It's going to be a while until Jolie really outputs the damage they need. And Koya Ken going to get stomped on, walked on. Milo looking for the kill, unable to get it though. BTK, literally, it's their 3 bulky members just standing in the mid lane. Lord coming soon.
Yeah, they don't have a response for the tankiness of BTK. Fight.
Ooh, Ken pulled in and Basic shreds him down with a speedy light wheel. Riles gonna be next to fall, a double kill for Basic. They're gonna move back in. Milo able to pick up Nash, and now they're on to the base. They've got 1 wave, but it should be all they need. Nicolette doesn't care about the base. She's going for kills, going for KDA, and BTK takes game number 2.
Another strong showing, Trex, for BTK here, taking game 2 of our second series, a 2-0 clean sweep. The overall score is 23-5, and I think they took care of business quite in a fashion there. 23-5-47 is going to be the overall KDA of the Bloodthirsty Kings. And of course, this match is going to be led by Zayn with a perfect score. We don't have the scores on the board, but honestly, BTK drafted well, prioritize Zayn on the heroes that he wants, and the whole entire team came together, played a perfect game against LEGACi, and I want to see them push this momentum onto their next match.
Most definitely. I mean, just a very clean two games from BTK, just showing dominance over LEGACi. They had a rough day yesterday, but today they came in very well polished. I feel like every member on the team executed their job to perfection.
And definitely they need to be executing their job into perfection, because unfortunately they did lose out on day 1, but this time around they're able to come back, pushing LEGACi on to the bottom side of the bracket. And if you take a look at the team statistics, it definitely shows a one-sided match for the side of LEGACi. They're just unable to find any kills and bounce back, versus BTK winning at all lanes. We saw Milo dominating in the XP position against PDR like it was no other. And we also saw Basic able to grab up a few solo kills from both of the games going up against Jolie. So honestly, BTK winning out on all the lanes. I think LEGACi has some homework to do to be able to stand against the Kings of the Kings, Zeke.
I'll tell you what, man. BTK, they showed up, they showed out, dude. Exactly what they needed to be doing. Again, you guys said it well. They played a little bit rough yesterday, but sure enough, they came in looking sharp today, and dangerous they were.
Very dangerous indeed. I think overall, just, you mentioned it, UA, they lost out on day 1, but they came in very clean, able to get a 2-0 sweep, which is something BTK needs if they want to try to hold a high standing by the end of season.
Yeah. You know, this might project a fluke on the day 1. It could be the synergy difference. And of course, we've seen a lot of teams kind of bounce around, especially early on in the season. We would think, hey man, the standings of the first week, that means something. But honestly, it doesn't. these teams, everyone can kind of beat each other, and sometimes it just takes a few losses to be able to bounce back. And I think BTK definitely is one of those teams that have the ability to bounce back after any losses.
I agree 100%. BTK has been known to, I don't want to say play the field, but you know, they've taken their losses, but they've definitely taken their wins, and they've managed to do a fantastic job in seasons to pass to effectively make their way to, you know, a lot of the times the grand finals. So with that being said, you know, could this be something that we're seeing? Are they just working themselves up? Maybe they didn't take the first day super seriously. Maybe it was a fluke, but it does go without saying that they did lose it. So they are going to have to put in a little bit more work for them to find themselves in that good standing. So today's wins 2-0, absolutely fantastic for them.
You know, I do have to say this. I don't want to take anything away from Area 77, because if there's one thing I know about BTK, if there's one thing I know about Mr. Mike Koskin, Mobazane himself, he doesn't like losing. I think it's the same thing with Basic, same thing with a lot of those players, and I think they were definitely giving it their all yesterday. And Area 77 got that win, you know, just out of pure grit. I think today BTK was a better team. They came in stronger, and I think LEGACi definitely had some rough moments from draft to gameplay. And speaking of LEGACi, this is a hard punch, right? All day we've been stressing about the importance of at least getting one game in these best of threes, at least putting a point on the board. And now they've lost 2 games, and they're sitting still at 0 points.
But I do think LEGACi has a few moments that they do shine well. The Grok coming out to play wasn't a strong showing in the XP lane, but sometimes the rotations coming out from PDR, the impact that he has was actually quite a strong showing. Like, I think there's definitely a lot of hope for LEGACi to kind of build around and adjust. And especially since it's early on in the season, they have a lot of adjustments to do. And once again, you're facing against the Kings of the Kings. These guys have won quite a bit, and with the leadership of Mobazane, it's going to be a tough matchup. But I don't want to count LEGACi out just yet. I feel like the season is quite long, and I think they have a lot of work to prepare for. But I don't think it's completely impossible for them to turn this new leaf and get the lead back into their favor.
I think that was very well said. And, you know, I think the big thing that, again, we do have to take into account is LEGACi is a little bit newer. But with that being said, I think that their potential for growth, immediate growth, is a lot higher than some of these other teams that they've been going up against, because again, they are more experienced. Does that mean that they have a larger skill gap between them? No, but when you're talking about when this team gets that synergy going and gets that practice that really helps open up things for them, they're going to continue on a week-to-week basis to become more lethal. So every match that they go into, we can expect to see a stronger LEGACi. You know, we saw PDR trying to set up for some really good plays. You know, we just have to find that team there.
Yeah, I think all of them, it's the common mistakes that you see sometimes from certain teams. It's, you know, you go in one at a time, you look for those big plays, and then the rest of your team isn't there to quite follow up on the Grok PDR. There's a few times he got 3-man wild charges, but it was a little too late, you know, a little bit not at the right time. So LEGACi, I think they have some opportunity, but maybe don't get a little too crazy, kind of tighten things up, and definitely some possibilities for them. I mean, it is a slightly shorter season, so like time is of the essence, right? It's not a double round robin like a lot of MPLs. It's a single round robin. You only got 7 games, you know, 7 series. You're not going to get to play every single team again. So once you lose to a team, you lose your shot at getting get-backs until you see them in playoffs. So it still is important for LEGACi. They're going to have to learn quick, right? They're going to have to evolve fast if they want to compete in NACT.
And BTK is a extremely strong team. We can see the showings of the lanes. Milo pretty much just dominating in that split push area. It's not even like the XP lane itself. It's how he's putting himself in the role of BTK for them to win, right? He's split pushing constantly. The Benedetta, the Uranus, both are extremely strong at that perspective. And, you know, making sure that he is winning in the XP lane. And Basic also did not let loose of the gas pedal. He was just dominating in that gold lane, losing the tower, but gaining kills left and right by himself. And that is extremely hard to deal with, especially when you're talking about the best of the best players in this NACT. They've dominated in their lanes and against majority of the players out there. but unfortunately LEGACi did fall short to the Kings, and I feel like, man, this time around the Kings definitely is burning a lot of fuel to get themselves back into a good standing.
Again, I agree. BTK, they showed up today, they showed out. But without further ado, let's get into this MVP spot. Trex, you want to take us through it?
Yeah, I think something important too that we kind of missed out last time is this is going to be MVP of overall series, the MVP that we show at the end. Last time I was a little confused. I thought it was just of the game, but every time we show the MVP at the end of the series, it's who did the best overall, and Mobazane definitely had a very strong performance in the last game. We can see some of these highlights, Yue.
Yeah, the highlights coming through. Zane, of course, being the dinosaur himself, just dominating everywhere. It doesn't really show the full entire game here, but Mobazane definitely picking up a lot of kills. And take a look at that, the CC coming through. He's able to get that solo pick off of the Daytona's welcoming and further pushing their team into that lead. And the Zane second skill on this Barat is so good. He's able to displace so many different members and zoning out in plenty of different opportunities. Completely well-deserved. 7-0 and 9 is his KDA, and honestly, he's done so well in the last few games.
I think even in the very beginning, getting that early, remember he got the early level 4 by stealing the camp.
So
immediately
fast.
goes to mid lane. I mean, yeah, quick level 4. Immediately moves to mid lane and gets that Atona's welcome, and it was just vicious, Zeke.
Yeah.
So I do think that it goes without saying, you know, Baratz has been absolutely monstrous across the season, even in a lot of less experienced junglers' hands. So with that being said, you know, letting somebody at the skill level, you know, somebody who's considered to be, you know, at that pinnacle like Mobazane, getting a hero like that, you already know that it's going to be dangerous. So I wonder if that's going to be a cautionary tale to come. Will some of these other teams that come up in this tournament have to be more weary of him on some of these different type of utility heroes? I think the answer is yes.
I mean, it's definitely a possible yes. I think, yes, there are players that master heroes to an extent where even though they're never on the banning panel, they will get banned. Like, you take a look at Venus, you know, back in his prime days, like Estes, nobody's banning Estes. When you go up against Blacklist, you ban the Estes, right? So, yes, there is that possibility, but we still have to see BTK go up against some other teams, right? They did still take a loss day 1 to Area 77. Do I think when they go up against GG, are they going to ban the Barats? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they will, just to kind of be a thorn in Zane's side. But I don't know exactly. We still don't have enough data to be like, is this all or nothing for Mobazane? Like, do we always ban Fred and Barats against Mobazane? I think that story still has to be told.
And I also do think BTK has the strategy already. Like, they're prepared that, hey, the Fredrin is not going to be available. The Barats, most of the time, is not going to be available. And if they don't pick it up early on, they're going to lose out on that pick. And I think BTK already understands that strategy. They're not giving any heroes away. Like, they're taking the Barats as soon as possible. They're getting Zane on his favorite heroes as soon as he can to be able to deliver the performance. And we're not talking about last picking for Zane. It's a first pick for him, and he dominates the lane. That's extremely hard to do, especially when there's so many heroes, so many counter matchups, so many slows. Zane is just pretty much brute forcing it through with his favorite hero and dominating the game.
Well said. Again, we see Zane as just one of those jungles who just, it seems like on any real hero, you know, in any real matchup, he's just somebody who's very capable of getting in and doing what he has to do and being one of the best players on the map at doing it. So with that, all due respect. Trex, how do you feel about LEGACi's performances in the end? What do you feel like they could have done a little bit towards the end to try to clean up?
Well, before I go on too far, I'm pretty sure we got to go to a break real fast so we can all get ready for the next series ahead. I know you wanted to keep talking, Zeke, but it's time to take a break.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back. I hope you guys didn't enjoy your break too much and get a little bit of sleep because we still got a couple games, exciting games to get into. So keep your eyelids open and let's get moving. This next matchup is going to be BloodHounds versus TheNightHorde. Trex, how you feeling about it?
This is a game that was a toss-up for me. I did some predictions early on in the week, and this was like my cop-out game. This is the game that I didn't want to choose because for me it was a very hard choice. So I think this could be one of the closest matches of the day.
And, you know, BloodHounds has shown a pretty strong standing throughout every single NACT, placing them, you know, high ups, especially near the 4-5 position, pretty much contending for the top 4. And also NightHorde has shown a very strong standing before with their new with their old roster, and now with a complete different one. NightHorde is definitely a team to watch out for. We don't know how they do against any of these top teams, and to stand against a very experienced lineup for BloodHounds, it's definitely going to be quite tough for NightHorde to maybe find the momentum in the series.
Absolutely. I do think in terms of experience, I do think that, you know, the ease of it might come a little bit more naturally to the BloodHounds. But again, at the same time, the NightHorde has been extremely potent within the community. They've been making a lot of big moves and doing a whole lot of different like small tournaments, etc., to try to bring themselves up to the level. And I think I like what I see up to this point. I right along with Trex, this is one of those matchups where I said, you know, it really could go either way.
I mean, these are both of these orgs or both of these teams, whatever you want to call them. Yes, they don't have big sponsorships, so maybe they're not orgs yet, but at this point, they are kind of the new age names of NA, right? We know the BTKs, we know the Gosus. I know the name has changed a few times, but GG, the players are all still kind of household names for NACT. BloodHounds and NightHorde are two teams that have definitely had a journey over the past year and a half, right? They used to be top 32 teams, top 64 teams, moved their way up, became top 16 teams, finally break into NACT top 8 in the past few seasons, and kind of sat towards more of the bottom, and they've been inching their way up. So seeing these two teams clash, kind of for who really belongs as the number 4 slot, who really belongs as the number 3 slot, which one of us can kind of maybe even break it to a grand finals before the other one, because that's a story to tell, right? Seeing NightHorde or BloodHounds possibly make it to grand finals could be something very insane for NACT.
Yeah, and BloodHounds' roster has been pretty much set in stone for quite a long time. Their players have been on the same team, and that's why BloodHounds, for me, is proven to be one of those top 4 teams. You have Bokorosco leading as the captain, the mage, and pretty much the man of himself, Ooga Booga Powerless, as you guys know him, especially with all the different heroes that he plays. Also has been a strong performer on the BloodHounds. Sleeps and Templess follows along with Ramsey, aka Bossy. Shoutouts to you. But BloodHounds, the roster that they have is just so consistent, and I feel like this could be the season, Trex, that they take care of business and, you know, push themselves into that contending spots that DA, GG, and BTK have always been in.
So I think for me, I'm looking at the lineup, and I just can't get over how potent it is on the side of BloodHounds. You know, we see Boka, we see Templess, we say Ooga Booga, you know, and friends. But this team, it's just across the board, just such strong North American players. Like, I just know it couldn't be me. It couldn't be me going up against these guys. I'd probably just get into the game and just quit it, you know?
I mean, there's one thing that I have to point out. If any team has the best hair, it is definitely Bokorosco's team, BloodHounds. I mean, those guys got style right there. We got the frosted tips. We got the long, luxurious hair. We got Bokorosco with the ponytail going on right now. It is vibes on BloodHounds, Zeke.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's get into this other roster. UA?
Yes, we do have NightHorde coming through. Sayori on the middle of the map, the mage player for their team. Momi and our foe, and also Nikoko, a new player on the NightHorde that is coming through for this game. Nikoko, I actually have a personal played with him personally myself, and he's actually an extremely strong and talented multiplayer. So seeing him on this roster is going to be quite interesting. And the members of NightHorde, this is a brand new roster. We haven't seen these guys on NightHorde from the last season. So again, this is kind of like the Fiend situation where they have to play against a renowned team like BloodHounds, and it's very exciting to see what type of plays these players are going to have to do in order for them to prevail in this series, Zeke.
Absolutely, you said it right. And oh my foe, you know, oh my, he's again just one of those explosive characters within the North American scene that I'm kind of wondering to see some big plays from him. You know, he's one of those names that does stick out a little bit more because he has been a little bit more consistent within NightHorde. So I'm kind of wondering if it's going to be his expertise that helps lead this team into a potential win tonight. Trex?
I mean, there's definitely a lot for NightHorde here. Yes, the roster's a little different than last season, but still it's some powerful players. Definitely a pretty strong up-and-coming team. And I think what Yue said earlier is with BloodHounds, you have the synergy, right? You have a team that has been together for a long time. I think the problems that I see with BloodHounds is sometimes they get a little bit too loose. Sometimes they get a little bit too, I think their heads get a little bit ahead of their feet, right? Especially when it comes to drafts, when it comes to, you know, what are we prioritizing? What are we doing in the game? And I think BloodHounds, the best thing for them is just to keep it simple, right? Keep it to the basics, keep it meta, don't get too crazy, and just play a tight game. And if they can do that, their synergy should carry them to victory.
And I do think the meta this time around for BloodHounds actually works quite well, right? Easy Peasy has been such a strong fighter in the jungle and also very utility based, right? He has the Explore, he has the Martis, and now paired with some of the new metas like the Barat and also the Boxia, it's a very, very strong meta for the side of NightHordes. And even with Voka Roscoe on the mid side, he's able to use these long range mages like the Vexana and the Faramis and also the Navaria, which he's been super pro efficient on. I do think BloodHounds has a slight advantage in terms of the meta, but not taking anything away from NightHorde. Those players are extremely strong. I've seen them perform in previous tournaments. They actually did win in one of the smaller tournaments during January. So a very, very strong performing team. Excited to see how these two guys play out.
Again, two giants sleeping on the hill, but one of them's got to wake up. So who do we think's going to take the lead? Let's get straight into these predictions.
I think it's definitely a toss-up. I think this could be the first time things are split, and there it is. It's 3 votes to 3 votes. For me, I did end up taking NightHorde here. I think BloodHounds have the potential to pull it off, but after the loss yesterday, after some of those early season problems, I think NightHorde is going to feel good about this game.
I do think BloodHounds stand a little bit above NightHorde just because that these guys, they've stuck it together through the thicks and thins. So I do think in terms of experience, BloodHounds is going to win, but NightHorde is definitely going to put up a very strong fight, Zeke.
So for me, again, I was super split on this one. Honestly, if it were up to me, my little color would be purple, right? Because I don't know which team I really want to win, and I don't think it really comes down to what I want to win. For me, BH has the experience to make things happen, but at the same time, NightHorde, again, has just been making so many waves and ripples within the community that I think that we just can't ignore that. So I think in terms of who's a little bit more fresh cut right now, I think that NightHorde is going to have the youth and the fresh faces enough to bring the heat.
I like it. And what makes this game interesting again is, and it's been this way so far for all 3 matches tonight, is it's either the 2 teams that won yesterday against each other, 2 teams that lost against each other, and once again now we have 2 teams that got swept yesterday going against each other, and then the final series of the night is 2 teams that won again. So no matter what, there is some mix-up happening on the board tonight. Someone's got to get a dub, someone's got to get some points on the board here, and someone might get a point. If it follows what happened last time, maybe another team stays at 0.
Yeah, and we could stress a little bit more about the point system. If you guys do win a match, you do get the point. So even if you are going to lose the whole series, winning a match is going to be quite big here. We already know that For the side of LEGACi, they are going to be on the bottom so far with 0 wins. So it's going to be determined if BloodHounds or the side of NightHorde can get a point here in order for them to be a little bit higher in the standings. Zeke.
So, all that information aside, it's time to quit guessing and let's get right into it.
I like it. A beautiful send-off from Zeke there. BloodHounds up against NightHorde. BloodHounds will be on the blue side. Or no, NightHorde will be on the blue side. BloodHounds will have second pick. Excited to see how it goes.
The bans are on the table already. The Arlott and the Vexana gets taken out for the side of BloodHounds. Nefarious, which Boca has been playing quite a bit, along with the Matilda, gets taken out from the BloodHounds side. Now, what's interesting is that BloodHounds, they have Ooga Booga on this roam, and he traditionally does not play a lot of the meta. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of bans like the Tigreal and the Minotaur, because he might just pull out the Hylos once again for the show. Now, for the side of NightHorde, though, a lot of these players are quite standard. And, you know, I just want to point out that Nikoko, this raw element, we have not seen him play NACT, and we don't really know what this player does. So I think that is going to be an element of surprise that NightHorde has in their pockets to be able to switch up the matchup, especially going against a renowned team like BloodHounds.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I think if there's going to be a time tonight when we see some spicy picks, this could definitely be the series. It's but the problem is it's something I don't want to see from BloodHounds, because that is where I think they fall off sometimes. And yes, they can get the win here and there with it, but I think, as I was saying before this whole series started, is I want to see BloodHounds keep it simple, man. I want to see them just pick what normal, strong teams pick. Don't get too crazy, at least not this early in the season.
Well, this is an interesting first pick coming out from Nikoko, a deny pick going out against Easy Peasy. But on the side of BloodHounds, we actually don't see Easy Peasy in the jungle this time around. I think Ramsey is the one, and Tempest actually is going to be opting in for the game. I know Tempest is going to be the XP laner. I'm assuming Ramsey here is going to be in that jungle position. So taking the Xborg, I'm not sure if that's exactly the best pick, but the Guinevere gets to come out and play. And this is a hero that we've seen quite often before, but it seems like she has faded away with a lot of the patches recently.
Yeah, some of her range got reduced for her first skill. But still, do I think she's completely unviable? No, I think there's still some possibilities here. I think it still works very well when it comes down to certain neutral objectives. One of the major problems with Gwynny, though, is like once you dive in, once we get into late game, that Violent Requiem is like a death sentence, man. You jump in and there's no getting out. You're going to get shredded down by enemy marksmen. So unless you're catching the big damage dealers of NightHorde, it could become a problem in mid to late game.
Now, I just want to point out that this is going to be the first Novaria that we've seen in today's series. And Novaria has been a hot ban recently, along with the Vexana. So this time around, Boca has been placed onto this hero. Novaria is one of those heroes that can kind of control the flow of the team fight, right? One ultimate is a disengage from the whole entire team. The second skill paired up with Ice Queen Wand can provide a lot of the slow, and it depends on what kind of build Boca chooses to go. He can opt to go for that high burst, or he could choose to go for more of a utility. Now, the response from NightHorde, the Lilia gets picked up, and we've seen this hero do quite the damage, but unfortunately, I feel like today, we haven't seen a lot of success from that purple mage.
Sure, for sure. Now with the second phase of bans, the Claude, the Martis, does BloodHounds just go full into the gold lane here? Maybe take out the Brody or the Bruno, one of those two options. Harriet's become this super hot pick today, so, you know, at this point, it's like you never know in the gold lane, and I feel like the gold lane is kind of hard to ban into right now. Like, yes, the Claude and the carry seem to be the defined meta currently, but also so much of it is just trade-offs, so much of it is just mechanics. Any gold laner a lot of gold laners can be very viable right now.
Yeah, the Brody is available, the Natan is also available there. There's a lot of different heroes that NightHorde can kind of opt into, but it is going to be BloodHounds' turn as NightHorde bans out the Yuzong, taking away an XP laner. right? So BloodHounds, a little bit sliver on the options here. They have to deal with the X-Borg, and I do think one of the heroes that Mr. Milo was playing on the last game might be a good option. The Uranus could come out to play, but I'm not exactly sure if that's going to be BloodHounds' strategy this time around.
I mean, you never know, man. Milo made it look like a very good hero. He made it work very well. But also the fact that they last picked it when there, like you said, there wasn't a lot of CC, did make it viable. In the current looks of things, depending on what NightHorde picks, it could be a possible good pick for BloodHounds. EXP is another lane where lots of things can work, I feel like, right now. Yes, there are some that are better than others, but there goes the Paquito. My question is still, is this Gwenny going to be jungle? Is it going to be roam? Is this Paquito going to flex in a jungle? A lot of possibilities for the side of BloodHounds here.
Now, a second Wrath appearance coming out for today. This has not been a very traditional roam hero, especially with the new metas of the Minotaur and also the Chigro. Just feels like the Wrath just doesn't have that capability of checking out a lot of bushes. But the synergy paired up with the X-Borg and Barats, the movement speed that the Raphael gives is going to be immense in a lot of these team fights of re-engaging and making sure that they can capitalize on a lot of the mistakes that BloodHound makes. Now, the Paquito is quite interesting, just like you're saying here. The Paquito and the Guinevere can both be flexed onto multiple positions, so BloodHound's not showing a lot of their cards so far.
I mean, NightHorde right now is just a ball of death, right? It's like you already know all 5 of these heroes. Nobody's going way ahead, really, unless you see a Last Insanity or something. Everyone's going to be grouped up. Raph is just going to be moving with them, and it's just going to be advanced forward. Why check a bush when all of us are going to jump into the bush together? You know, like, they don't need... That's pretty much what the plan is going to be here. You've got tons of sustainability. You have some of the damage. It's very kind of, you know, like Blacklist-esque here, old school, Ube, let's group together. Now, BloodHounds, on the other hand, I think at that point, do they pick something? They have some movement speed. They can kind of take angles a bit more here. And here comes the Kaja. I'm not against it. Kaja hasn't been like the most viable pick, but he's going to have to be careful coming in because there's definitely a lot of threats.
I would have liked that BloodHounds picked up a stronger front line, right? Right now, so far, there's not many members of NightHorde that can get onto Boca on this Novaria. And typically, when it comes down to this situation, Novaria is going to go unchecked the whole entire game. Even at a losing game, he's going to be like 3-0 and something, right? But the Kaja coming out in play means that BloodHounds is looking for a lot of pickoffs, and paired up with Sleeps can be quite the dangerous situation, but it does not provide the front line that I think BloodHounds is looking for. The pack in the front, it's not going to be possible. He's building a lot of physical damage, and the Guinevere, yes, there's the Violet Requiem to be able to go in, but it is still not a one-size-fits-all solution to deal with the front line, the sustain, the mobility of the Raphael paired with the Barats and the X-Borg.
I feel like something like the Minotaur, the Grok, something that maybe also could have hit NightHorde when they're very grouped up around this Raphaela. You know, something CC to stop the heals from coming for a time being. I think that could have been a great answer, but they do have pressure, right? If BloodHounds, once the level 4 spike comes for the Paquito and the Kaja and the Guinevere, if they can get some kills, if, you know, I mean, because Paquito packs a punch, man. Guinevere hits pretty hard in the laning phase. And then, you, like you said, you have the carry, you have a lot of these things. So if they can execute it well, it could be huge for them. But only time will tell as we're about to jump into the land of Dawn. This is BloodHounds up against NightHorde, game number 1.
Yeah, is it going to be the newfound team NightHorde coming through with a brand new roster? Or is it going to be the veterans of BloodHounds, where they have taken a lot, especially with the team of Sleeps, Boca, Tempest? We've seen all these people paired up with Uga, Booga, and Ramsey. It's going to be a tough showing from both of these teams. Already, a lot of aggression onto the mid sides, but both mids are quite low here.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of options here. Like I said, I feel like BloodHounds need to know their time to shine and when not to, right? And I think once they hit level 4, once Kaja gets level 4, once Ramses on this Paquito gets the ultimate and gets the knockout strike in, that's going to be an important time for BloodHounds to look for plays around the map. Ramses is going to need to rotate. You know, right after this first turtle, if they can secure it, they need to hit hard.
And Arlott with the focusing of Assassin, trying to maybe single out the Xborg, is it Xborg? There's no Arlott here, so a little bit of a image.
This is last game. This is
yeah, this is the last game. But what's interesting is that we got Tempest in the jungle this time around, and Ramsey on the side lane. Take a look at some of the spells. I do think the Purify might be a little bit overkill, especially when Guinevere is going to be the only one that's available. So I do think BloodHounds have the ability to capitalize on the amount of Purifies that NightHorde has, because they can't Purify the Kaja, right? So a Flicker Conceal is almost guaranteed to hit onto that Bruno, but maybe they're just betting on the counter engagement and the sustain of the Purifies and the Ube strategy that NightHorde has set up in the draft.
Now look at Tempest's positioning here. He is alone right now. Needs to be careful. Ooga Booga does not have level 4 just yet. Tempest able to dash away. Out comes the last Insanity. Nico using it more as a zoning mechanism. Ramses looking for an angle as well, but oh my foe able to get it. Paired up with a Daytona's Welcome. That's a kill and a turtle over to the side of NightHorde.
There's a clean turtle coming out from NightHorde, but it feels like Ooga Booga was a little bit just not letting go of that objective. The retribution is not available there, so I don't think Ooga Booga had to die. It's a buy one get one free show for NightHorde so far. 1 kill and a turtle on the board, pushing them almost at a 1k lead, Trex.
I mean, and Ramses is doing a good job in the XP, zoning out Nikoko right now. So well played by him overall, but still, we need to see. I think what's going to be crucial for BloodHounds, I said it once, I'm going to say it again, is him getting involved, him rotating around the map, not kind of hanging out in the XP lane too much, maybe clearing wave and looking for plays elsewhere.
Yeah, and they definitely have to look for some plays. You could already see Ooga Booga positioning himself onto the top side. Now, do I think that a flicker grab is going to be able to kill R by himself? I don't think so, especially in this early game situation. But as time goes back, as time scales into that late game, I think BloodHounds have a significant advantage, especially with the Kaja and Carry paired up together.
A lot of possibilities. Looks like all 4 members of BloodHounds up in the top side here.
Yep.
Deciding not to go for a play just yet. Momo's on to him as well. Still kind of a slow game. It's 1-0, but NightHorde do have a nice lead. A big knock-up on a Momo, and they get the kill. Tempest able to just get away here. Oh my foe looking for a target. Not able to lock on to Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga will be able to get away just in time.
Yeah, but we did get to see the Purify coming out to play a little bit. Even with the grab coming out from Kaja, the Purify was still able to negate the knockup coming out from Guinevere. So this Gwen, if he chooses to build tank, I think that's going to be the best advantage that BloodHounds can get. Use that tank ability to knock up players and just get a lot of that Purify off the board. Now Ramsey did pop the flicker, so one utility wasted before the objective comes up. NightHorde has done super well in terms of the objective focus, but BloodHounds.
Double knockup from Tempest. Does not use the Violent Requiem though. Ramsey also looking for the engage. Turtle getting low. Will go over to Oh My Foe, and now he's going to move on to Ramsey. Bocarasco trying to get a little bit of poke, but Ramsey should fall here. Nikoko able to get the kill. Tempest now in a bad spot as well. Getting followed by Nikoko. Nikoko pops Violent Requiem, but it's not going to be enough. Sayori able to get the kill.
And I'm starting to see a pattern here for the side of BloodHounds. Even when they aren't able to get a very clear 50-50, they're still kind of forcing their members to try and get the objectives, which I do think that's going to kind of hurt them in the long run, right? They've dropped kills along with objectives already on the last 2 neutrals. And if they continue this up, I can see that when the Lord does come up, they're going to be losing members left and right, and NightHorde here in a great position.
Yeah, Tempest in trouble once again. NightHorde giving BloodHounds the treatment right now. Not giving him any space to breathe. A nice stun on to sleep. Bocarasco trying to poke with the meteors, but the damage isn't there yet. BloodHounds denied of their own jungle.
Yeah, and NightHorde is still holding strong to a lot of the utilities that they have. The Purifies, all three are available. And that's going to smell a lot of trouble for the Guinevere, but I do think the rest of the team of BloodHounds have to try and keep it up, right? They have to try and pop the Purifies before it gets used, but it's quite hard as NightHorde is forcing the objectives down the throat of the side of BloodHounds.
And I mean, the poke just doesn't matter from Bocarasco right now, right? Because they get the heal. Ooh, Holy Baptism. Ooga Booga goes down. R looking for the matchup here. Sleep's in a little bit of trouble. They're going to go under the tower. Momo takes a tower shot, trades it off with R, and Sleep should be able to go back to base safely. But down on the boss side, a little bit of action on to Ramsey. Oh, my foe decides to back off.
Yeah, it's a good disengagement. I don't think NightHorde has to bite off more than they could chew. It's a 5-1 lead, 4K gold lead for the side of NightHordes. The Dragons have come and has been birthed into this game, and they're definitely leading with a lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k gold deficit, and this is the exact... Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill onto Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets to the Tono's welcome. Lands it down. Ooga Booga takes a lot of damage. Tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last Insanity gets the kill.
Oh my.
And now a clash in the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. It's a bloodbath right now. Tempest falls next. Sleeps as well. Nothing but Bocarasco left. It's a 3-for-4 trade into the hands of NightHorde.
And I thought for a second that BloodHounds have learned their lesson. They were able to grab up a member of NightHorde before the objective goes down, giving them a 1-0. Of course, losing the objective, but they were winning in that team fight. But they ended up losing 4 members for a trade for 3. NightHorde's in the lead now with all the neutral objectives and the towers, pushing them at a 5k gold lead early on, 7 minutes in.
NightHorde feeling good right now, man. They're just able to withstand this as much as they want. Ooga Booga doesn't go. He doesn't have the flicker, so he can't do anything too crazy here. BloodHound's just trying to defend and staunch the bleeding.
And it's just really hard for the side of BloodHounds, especially without the front line tank, right? The Kaja with the Divine Judgment is quite good paired up with the carry, but they just don't have that front line sustain ability to kind of just zone out members away. But the knockup coming through, but no engage on Nikoko. The Raga armor is just a little bit too good, but Ooga Booga.
Yeah, I mean, it's another target that Tempest can't even go for, because even if you get the Violent Requiem, the Frog armor just lets you bounce away after, right? So, BloodHounds, it's a lot of tough angles, and it's a lot of things to think about every time they engage and who they go for, and if they don't get the perfect setup, like the perfect targets, pretty much the fight has to not happen for them.
And it's hard because Boca is on the backside trying to snipe a lot of the members from NightHorde, but it doesn't seem like the impact is there yet. The side of BloodHounds just lacking in terms of that significant front line, and they're just struggling, right? Boca is unable to get a few snipes that he's looking for this whole entire game. He is still 0-0-3. The members of NightHorde still cannot touch the Novaria, but if the impact is not there, the damage is not available, and BloodHound is just losing on a lot of these fights, it's gonna smell a lot of trouble, and it's gonna be quite tough here.
Yeah, Tempest needs a big steal here. The knockup does land down. NightHorde have taken control of the top side of the pit. Ooga Booga flickers in, gets suppression on into Nakoko. Bocarasco going to pop out onto that Fraga armor, but oh my foe, gonna get caught up here. Violent Requiem tossed up, knocked up, and taken out. Tempest able to bounce back. NightHorde still controlling the pit, but BloodHounds might need to try to make a play here. They have some time, no retreat on the field for NightHorde.
And it's quite interesting that BloodHounds actually looked like they were going to lose that fight, especially when Ooga Booga did get poked out. But the response coming through with the Violent Requiem sets up the Barats perfectly for that carry to free hit. And BloodHounds, with a little bit of hope, does take out the jungler in that fight, stopping the neutral objective for being taken. But how long do they have for the clock? The Barats coming back into play. 10 minutes in, the gold lead is still significant for the side of NightHorde to play with.
I mean, at this point, NightHorde's like, fine, we don't even need a retry. We're going to go for this. Oh, my foe does finally get in here. Tempest able to get the knock-up on Sayori. Is not able to pressure out the Purify, though. And that's what Tempest keeps looking for. He's like, maybe I can get him to use the Purify. But as long as all those 3 members have it, there's nothing you can really do, man. And this is the problem. Like, everything that BloodHounds brought, NightHorde just denied. And Ramsey able to finally pick up a kill. And hopefully Ramsey can maybe be the saving grace here.
Yeah,
the knockup does land. Hold on. Oh, my foe taking a lot of damage. Does finally go down. Sleep's able to get the kill. The shred from the Speedy Light Wheel just a little bit too much. Lord also going to get melted. Ramsey with the re-engage. And NightHorde finally pushed back a bit.
Yeah, NightHorde finally seemingly losing a little bit of the small fights here and there. The hope coming back to the side of BloodHounds, able to get a small pick off, especially going up against the Barats, right? The Barats doesn't have too much mobility paired up against the Divine Judgment and the Speedy Light Wheels. It's a complete burst for the side of BloodHounds, and now it seems like BloodHounds have the map available. And talking about their spells, we talked about the Purifies not being popped. I think that's actually fine for the side of BloodHounds. I think they have to abuse that they don't have that much CC and use that flicker to get onto the action here.
Put damage onto Sleeps there. Suppression does lock on, and Sayori goes down once again. 1, 3, and 4. When BloodHounds do find their targets, they lock on well. And oh my phone, Sayori are definitely taking the brunt of all of this damage.
Yeah, and I think that's a good strategy. You could tell that the Purify has not been popped on the last 2 deaths of the Sayori. That's why I say abusing the fact that 3 of the members on the side of NightHorde have that Purify and just letting the pack just go wild, right? You're not able to purify the pack. You could flicker and run away, but the Purify is just gonna not do too much against the Paquito burst. And we can see it already in the showing. The gold lead has closed back to a 3K, and BloodHounds right now with a little bit of momentum. Ooga Booga camping on the eye bush, but I don't think there's damage for them to burst any of the members of NightHorde.
Yeah, we're starting to see the problem with the Rafaela, right? Because the only real front line, yes, they have Nikoko, but then it's also Oh My Foe. And anytime Oh My Foe goes in and holds down the front, he's getting knocked up, hit by the Violent Requiem, and then Sleeps is shredding him down. So NightHorde kind of have to recalculate a bit how they engage these fights. They need, I think if Oh My Foe is going to be holding down the front side, the rest of the team needs to be close by. So that if Templess does come in, they can maybe kill Templess before BloodHounds kills Oh My Foe.
And Boca is starting to show that there's really no counter to the Novaria so far, but coming in.
Ooh, suppression does come on to Sayori, but the black shoes pop just in time. Ooga Booga, now the target under NightHorde, but they're unable to succeed, unable to move forward, and NightHorde is just blunted back. It's like the stiff arm in a game of football, man. Every time they try to advance, the meteors come from Boca Roscoe, and the rest comes from, oh, wait a second, a little bit of damage on into Coco. The frag armor is popped. Ramsey makes a couple shots to the face from R. Dashes in, looking for the last one, but unable to connect. Another meteor strikes back, and Ooga Booga finally goes down. But a big knockup on all 4 members from the Lord Templess, able to get a nice spot into the midst of this Lord's Pit, and it's a 50-50, and Boca Roscoe takes it. But Ramsey should go down for this one, make it Templess as well, and Boca Roscoe is the only one left standing.
It's a 4 members for the Lord for the side of BloodHounds. It's a good thing that they did take that Lord, but NightHorde has 5 of the members standing, and I don't think the Novaria has the ability to be able to defend against this.
Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage from R. 5, 0, and 2 on a Bruno.
10 seconds.
Oh, Boca Roscoe gone along with the base. NightHorde take the game.
A 14-minute game performance coming out from NightHorde, taking the victory 14-8. And of course, the side of NightHorde pretty much took this game quite convincingly against the veteran players of BloodHounds. 14-8 and 37 is going to be the overall scoreboard. Some high assists coming across the team. And once again, I just did not feel like the Novaria was having enough time to scale, or the front line of the side of BloodHounds just did not hold up for Novaria to get those snipes in.
Yeah, very well played by NightHorde, even in the moments where maybe there was a chance for BloodHounds to come back. NightHorde keeps it together, they keep it composed, and they continue to get those objectives, they continue to get the wins, and even when they finally lost that one objective, BloodHounds risked a little bit too much, lost too much, and NightHorde cleans up the game before the Lord even comes out.
Yeah, and the Barats has still been a significantly strong showing. The Raphael honestly has done significantly well there too, especially paired up against the Novaria, right? The second skill should be able to kind of purify a lot of the slow mobility that Novaria is producing. And the Raphael, I honestly feel like it was a great counter there. I know it's not been a traditional roam, but to be able to see it back in play, especially paired up with a great front line, has proven to be extremely difficult for any teams to handle.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a problem. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to become a thing that we see a lot, right? Like we saw it from BTK earlier, the same type of composition. Now we're seeing it from NightHorde. It's definitely something that is slowly kind of leaking into the NACT meta. And how common is this going to be? I'm kind of excited for it because it's a composition that we haven't really seen in a while. Like that support, you know, Rafaela, yeah, the Ube, man. You know, to not keep on reusing the same words, but yeah, the Ube strat is back in action in NACT.
Yeah, and you know, the side of NightHorde is definitely using that to their advantage. I do think Barats is going to be the key element here, doing a lot of damage and having a lot of that sustainability, and paired up with the rework on the ultimate, giving him that dash, has proven to be quite a good change for the little dinosaur. But I do think we have a few replays coming up, Trex, so potentially we're going to see that last exciting game in action once again.
Yeah, definitely a couple spicy replays coming in. I'm excited to see how exactly they did it. NightHorde feeling very strong. We're about 7 minutes in right here, and this is where we saw some of the possibilities from the side of BloodHounds. But even though they were able to get pickoffs here and there, they weren't able to get the objective. And then when they did finally get objectives, they weren't able to stay alive. So definitely something lacking.
Definitely something lacking here. You can see Foe getting shut off, and this is where BloodHounds, I felt like they got a very good pick off on the objective, right? For the first time in the last 3 turtles, they were losing out members for the neutral objective, but this time around they had a good team fight, and now the Lord is coming up. I also thought that this was a good fight for BloodHounds, but it just feels like the sustain and the Raphael just slowing and healing the members, just too much sustain for the side of BloodHounds. They end up losing 4 of the members in this team fight. They did get the Lord, but the game was lost in the hands of NightHorde.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the big problems towards the end there was, you know, you mentioned that they couldn't find Bocarasco, but also BloodHounds could not get to R. He just had this wall around him of strong heroes. He had the heal and the movement speed coming from Momo. It was a problem, and once he got to 4-0, 5-0, was really scaling. I mean, he's probably one of the biggest crit heroes, one of the highest just like burst damage marksmen there are. Being able to like 2-shot just about anybody, and it became a major problem.
Yeah, and I do think maybe potentially switching up the matchup could have been a little bit better, like putting the pack up early against the Bruno that only has the Purify, right? Putting him up there, so potentially he has the kill pressure against the Bruno, but this time around the Bruno was able to prevail, got the crits that he needs to be able to just dominate any of the front lines that BloodHounds really did not have, right? When you set up the mages for the long-range mages like the Novaria or even the Lilia, you want to have people in the front to sustain the damage, to hold the people in place. But the only thing that BloodHounds had was the Kaja. The pack was a damage, Paquito. The Guinevere had 3 Purifies waiting for him just for the knockup. Right, so it was really extremely hard for any of the members of BloodHounds to sustain the front line, for Boca Roscoe to be able to cycle through his spells and deal the damage that was necessary for them to be able to win any of those team fights.
I like it. So now coming into game 2, you know, NightHorde looking for the sweep, BloodHounds trying to get the reverse sweep. Like, what's the change up here? I think we both agreed that maybe the Kaja pick would have been a little better with something a bit
utility,
bulky or something, yes, or just something that could maybe get some group CC, you know, an actual tank, right? Not a support tank. Is it the draft? Is it gameplay? Is it a little bit of both? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I definitely feel like the side of BloodHounds, they lacked their traditional strategy where Boca always plays these late game far ranging mages, right? The Sicilian that he has in his pocket, also the Novaria, setting up a good front line to stop the movements of NightHorde should be prioritized. For example, the Fredrin in the jungle has that CC, has that built-in Petrify. You can also build in something like the Lapu Lapu or Yu Zong, where there is a knock-up and stun available there. But the pack, along paired up with the Kaja, just did not provide the front line that the side of BloodHounds was that they were lacking and that they really desperately needed there.
I mean, there was definitely an issue, right? I think when it came to draft. Also, a little bit again, I would like to see a bit more movement from Ramses. I think once he did get involved with the Paquito, we could see the difference in some of those team fights. They had the opportunity to maybe come back, but it was just a little bit too late. I think this time I would like to see him be a bit more proactive. We saw from some other EXP laners in previous games, EXP laners like Milo, EXP laners from other teams, you have to be proactive. EXP lane is so important in the meta right now, especially when it comes to first, second turtle, mid game, being able to tip the scales of these fights and instead of making a 3v3, make it a 4v3, you know, things of that nature.
And I also think that the pickup on the Barats was so great for the side of NightHorde. We've seen the Barats pretty much scale and snowball in majority of these games. I think Barats hasn't really taken a significant loss yet today. I'm not sure about the other days, but the Barats has been such a strong pickup that I do think that the side of BloodHounds, if they're not able to take it, maybe look to ban out that hero. So far, it just doesn't seem like there is a great counter to that. Even if the carry is being picked up against it, it just does not feel like it's a true counter so far. The Barats just has that mobility to just go around the map, farm up every single creep, and nobody can deal a lot of damage early on. So finding something that can respond to the Barats, banning it out or prioritizing it in your lineup, I think could make a difference between the wins and the losses in this series.
I think the ban is definitely a thought. Barats is slowly just inching
dominating.
Towards, like, yeah, I mean, he's dominating, man. His win record, I would love to see stats on all the win records and everything. I'm sure a little later on in the season, even if we don't have him like as a card, some of us casters will figure them out, look him up on Liquipedia and stuff, because he is definitely just dominating right now, no matter what team he's on. And it's something that some teams are going to have to worry about as we move forward. We're starting to see heroes like the Noland and the Joy not really even get banned out or picked as much anymore. So there is room for things like the Barats. There is room to start slotting in different bans, and a lot of teams have just been banning differently than others. We're seeing the Matilda get picked up more. Some teams letting that through. So I think it's definitely a thought that maybe BloodHounds ban that out. Maybe just completely try to make this next game very different than the last one. Not only in their own draft, but forced NightHorde to pick a little bit differently as well.
Yeah, and in order for NightHorde to pick a little bit differently, I think the strategy has to be in place for them. Again, this is the team that has been quite traditional in the sense where they have the same exact players. Their strategy is in place. Boca plays the long-range mage. They have that fighter-style utility jungler. I know Tempest is this time around with the Guinevere, but when they had Easy Peasy, it was always about the Martis, the Exborg, the Fredrin, where it's a lot more utility-based. I do feel like if they kind of go with the strategy of building up that front line for Boca to scale, they might have a better opportunity this time around. And I also think Uga Buga, right? This time around, he decides to go for the meta pick, but we all know he's been quite renowned for something like the Hylos or the Bellaric. Or even the Khalid can come out to play. So I do think there is an element of strategy where they could surprise the opponents, pick up some of their comfort picks, and try to get this game up and going. Because again, if they do not get a point here, they're going to be bumped down very far down the ladder.
See, you want the exact opposite of me, right? Like, I keep saying BloodHounds just stick to the strategy, just pick regular, and you're like, nah, man, bring in that Ooga Booga Khalid, baby. Let's run it. And I mean, yes, it's secure the video, and I guess like at game 2, when you're down, when it's match point, yeah, I could get behind that. I could get behind, yeah, let's just go comfort. Let's just pick up something you guys know you feel good on. That way, at least if you lose, you know, you lose on what you like playing. Definitely a possibility. If they do pick things like that, then it still has to mesh well, right? And, you know, if they're going to put Bocarasco on a late game scaling mage, someone who needs to get golden, needs to kind of power scale up, they need to pick a composition that works around that. And that's where I think they're picking what they like, or they're picking what's good, or they're picking just counters, but I feel like they're not thinking about their own composition as a whole, right? About what is needed to make sure this hero shines, what is needed here to make sure this hero is able to complete its job. So I think they're definitely, and that's kind of always been the problem with BloodHounds, right? It's kind of always been the issue. They're a great team. They have the mechanics. They have the skill to get to top 8, but these are the small things that they need to tighten up if they want to be a top 4, top 3. And NightHorde seems to be a little ahead this year. They have this new roster, and the roster's playing well, man. From micro mechanics to draft to macro, they're doing everything that needs to be done. Now, this is a flash from the past right here. We got the real deal draft screen coming in, and I miss it.
Yeah, the first phase has already gone through. BloodHounds picking up the Faramis, the Tigreal, and also the Claude, going up against the response that NightHorde has. It's going to be the Fredrin, the Arlott, and also the Navaria. So a little bit of a switch up. This time around, Sayori is going to be on that mage, but Boca has been pretty known for the Faramis. But this time, the difference is NightHorde has the CC in the front, right? The Arlott has a lot of stuns and, disabilities to go onto the back line of the side of BloodHounds, and also the Fredrin is going to be very, very hard to deal with. And now paired up with the Minotaur, it's a little bit of an overkill on my perspective. I feel like NightHorde needs a little bit more damage at this point, because if they do end up picking something like the Carry or maybe the Bruno, the Navaria still takes time to scale. The Marksman is going to take time to, get onto whoever the front line is from the side of BloodHounds. And I think BloodHounds have a much more well-rounded comp this time around, especially when you compare to the game on the last time.
Yeah, definitely very well-rounded from BloodHounds, I have to agree. We kind of jumped right in the middle of the draft, so I'm, getting my grips on everything. They get the Claude this time. They have Shred. They have some answers. They also have the Faramis, which is something we know they've liked to pick before. And they have big set potential. I like this much more. I think even if you're losing with this type of draft, you have opportunity. They have, just like last time, just like we've seen before, they have a lot of their boxes checked. They have late game, they have early, they have mid. They have a lot of possibilities here, but the Minotaur could be the wrench to kind of deal, or the problem to deal with that Faramis overall. If NightHorde gets too grouped up and that one big Minoan's Fury comes down, it could be a problem.
Oh man, but we get to see the Levi in action here. This is a great skin. I'm super excited for a lot of these skins. And honestly, the Claude, we also got to rework on the Mech Dragon, so it's going to be quite the fashion show this time around. But take us into the game 2.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn. Nothing fancy here. We're keeping it old school at NACT right now. And I'm excited for it. NightHorde sitting at match point. BloodHounds looking for the comeback.
Yeah, and we're trying to jump into the match, but it seems like we got a small technical difficulties. I do want to talk about the Lapu Lapu that Ramsey is on. I've seen him play this hero quite a bit, and he's been shown to have extreme dominance on that hero. We did see Mikasa yesterday pull out the Lapu Lapu. Huge impact, level 4 on a lot of the objectives. I'm going to be projecting that Mr. Ramsey himself is going to be doing the same thing here in their match point.
All right, here we go. Yue, you take us in this time.
Yeah, so guys, welcome to the Land of Dawn. It's between BloodHounds this time around, up against NightHorde. It is match point for the Dragons here. BloodHounds looking and finding a way to defend against the new team that NightHorde is.
I love it, Yue. Felt good, looks good, sounds good. Here we go, boys. Let's jump on in. Now, any win cons? I know we both, we got acquainted with the draft real quick. Now that you've had some time, what do you think is important for each team here?
Well, for the side of BloodHounds, I think they have to put a lot of pressure onto the carry, right? The Navaria is going to be pushing the lanes, clearing the waves by himself. And you can see they are even pressuring onto this mid side, not letting her hit the wave. So a little bit of deny early on. And I think they're using that advantage that the Minnow does not have a great early game. Now, the damage dealers of NightHorde is very obvious. It's the Navaria, which is a little bit hard to catch without a dive, and also the carry. Right? If they can shut down the carry, especially early on, NightHorde is going to be lacking in a lot of damage. You can see the aggressiveness coming out from BloodHounds. They know they have the advantage. They know they have the clear, and they're able to kind of shove the side of NightHorde away from their minions so early on in this match.
I mean, BloodHounds with the ability to kind of zone and control river, they're going to have the advantage in some of this laning phase, and that is something that NightHorde had last game. And this time, if BloodHounds can kind of scale and get this early game under their control, they do have some big snowball possibilities. If Tempest can get a kill in early on, if Ooga Booga hits this level 4 quickly and they make a big turner, maybe not. Ooga Booga in a little bit of trouble, forced back, and that's going to be one member down for this turtle fight.
Yeah, and Ooga Booga is a little bit greedy on that clear. He decided to use his second skill paired with his first to get that wave clear. But top side, Boca is able to pick up the first blood for the side of BloodHounds. A little bit of a comeback in terms of the momentum, but is Tempest going to be in position for this 50-50?
I mean, now he is, and not only that, they're up a member. Oh my foe, still able to secure it though. Template's gonna maybe look for something here. Momo in a little bit of trouble. Boca looking for the drag back. The Shadow Stampede, but Template isn't there to capitalize. And a nice stun on 3 members, but still not enough damage. A big final slash. Now BloodHounds in trouble. Ramses takes out Momo, but Ramses may fall, gets the bravest fighter. The stun on Oh My Foe, but Oh My Foe picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-1 into the hands of NightHorde.
Yeah, but the gold lead is still quite close. 2 for 2, 3 minutes in. Both could be anyone's game so far. BloodHounds, though, they do have a much better opening this time around compared to the last. It feels like they have a little bit more control in a lot of these team fights. They're able to get that pick off that we were kind of emphasizing in the game 1, right? They were getting picked off after objectives on each of the turtle, but this time around, they're the ones that get that pick off. Now the gold lead is quite close, and Mr. Bossy on the top side with the Lapu taking care of business, getting that advantage all the way on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Ramses, aka Sir Bossy. The Lapu is definitely a signature pick for him. He's comfortable on it. He's feeling good on it, and we're seeing exactly why. Nikoko on the Arlot is just getting bullied right now. Up in the top side, you can see Ramses on the minimap cutting lane, just keeping Nikoko back. You see no minions under that tower.
Yeah, but I do think that the side of NightHorde have a great CC comp for a lot of the big team fights, right? They got 3 of the biggest frontliners. They got the Arlot, the Fredrin, and also the Minone. So that's going to be quite a bit of CC for the side of NightHorde to kind of deal with. But the counter engagement for Ooga Booga, especially early on, has been quite good. He got a 3-man implosion early on, and I could expect the same thing going once again. He has the flicker available. Members are closing in onto the mid side.
Ooh, a lot of damage on it. Oh, snipe shot, locked and loaded. Sayori
Sniper
picking up the kill. You know, last time Sayori was on the Lilia, and I felt like was maybe a little bit too aggressive, kept kind of jumping in and not able to pop the black shoes in time. This time, a long-range mage may be the perfect choice for her. Turtle getting chipped down. Oh My Foe looking for the angle. Can you get the steal once again? Tempest able to get it this time. But a little bit of damage does come down. Ooga Booga with the flicker and push back on to Nikoko, but wait, BloodHounds still falling. Nikoko with the vengeance, picking up Tempest. Ooga Booga goes down. Oh My Foe finds Ramses as well, and NightHorde find the swing, find the tempo. Nikoko with the vengeance under the tower. Does not have the final slash right now. Sayori maybe looking for a snipe shot here. Does not land onto Bocarasco, but it's 6-4 now, and NightHorde take the lead.
Yeah, it's a small bloodbath coming out from both teams. NightHorde able to take that little fight. 3-4-1 there. Momo is going to be the only one that falls. So BloodHounds actually kind of going behind now in terms of some of these skirmishes themselves. I do think that Boca has to be in a better position, right? He popped the cold altar a little bit early. The knockup comes through from Momo, and the side of NightHorde is just able to capitalize on that. And also the implosion only hitting onto Momo with the rotations coming down from that R-lot was just a little bit too much to handle for the side of BloodHounds.
And I think the big turnaround there is Momo hitting that flicker Minoan's Fury. And there's the difference. There's the importance, because he was able to get 3 members. Ooga Booga only catches 1. And those are the moments that change a game.
Yeah, but now for the side of BloodHounds, it seems like they still have an advantage across the map here. Foe looking to see if he could bite off a little bit, but I don't think the side of NightHorde is going to choose to fully engage onto this, right? It seems like BloodHounds, they still have the map in their favor, and they're just using Bossy as kind of like the frontline lead. Wherever Bossy goes, they're going to try to get the win off of that map, and the top side tower now has fallen for the side of NightHorde. Even though NightHorde seems like they're winning in some of these small skirmishes, Bossy has been proven to be a very, very hard problem, and I don't know if they have the response to deal with Sir Bossy here.
Ooh, and Sayori also starting to pack a big punch with those meteors, and Sayori's always connecting onto the members that matter. Either targeting out. Wait a second. Lapu with the bravest fighter, forces to get away, but no, finally a nice 2-man stun, but the Minoan's Fury able to delay them just enough time. Oh My Foe finds Tempest, and Ramses now on the run as well. Sleeps, looking for a target though, trying to lock onto Momo here. Ramses has fallen. It's 3 members down for BloodHounds. Make it 4. A maniac for Oh My Foe. 7, 0, and 2.
Yeah, man. Oh My Foe has been playing an incredible game in this series, taking 4 kills right there. The side of BloodHounds just doesn't feel like their fights are working out in their favor. Boca here. How to get taken off the board here.
Look at the damage onto Boca. Boca, goodbye. Another kill for Sayori. A turtle, a tower, a maniac. NightHorde, 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, a little small Cupid showing for Sayori, getting the snipes that is necessary for NightHorde to prevail in this matchup. 12-4 is going to be the overall scoreboard. The lead now back into NightHorde's favor. A 4K lead now, 8 minutes in. That is going to be quite significant. Paired up with the real estate that NightHorde has now, the top and the mid has fallen, and that's going to be quite huge for the side of NightHorde. It opens up a lot of the map, and when you talk about the open map, the river has been completely dominated by the side of NightHorde now.
All right, so where do we go from here, right? I mean, BloodHounds, I think the big redemption, what's better this game than last game, is they still have set potential, right? They decided not to go for, you know, a one hero pick off roam. They still have something, but it falls a lot onto Ooga Booga, it falls a lot onto Ramses, and it falls a lot onto Sleeps, who might be able to get a kill here onto Nikoko. Nikoko, though, with the outplay, Vengeance back and forth, but Oh My Foe comes in and picks up Sleeps. Now they're going to move on to the next, possibly. BloodHounds, they're looking for moments of greatness, but can't seem to find them.
Yeah, and I think the best case scenario for the BloodHounds is for the Martis and potentially the Cold Altar of the Faramis to kind of tank up and soak up a lot of the utilities and stuns coming out from the side of NightHorde. And right here comes through.
Big flicker from Momoy there. Nice pick. Out comes the Nether Realm. Helps them survive just enough, but Oh My Foe holding down the front side are there as well. This should be a purple buff over the side of Oh My Foe, but Tempest wants to fight for it. He wants to go for his own land, and he tries to get it, but it's taken from his fingers once again. Oh My Foe. Look, oh, Ooga Booga gone, and the rest of BloodHounds are falling down. Tempest looking for the play, but unable to get the decimation in time, and the unload from R finds Sleeps. BloodHounds, 2 members left. Ramses is going to fall. Oh, gets away, which is a sliver of health. The NightHorde have gotten what they came for. Let's move on to the Lord.
That's a 3-for-0 trade for the side of NightHorde. Again, dominating a lot of these small skirmishes. The front line of NightHorde is just way too tanky for that Lapu to do too much at this point, right? He had that advantage early on, but unfortunately unable to capitalize too much. And even look at this. Foe is just soaking up all the CC coming out from the side of BloodHounds. They don't really have a choice in order to win any of these team fights at this point. I do think they need to scale a little bit back, play a little bit slower, let Sleeps grab up even more gold, right? They need Sleeps to deal a lot of the damage, especially picking off the carry and the Novaria, but they're so well protected. 2-0-10, 1-0-7. They're playing a supporting cast, but honestly, the side of BloodHounds is just not able to hold up the front line that NightHorde has.
Take a look at the replay real quick. I mean, overall, we're seeing R really start to scale here, right? We're seeing the threat of him. And oh my foe, I mean, what's going on from last game with BTK to this game? These utility jungles are packing a punch. I mean, this guy is 10-0-4 right now. Nikoko able to take a tower, but the Lord's still coming soon. Ramses down. It's going to be a problem. Sleep's able to chip down at the Lord. Momoy looking for a possible another big flicker. Minoan's Fury could just seal the deal here.
Yeah, and I do think he has the spells available. NightHorde looking to clash onto this mid tower. I don't know if it's going to be disciplined, but they do not want to lose any of the members that they have, but the engagement.
Coco flickers in, looks for the final slash. Big by Ooga Booga, able to get them all under the tower. The Minoan's Fury gets the knock up on a Tempest, and R finds the kill. A big stun though on the top side on into Coco. Sleep's able to pick up the kill as well. It's 1-for-1. NightHorde still unable to break through the inhibitors just yet.
Yeah, and it's really hard for them to even get a hit onto Sayori, right? They don't have the dive necessary to get onto the backside. Maybe the Claude, especially with a good Blazing Duet, can hit Sayori, but that's honestly, if that does happen, Sayori is going to be out of position. But the front line of NightHorde is just too much to deal with. Look at R here.
R finds the angles time after time, but he's pushed onto the tower. Gets brought low. Bocarasco taken out off cam. NightHorde looking to keep pushing in. They take the middle inhibitor. Back off. Wait for the next wave of minions. Ramses also kind of keeping the flank. NightHorde finally decides to back off.
Yeah, NightHorde backing off, I think, is going to be the best decision that they can. I don't think they need to really push onto BloodHounds' base right now. They could take the objectives and play it slow. It feels like they have that late game potential, and especially with the carry and the Novaria. If the side of BloodHounds cannot shut them down, especially in the early game where the damage is not as crazy, now that we're going into this 13-minute match, and especially with the gold lead of a 10k from the side of NightHorde, it's going to be really hard to get onto the backside. The front members are just too tanky on the backside. They're just shredding so hard whoever's coming into play from the side of BloodHounds.
All right, so once again, 10k deficit for BloodHounds. I mean, where do we go from here? It feels like NightHorde just has them figured out. I think if this game, if BloodHounds can maybe survive this Lord, maybe one more Lord, or they win another big team fight and kind of lower the gold lead, they have some opportunity, but Momoy not going to let it happen. The Minoan's Fury unable to connect, though, but does zone away, does do the job.
Sayori.
Look at the damage, and Sayori in trouble. Blazing Duet comes in, followed up with the Nether Realm. But oh, my foe doesn't care. He's defying the odds. R takes out Ooga Booga. R moving on to sleep. R looking for the kills. Bocarasco is helpless against him. Ramses also there, but oh, my foe still sitting at the Lord, ready to take him down.
Yeah, the gold lead is just a little bit too much for the side of BloodHounds to handle at this point. Kill 20 to 5, 14 minutes. You can see the impact that Momo has in this game already. That was a two-man set that pretty much forced the jungler and pretty much everyone from the side of BloodHounds to retreat, grabbing up a few kills here and there. Again, the impact that NightHorde has right now, especially on this Minnow, is just too difficult for even Ooga Booga to handle himself, and BloodHounds now caught in a pretty bad situation. They have to figure out how to get onto the backside, and I think that last fight where Sayori was caught off a little bit was their best moment, but even then, the Momo and also Foe was able to peel off the Claude on the Blazing Duet, and that's going to be quite tough for any of them to come back.
Explosion does land, able to push two members back, followed in, but wait a second, the Minoan's Fury to counter back. Members are knocked up, and Chaos has unveiled the crystal. Two members down for BloodHounds, one down for NightHorde. They find another. Bocarasco's next, and Tempest is alone. The NightHorde should take this game 2-0.
Woo! NightHorde, the Dragons have been able to take victorious in this series, just like you're saying. 2-0 is going to be the score. They're not giving BloodHounds any points in this series. 24-6 is the overall scoreboard. 5th 15-minute games for the Dragons here, and you can take a look at all the happy smiling faces of NightHorde in this series. And Nikoko with the debut in this matchup here played really well. The Arlott had so much impact in this game, and also the X-Borg was proven quite difficult for the side of BloodHounds to even handle.
That is definitely a problem. I mean, just overall, NightHorde, I think from draft to gameplay, they knew what their composition was, and they were able to execute it very well. But I got to give it up to Oh My Foe, man. I think he went that whole game deathless, finished around maybe 11-0 and something. I mean, just an overall monster. And even Sayori had kind of a rough game in game number 1, even though they won, but that game knew exactly what she needed to do and just was hitting those meteors like snipers.
Yeah, and I think the draft from NightHorde is actually quite good. The 3 front lines that they had was just really difficult for BloodHounds to even try and penetrate and get a kill here and there. And when they do get the kill, it's like on Momo, right? Like, they don't get the shutdown from Foe, which has played a perfect game in the last 2 games. And it's just really hard for the side of BloodHounds to get onto the backside of NightHorde. And of course, this 2-0 victory is going to be a lot for the side of NightHordes. They not only grab both of the points, or grab all 3 of the points in this series, they completely push BloodHounds onto the bottom side where LEGACi is also sleeping. But the handsome, the guy of the hour, Mr. Zeke, is back in business.
We're not very good at that.
What is that?
Anyways, whatever. I don't know.
We missed it, guys.
Yeah,
just
we
like
missed.
that. Fired.
Bigness.
Never again. I'll tell you what, guys, man. Honestly, I expected the games to be a little bit closer. Is it just me? I felt like those games were like really high paced, and like that second game, the BloodHounds, they were super at the NightHorde's throat for like that entire first part of the game. But then they lost like one team fight, and it just scaled from there.
Yeah, they were super close for the first 30 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, I think NightHorde honestly was just they were monsters there. They kind of showed that right now in current season, they are a step ahead of BloodHounds. They came out of the stage 3 qualifiers in 4th place ahead of BloodHounds, and they're showing them exactly why.
And also, BloodHounds do not have their full complete roster. I don't think that is an excuse, but Easy Peasy in the jungle is quite strong, especially with the last few NACT performance. This time around, I do hope that they're able to bring back Easy Peasy in the jungle. Tempest played a decent game here, right? He had to face up against 3 Purifies on a Guinevere, and this time around, it was very hard for him to make an impact, especially going up against the Fredrin. But I do think next time around, BloodHounds, they definitely have the ability to get the games off of NightHorde again.
Absolutely. I think even with everything, you know, in those games ending up favoring the NightHorde, BloodHounds at no point did they seem like they were just out of the game. Like, it didn't feel like they were just laying down. There was a couple times where I really thought that they were going to be able to take it back. And sadly, they didn't make it happen this time, but there is always next time, just maybe not in the NACT regular season.
I think the most important thing to talk about here is how me and Yue just took the lead in our predictions 6-1, baby.
My
We're
prediction.
Good. We're feeling good.
Trex,
We're feeling good.
Trex is looking good. I think I voted for.
Oh, you didn't vote?
I voted for the opposite.
Ooh, I take the lead. This is a first season for me.
Yeah, I think I'm 5-2.
I'm 5-2 here, Zeke, too. So we're both on the same boat. But 5 for 2 is a lot better than 2 for 5, which that was where I was last season.
Guess the wrong.
I think
team
you ended at like
time.
3-30 or something.
I think I won a few of the predictions in the grand finals, but it was tough. It was a tough season for me.
I'm trying to have my guess rate look as good as Oh My Foe's kill death ratio in that last game. He was like, I think it was like 10-1-7 when it came out. Might have been just a little bit higher than that. Absolutely exceptional gameplay. And you know, it was kind of something that I had said before the game started. You know, I wonder if they were going to lean on him a little bit more to lead into that. And it felt like they did.
I definitely did. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking a look at the MVP now. And it's going to be not very unexpected. Oh My Foe, 10-1-7.
Yeah, with the great game here, but I honestly think that NightHorde all their members played quite well in every single one of these fights. And you can see Foe, they're getting like a 3-man bonk, and he's been doing that multiple times in this series. But the NightHorde supporting cast with Momo on that tank, and also, you know, Nikoko playing this supporting cast on the bot side, grabs this outplay for their team. The side of NightHorde is really showing a strong standing here, contending for that top 4 spot.
Absolutely. And you know, another hero that I want to, or player I guess I want to talk about is Momoy. You know, on that Minotaur, those sets that he was making when he was popping the Minoan Fury every time, it was so perfect. He just cleaned the map up of the BloodHounds just so perfectly for his team, and they executed on them so well.
Yeah, I think it's one of those heroes where the flicker ultimate is so crucial, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, the Minoan's Fury is good, but it is that much better when you're able to time it well and make it kind of a surprise. And Momoy has definitely mastered it, showing how well he can perform it, saving the flicker, not losing it, not like misusing it before a big team fight, but always making sure that every Minoan's Fury counts. And that was definitely the game changer for NightHorde.
Yeah, and it seems like NightHorde is building onto a strategy where they're really relying on Sayori and R to do a lot of damage, to be the carries of the team. I know they are playing the damage dealers, but it's very obvious that, you know, the side of NightHorde, they are going to build that front line defense in order for Sayori and R to scale well into these games. And that very last series, especially with the 3 front lines paired up with the carry Novaria, pretty much explains their comp perfectly. And I think with this type of strategy, they could definitely go pretty deep, because it's a pretty hard, beefy comp to defend against for any of the teams in NACT.
Yeah, absolutely well said. You know, they opened up a lot of these great team fights that allowed them to get their gold up. And speaking of gold up, get ready to get yours up, because we are finding ourselves in another giveaway.
Ooh, I love me a giveaway. Get out that phone, snatch the QR code. Only 30 this time. Last time there was 31. Only 30 this time. First come, first server.
Yeah, the first time, first serve. It's going to be the horror bringer this time around for the Phoveus. So guys, make sure to get out your phone, get that QR code, punch in the giveaway, and make sure you can redeem the code, because it is going to be a limited quantity.
So I want to say these giveaways are crazy, dude. Like, some of these different skins that they're giving away, like, I feel so jealous, because I look at my account and I look at some of my skins and I'm like, man, I might be poor. But then I see Mobile Legends giving out some of these awesome skins, and I'm like, maybe I should be over here while I'm hosting, like, just 6 phones laid out. Just,
6 accounts, living your best life. You know, that was for the Phoveus skin, right? That was Horrorbringer,
yep.
Phoveus. You know, I was really excited that we got to see, like, in some of the past big tournaments, we got to see some Phoveus, because the Nolan pick was so popular and it was a decent counter. And now Phoveus is gone again, because no one's been picking Nolan. And I'm just wondering, like, is there a space for him to come back? You know, what heroes might we see him get picked more on? Because I think he's just like the whole, I don't know, he's just an entertaining hero to watch. The dunks, the slam dunks on everybody. So I'm hoping that some other hero comes into the meta that Phoveus will be viable as the counter again.
I like to call it the Goomba hops, or the Goomba hops. Like, he's just able to kind of just sit through. And, you know, Phoveus is a quite unique hero for me in a lot of situations. Back then, it was just specific counters and matchups. And when he was able to get the counters, he was getting a lot of good matchups. So it's a very hard hero to balance out. But once again, now that Phoveus has been shelved out, we are definitely missing some Moontu. Make Trex's wish come true. Bring us back to Phoveus.
Yeah, I feel like as we find ourselves seeing Phoveus on a break, we have to look at it and say, maybe it's time for the next one.
Fight is long, gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak, as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya, yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin, ang buhay!
In the backline already, and they're running for the lives, cutting it. Gaimin trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming on
Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP? That's my Chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a BCC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Probably gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Welcome to All-Star 2024! Hey, superstars!
Hey guys, welcome back. You guys guessed it, Area 77 versus the Gaimin Gladiators, a game that you guys have been waiting for. Two teams still standing at the top, but only one of them can be there. So who's gonna drop? Trex?
Yo,
Yeah,
let me jump in real quick. I just want to show the appreciation of Zeke coming in to host for us, because the element that he brings, it's a blessing. Like, it's so extremely funny, and he just tones it down and comes through with it, and we're just all kind of goofing around. He kind of just holds us in our place. But Trex, going back to you, man.
I don't even know if he really means to be funny. I think this is his real personality. I'm just kidding.
I'm just not smart.
I love it. I love it. Yes.
It's been a great day. It's been a great day one with you, Zeke. I'm glad you got to cast with us on your very first day here at NACT. It's been a pleasure to have you here on day one. And through any bumps that we've had, we've been working through with smiles and laughs. And I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm 100% for it. I know we got an exciting match coming up though, right, Zeke? It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus A77. And these are the two teams that have gotten that 2-0 lead. So the points are on the table for both of these guys to take, and who will be victorious in this series.
Yeah, I think that's the question at hand. Everybody wants to see it. You know, we saw some of the games with BTK yesterday, and that's going to bring us to this standpoint where, you know, we thought two teams were going to be at the top, but now we're finding ourselves in a position where, you know, we might have some other unexpected top contenders, some really good teams, maybe even still better than we expected them to be. So to find ourselves in this position now to really see who's going to be competing for what, I think is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be honest here, right? Like, so between so many, I think, fans around the world, GG is definitely the fan favorite here. But Area 77, we got to see them take on BTK. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at the GG roster UA.
Ooh, we got Mr. Zia on the gold lane. Shark, the prodigy, the most valuable player, especially in our seasons before, onto the roam, led by Mr. Hoon himself. The ex-Gosu player, the man that has been leading the team onto victory, best player, and also fried chicken. So a lot of all-star players in this Gaimin Gladiator matchup, and I'm all for it, right? This is pretty much the best of the best of North America in each role, paired together with a captain that has led a lot of victories, and I cannot wait for the match to even get started here, Z.
Very well said, man. Very well said. It's a very strong roster, but on which, let's see the other one.
Trex,
the other
go ahead.
one, which will be Area 77. We got ISO, J Cutie, Mar Cutie, Tarzan Cutie, and Yureshi Cutie. The Cutie Gang, all up in here. And I think it's a vibe, man. I think this is a team that a lot of us have to have our eyes on. Mark Cutie, I like to call him Mark Cutie the Magician. The guy was in Gold Lane last season for Area 77. This time he has switched over. We got ISO, we have Jay and Yureshi, both former MPL players. I mean, this is a team that I think is going to catch a lot of us by surprise, and they're a lot more stacked than I think we think they are. They took us by storm yesterday, taking out BTK, and the next notch on their belt, the next team they have their eyes set on, has to be GG.
Yeah, and I don't think they're scared at all when they compare the rosters between both teams. I think both of the teams have the best of the best players in each role. You know, unfortunately, there can only be one champion, but A77 has proven their worth in a lot of these matches. Even outside tournaments, they've done quite well, and historically has been a team to watch out for. And now, paired up with, you know, pretty much the ability to have coaches and managers, definitely A77 has pushed up their level this time around NACT, and I think, you know, A77 has a very, very good chance to push on to get a really high rank and deal a lot of damage to GG, which actually, quite honestly, last season has been quite undefeated. They've been the strongest team of the series, and this time around, I truly think that the brackets have been balanced in the favors of all the teams have the ability to beat each other, Zeke.
Absolutely. We've got some of the best players, or debatably the best players within each respective role, versus a whole bunch of cuties. But let's get into the predictions. Who do you guys think has got what?
Well, I mean, obviously, all 6 casters, or 4 casters, 2 hosts, all 6 talents right now are going for GG. And I think it's a fair vote. I think they're the favorite right now. They have been the most dominant so far. If there's a team though right now that's has the possibilities, it could maybe be Area 77.
Yeah, I think it's a hard vote to cast even for me. I do like A77's roster. I know a lot of their players, and I think A77 has the ability to overcome Gaimin Gladiators, but Gaimin Gladiators, of course, they have the all-star line. They have the players that dominated in the previous NACT, and to vote them out to here, like, I've watched their games in the last NACT and they've just continued to prove me wrong, Zeke. So I'm a fan. GG's all the way here.
Absolutely. Calm, collected, and effective. 3 words I would definitely use to describe the current GG lineup. But with that being said, again, you know, you guys said it already, Area 77 has been proving to be significantly stronger than I think any of us could have really anticipated up to this point. So with that being said, if there's anybody that's going to be able to bring the heat against the GG and, you know, put out the fire, it might be them.
Put out the fire indeed, but that is a raging fire right now. GG, I mean, if anyone was going to like put money on a team guaranteed to go to grand finals, GG would be your best bet, right? They have an all-star roster. They've got a bunch of monsters, and then the newest added addition, Chicken in the EXP lane. Last season, we saw Chicken in BTK. He had to roll switch a few times, had a couple hiccups, but now he's in his pride and glory lane, right? He's in EXP, and he's going to bring a whole different layer over to GG. Plus, they got the sponsorship now. That's GG now. It's no longer TOB. They got a lot to represent here. You know, hashtag winnable, all that good stuff. It is definitely something we gotta see. Area 77, a team we've all known for a while, but still, do they have what it takes?
Yeah, but when we talk about the powerhouses of GG, it comes with a lot of expectations once again, and they have to be able to hold in this series. This is a quite important series because the very first match that we had, FIENDS was able to get 1 game, right? So they still have the points. If GG is able to sweep 2-0, they're going to be pushed up to the very top. If they do end up dropping a game to A77, which is totally possible, A77 is a great team here, it's going to put them pretty much in a more even bracket. It's not going to be as dominating as the overall scores that they had in the last season. I think that's very important for GG to prove themselves, especially just like Trex saying, the new sponsorship coming through. It's going to, there's a lot of high expectations coming out for both the organizations here.
Absolutely. So with that being said, again, Area 77, very, very potent team, a very historic team for North America. And I know just as long as they've been here, you've been here as well. Trex, could you give us a little bit more history about them?
Story time for Area 77? Is that what you want? You want story time? I can give you story time.
The campfire ring.
Way back in the olden days of NACT. No, but Area 77 definitely. It's been a household name. But you go all the way back to like M3 time or pre-M3 time. They were considered like the second best team. But that was when it was like Gals, Mar, Yato was still on the team. Several other members were still on the team. We are going to be jumping into the draft though. Zeke, sorry, I'm taking your toss. We'll see you next time.
Every time.
All right, but we do have some time. It's game number 1, so we can talk about Area 77 a little bit. They're a team that overall has changed a few rosters, had a big falling off point. Yato and T leave the squad eventually. Before, when Yato and T were still on there, they were able to achieve 1 NACT victory, but that was when BTK wasn't really around. That was when some of the big dogs were not competing. After Yato and T leave, it comes down to Gals, Mar Cutie, the rest of the team, sorry, having a little bit of a mind blank. We're asking a lot of information. We're on the spot. But now we have this new roster. And last season, they were able to secure a very surprising 4th place finish. A lot of people didn't think they were even going to make it to playoffs last season, but they're able to do that. So now they're here. Still some of the same players, but a slightly new roster. We still have Mar. We've got Tarzan here. ISO now joining the squad. We've got Jay. So we have some veterans here as well with Jay and Yureshi, some MPL former veterans. And one of the matches I'm really excited for here, Yue, is Jay versus Shark and Yureshi versus Chicken.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a very, very tough series for both of these teams. I think all of them are all-star players, the best of the best. And this time around, A77 has to kind of prove themselves that they can stand up against GG. You said they had a great performance, yes, but they still fell short to the TOB back in those days. But now this time around, they decided to pair up with a few different players, right? Tarzan came from Avalon, now is in A77's roster. Yurishi has kind of been hiding around, joining multiple teams and now landing a home in A77. Just like you're saying, pairing up those international players along with some of the strongest backbones of A77, it's going to be proven that they can uprise and upset some of these great seeds. But Trex, we're going to jump into the draft. Rats, Cece, Matilda getting banned out by the side of GG, and the Navaria and Joy gets taken out by the side of A77.
Yeah, I want to point something out. Now we're seeing how the big dogs draft, right? And we didn't see the Joy get banned much. We didn't see the Nolan get banned much. And it's kind of obsessed because I'm like, listen, I know these picks are meta, man. I know they are meta. These are
Ruby's
picks that are feared in many parts around the world. And when you have teams that can really pull them off, you do have to ban them. And there goes the Joy, there goes the Nolan, the Barats. You know, some of these picks are not going to get through. But first pick, Vexana. And you mentioned the Ruby. I think it's definitely something we see here from Area 77.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that the side of GG decides to prioritize this Vexana. Shows that, hey, if they are not being banned out, the side of GG is going to take that no problem. But the response coming out from A77, I do think the Ruby is a great pick, right? We've seen Shark and we've seen Chicken do so extremely well on this hero. If not denied away, it's going to smell a lot of trouble for the side of A77. And other picks coming out to play, it's not going to be the Ruby. They decide to go for the Fredrin along with the Arlott that can be flexed into the roam and the XP position.
Yeah, I mean, and we know Yureshi has the ability to play Arlott very well. Back in spring season last year, he was a monster with it. And now, I mean, I'm sure Jay can use it. We haven't seen a roam that hasn't really been able to use the Arlott very well. So it's a very solid upfront pick. It leaves a lot of things open for themselves. And next, if they want to pick up the gold lane or something, or the mid, then it kind of keeps GG guessing on draft.
Yeah, I'm guessing they have to. I do think a Ruby can be a good pickup along with the Claude, which has been proven to be one of the best marksmen. But Zia has always been that guy to pick. A lot of unconventional pick. This time around, they do not opt to go for that. The Carry and the Ruby, two signature picks of the season. The strong meta that GG is bringing to the table. It's going to be a hard defend to go against if it was side for the A77.
So after they make their pick, I think they pick up the Claude now. Might be the right answer for Area 77 before marksmen start getting banned out. And then it's all, and honestly, drafts aren't too far apart. Both of them have a roam EXP flex in. They both could end up having a gold laner. The only big difference is GG's got their mid and Area 77 has their jungle. I'm excited to see what their last pick is because I kind of want to start talking about what these possible bans could be because Area 77 has to start thinking, whoa. Ooh, yee. That is spicy right there from Mark Cutie in the mid side. I mean, that's definitely different. Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do think that A77 should pick up the damage dealer in their third slot, right? They have the Arlott to flex. They should not go for the XP. They should not go for the roam. Let that pick kind of confuse for the side of GG because GG has that themselves. The Ruby can be flexed onto both positions here. So I think the mage being picked up is great. Now the Lu Yi is going to be another thing, right? If they don't even pick up the Lu Yi, it's not getting banned out. You could have wasted GG's ban on a Faramis, on a Lilia, and pulled that out. The Claude is also available, but I do think the Claude is going to get taken away. Potentially the Brody also. And the Claude on the board, the Fanny to take away from best players hero pool from A77. I think that's quite smart to defend against something like a Louis where she does not have that mobility and that lockdown stun to stop the Fanny.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, they have to kind of focus on a best player here. I didn't know if, I thought the Fanny might be, they go for the Martis. I was thinking maybe Basha or something a bit bulkier, but yeah, you're right. If you're going to have a Louis mid, you're definitely kind of squishy. You definitely lack mobility, and you want to kind of stop best player from picking any hyper-aggressive jungle. It's something he's known for. It's something he's good at, but with no Barats, no Fredrin, no Martis, no Fanny, he could still go for the Basha, or go for something real crazy, right? Like go for some more of outlandish assassin or something here.
Yeah, I think the Basha could be proven for best player. There's also the Akai if he chooses to go for that utility. But there's also potential, right? Best player might go for an assassin here. Yeah, the Guinevere is also available paired up with the Ruby and the knockup coming out from Hoon. That's forcing Purifies left and right for A77, and now they have to decide how they want to draft this comp. Maybe picking up the Ruby the Guinevere themselves, but no. The Grok comes out to play once again, Trex? What?
I'm guessing Grok Roam, right? Grok Roam. Unless, I mean, of course, it's still flexible, right? They could go for Arlot Roam or Arlot EXP or Grok Roam or Grok EXP, but I'm guessing it's Grok Roam, Arlot EXP, which we know Yureshi has a really nice Arlot, man. Like, he does very well on it. It's very comfortable. Not only that, it gives them some nice front line, some nice CC, some nice protection for this Lu Yi. And there goes the Guinevere for best player. Still one more pick, either an EXP or a Roam for the side of GG.
Well, the Grok pick now is a lot more exciting for me, especially with the amount of CC that Gaming Gladiators have put onto their lineup, right? The Grok can immune a lot of CC on the first skill, can deny the stuns coming out, and now with Shark on this Chigurul, it's almost like GG's getting countered by the Grok just himself. So A77 is going to prevail in this series. The Grok is going to be soaking up all the CC coming through, but the pick that we've been talking about that has been so successful all night. The Harith gets picked up by ISO, and this man has proven that the Harith has done so much, paid the dividends during our last NACT, and ISO again this time picks it up to go against the stun coming out from Gaming Gladiators, definitely predicting that the Purify is going to be available for the Harith.
I mean, it almost makes me, I guess no, because you build Arlot, if you play Arlot EXP, you can build some damage now, right? Because I'm wondering, like, where's their physical damage? I was thinking maybe they do put Grok in EXP just so he can build a BOD and they make up for that lack or something, but we'll see exactly how it all plans out. I kind of like the draft. Of course, there's the one wild card, the Lu Yi, right? But if Area 77 can make that work, I think we have a pretty decent draft here. They do have to watch out for the heavy CC from the side of GG, but yeah, I'm not too. I don't think it's too one-sided.
Yeah, I do think that Mar and Ice are both going to be taking the Purify. Jay just trying to soak up some of the CC coming out from Gaming Gladiators is going to be the best case scenario for them. But on the other hand, Gaming Gladiators have the initiation. They have the deciding factor to stun up and combo their stuns here, right? They have 4 members that can stop any of the front lines that A77 toss at them. So I also think Gaming Gladiator has a great draft in this series, but ISO with the mobility, maybe it might be too much to handle. The immune of CC coming out from Jay might be too tough for the stuns to come through, but I still think Gaming Gladiators that is an extremely strong draft.
Yeah, I mean the CC is insanity from GG, man. Even if you bait out the implosion, you still have 3 more ults to worry about. Even if you bait out the I'm offended, you still have 3 more ults to worry about. And literally all of them can combo off of one another. Implosion, Violent Requiem. You got the knock-up from the Eternal Guardian, Violent Requiem. You got the Implosion Guardian. I mean, it's just however you want to do it. There's an endless amount of combinations here from GG. So Area 77 has to watch out for that. And you're right, I think we're going to see a lot of Purifies. I think we might even see the Lu Yi Purify instead of a Lu Yi Flicker or something like that. We might see Harith already works very good with the Purify, so that at least they have that going for them. They do have the CC nullification with the Grok in the first skill. So I mean, there are some possibilities, but let's see exactly how this goes. Probably one of the most anticipated matches of day 2. This is game number 1, Area 77 up against GG.
Yeah, we got the Aliens versus the Gladiators. It's a classic matchup between two of the most renowned teams in the North American MLBB history, and already a good start for the side of A77, bursting Hoon back into the base. This is going to be quite tough. Lu Yi, it's not really that traditional hero that gets sent down onto the mid lane. I do know we have a few mage players that like that hero, but it's pretty rare that any team is picking up this hero at this point of the stage.
I mean, I definitely, you're right, but I think people do forget Lu Yi can pack a decent punch, especially in the early game. She can scale very well. The problem is that the big issue with Lu Yi, right, is the lack of mobility. But you're up against a Vexana who also doesn't have crazy mobility. Where Vexana shines, the CC she supplies, the Eternal Guardian she supplies. So it's not like Marcuti has to worry too much about like keeping up with rotations. The major problem for Marcuti is going to be not getting picked off by members of GG.
Yeah, and you know, for the side of Marcuti and the A77, they do have a lot of magic damage. And going back to what you said in the draft, it definitely feels like A77 is lacking quite a bit on the physical department. The R-Lot, yes, can be building a little bit of damage, but it's still going to be quite tough. Now, to look at some of the emblems, you have Harith on the Festival of Blood, which is quite interesting, paired up with the carry, that both are taking that utility spell. So going to be some trades going on to the far side of the map. And it's quite interesting that GG is setting up camp onto the top side.
Duty does pop the Purify, so they get that out before the Turtle. Best player able to hint out in the bush, get the Violent Requiem off onto Tarzan Cutie, and Tarzan Cutie goes down first blood over to Fried Chicken. You're actually trying to dash back. Best player going to be able to work away at this Turtle, but with a jungler down already, that's going to be an easy Turtle for the side of GG.
Yeah, it's a blind dash coming out from Best Player, getting that hook, and a flicker play coming out from Jay.
Wait a second, a lot of damage does come down onto Marcuti. Fried Chicken able to get the kill. Another one possibly coming down onto Jay. Jay Cutie may be able to just get away before Fried Chicken flickers in. Not today, a double kill over to Fried.
Yeah, for a second, the action was too much. I almost thought I was going to be play-by-play for a second. 3-0 is going to be the overall scoreboard. 3 minutes in, the advantage is already set for the side of Gaming Gladiators. A77, not really the opening that they were expecting here. They're getting picked off left and right along with the neutral objective. So then now they have to play kind of behind the scenes back, kind of in the traditional sense of where A77 actually thrives, right? They always play down and they can always get some of the tower defense that they have been so renowned and so known for in this series. And this time around, it's not going to be too much of a difference. I don't think GG has the lead completely, and I feel like A77 definitely has the opportunity to come back in the series already.
I mean, there's definitely some possibilities, but with a 2K gold lead already, plus all three of those kills into the hands of Fried Chicken, one of the new players on Gaming Gladiators that we kind of have our eyes on, seeing how he affects this game. It's going to be dangerous. And Ruby, we already know how meta it can be, but getting ahead this early, normally it takes, because a lot of times Ruby gets put into the roam slot where it takes some time to scale, but this time could become a problem very early on.
Yeah, 4-man siege coming out from GG onto the bot side. I do think that Jay and ISO has played this quite well. Tarzan here.
They're split up. Marcuti in a bad spot. Needs to try to find something. Got to capitalize. Marcuti flickers back. Zwan's Force does come down. Best player takes a bit of damage, forced to back off, but Shark also could be the target, and ISO going to be able to pick up the kill. Area 77 finding one.
Yeah, beautiful engage, actually. Beautiful implosion coming out from Shark, hitting 3 of the man from the side of A77, but the follow-up is just not there. There's not enough damage coming out from GG's side.
Oh, they keep getting picked off. Jay able to just get the flicker through. GG now may be able to get another free turtle here.
Yeah, but Tarzan is going to be in position. He has a lot of health, so the 50-50 should be quite available for the side of A77. And look at the reinforcements coming through.
Yeah, with the diversion. But a big terrifying on Marcuti. Jay Cutie able to take the turtle. A lot of damage on a Shark as well. Fried Chicken in a bad position. Shark trying to get away, but a big I'm offended onto Tarzan. Shark goes down. Your Cutie able to pick up the kill. Area 77 evening out the gold lane away to the off lane. ISO gets the 1v1. Area 77 evening the playing field.
Dominating throughout the map. You can see Marcuti using the ultimate, the yin yang, to just kind of go forward in the flicker.
Final slash, the flicker. Hoon in a bad spot, and Marcuti picks up the kill. They take the lead at 5.5 minutes.
already an exciting opening from A77 as they dominate their way back into the gold lead. It's a small lead, but nonetheless, it is still a small lead going up against the Gladiators here. Honestly, A77 bouncing back in this series already. It's a pretty good term in terms of why they're bouncing back, but it just seems like Gaimin Gladiators, they're just not focusing too well here, losing a couple of the small trades here and there.
They're going to be able to take this tower, though, which is huge. They swapped lanes, put Zia on the top side, and that could be crucial for GG here. Area 77 also on the bot side now. Both teams looking for moves around the map.
Love the split cam coming through. 4-3 is the overall scoreboard. It is tied in terms of the gold leads, and I feel like A77 is figuring out the strategies of Gaimin Gladiators. This is a team that has been dominating throughout every single series that they had throughout the whole entire last year, and this time around, it doesn't seem like Gaimin Gladiators is getting the dominance that they have had pretty much throughout the last few series.
Seal play comes in. Mark Cutie also coming to help out. The wall from Brock. They are able to defend the tower, but Gaimin Gladiators kind of getting back to the roots. We don't need to just take fights. We just need to get objectives. They know what the goal of the game is. In the mid side, though, a lot of damage on to best player. ISO picks up the kill. Purple buff goes over to Tarzan with no retry. GG might have to back off.
Yeah, and this is the traditional opening coming out from A77. They love to 5-man group, but the Implosion.
Implosion does land down onto Urashi, but he's able to just dash away in the nick of time. The Guardian slams J Cutie, takes him out, and now Mark Cutie in trouble as well. One more shot and he's down. Hoon finds the kill, but the Turtle does go to the side of Area 77. Gold still at a standstill.
Yeah, and this is quite the hype match already. Both teams are battling it out, trading objectives for kills, kills for the objectives. Take a look at some of the items and the gold lead. The Harith is honestly up a little bit of gold, has the Calamity along with the Feather, so he has scaled quite well into play. And honestly, overall, every single member is neck to neck, and I'm surprised that Louis is doing so extremely well, especially going up against the Vexana. Maybe it's because both of those heroes are kind of just sitting ducks and they don't have those dashes available, so it's just quite even across the board.
A lot of possibilities. I'm still waiting. We've already seen the diversion be used to get Brock back. Oh, wait a second. Big final slash followed up as Mon's Force. Best player goes down once again. That's going to be 2 kills onto him. And Tarzan Cutie now catching up here a little bit. The player level is even, but still we can start to see the scale tip towards Tarzan.
Yeah, and A77 sieging onto the bot side, I think it's a great pick off. They do have the top side available for that R-Lot. Hopefully he can get the clear, but the Flicker Implosion stops on the top side.
Ooh. A nice kill onto Urashi there. Another tower down. Zia's doing his job to perfection here. Split pushing, getting a pick off here and there. I mean, GG hanging in the game, and the gold has not gone more than a few hundred to either side in a while now.
Yeah, and its towers are 3-3, kills are literally identical, 6-6, and it's already 10 minutes in, it's 9 minutes in, and you know, we're getting close onto that mid game where a lot of these heroes are buying items to scale, completing their second onto their third item. So A77 now putting some pressure onto the top side while the members of GG are grouping at mid. So are they going to be able to defend here?
See what they do with the fact. I mean, yes, GG has taken that whole top lane, but Area 77 has broken through the mid, which in my eyes is a bit more of an advantage. Now they're going to take the top side as well. ISO able to put pressure onto that tower just in time. Wait a second, best player able to get the Violent Requiem onto Tarzan. The Implosion as well gets 2, make it 3. J Cutie looking for a way to escape, but he's not able to. Mark Cutie finds Shark though. ISO in trouble with his Mon's Force, drops it. Fried Chicken looking for him. Fried Chicken flickers in, but can't get the kill. Maybe a little too deep. Urashi finally goes down. Fried Chicken able to get away safely. 2 for 1 right now. Area 77 still holding the gold lead, but this should be the first Lord for GG.
Yeah, GG has set that team fight up perfectly. The stun combinations are going through, but the Louis ult on the backside, no members are going to go in for this contestation of this first objective. And now the gold lead is just shifting back and forth. It's still tied for both teams, but it seems like in that last team fight though, Gaimin Gladiators, they can just 100-0 CC whoever. It could be the Fredgen, it could be the Louis, it could be the Grok. They're able to take down members of A77 with no problems as long as they sync their stuns and knockups together.
I mean, that's definitely been the winning ingredients for GG in these fights so far. Tarzan continues. First, it was the first turtle. He gets knocked up, found out in the bush. Now, best player, even though he's had a slightly rough game, it's still been huge. Reshi takes in a turtle guardian to the face, locked up by Chicken, knocked up by a best player, and Hoon gets the kill. It's looking a little bit rough. Mark Cuty's going to be the next to fall. Tarzan not able to get away. The I'm offended locks on. His Mons Force dropped by ISO. He's moving in onto several members, but he's unable to get the kill, and he might just go down, but Tarzan finds best player. It's 1 for 2. They will lose the tower, but at least Area 77 doesn't completely fall.
Yeah, it's a huge trade coming out from GG. They had the Lord marching down on the top side, and the members of A77 were just distracted trying to defend the mid, and now they've lost both of their mid towers. They're in their inhibitor base, and it's an even game coming out from both sides.
Yeah, it's definitely crucial for Area 77 not to force things, but they do want one fight. Chicken finally goes down. That's the first kill they could get on a Chicken.
Yeah, and the first kill is going to be one of many. 10-9 is the overall scoreboard. 12 minutes in, a complete even match. Besides the Gaimin Gladiators, they do have a little bit more real estate to work with. Let's take a look at some of the gold across the board. It definitely feels like the side of A77, they have a small lead in the jungle position, but the mage is belonging to Hoon here with about a 1k gold lead.
Ooh, Implosion. Paired up with the Violent Requiem, Tarzan does go down. Hoon able to pick up the kill. JQT forced to use a conceal just to try to get away here. You're rushing to the backside though with the Vengeance. Comes through, finds Shark. Looking for the next target. Another one. Yureshi's on fire. Zia's taken out and ISO knows it's time to shine. Best player forced to run away. Hoon now in a bad spot at the top side of the map. Yureshi! Another kill. 4, 3, and 4. This is why you got to be careful giving him the R lot. He was a star on it back in spring season, and he's a star on it back in spring season again.
Yeah, now A77 is going to be the one that sieges onto the first inhibitor tower. They do end up taking that tower down. They should look to disengage, but getting
Final
catching
slash
off.
on a fried Chicken. Mark Cuty able to get the kill. Can they end this here? Shark is back on the map. Mark Cuty able to use a diversion to the boss side, clear the waves. Area 77 take back the lead.
Mark Cuty said, guys, I am leaving. You guys want to take this boat or not? But the members of A77 get left behind quite a bit, but it doesn't seem like any of them are caught off. Now, A77 feels like they have some small momentum, right? They're able to kind of push onto this team fight quite well, kind of orchestrating how they want to fight out these fights, and best player getting caught once again, but decides to jump away, and it's a good disengagement here.
Mons Force does drop from ISO. He's going to use it to zone.
Implosion?
They try to collapse on a Shark, but the Implosion connects only onto one member, though. The pushback onto several. The big Guardian slams down. Shark taken out from ISO, though. Best player might just be next. A double kill for ISO. The final slash. Fried Chicken trying to fight it out. It's a bloodbath. The Mons Force drops, and Hoon drops as well. It's 3 members for Gaimin Gladiators gone, and all 5 of Area 77 still stand.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to look to siege onto this mid side. Now, I don't know if they have the firepower to be able to end this game, especially with just one small wave of minion, but they're definitely trying. It's a 4-man siege onto this mid side. Louis is coming through.
Oh, White Chicken able to get the I'm offended. Tarzan Cuty goes down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but they decide not to. They want to try to force this right here, but Jay is bursted. Shark back on the field. Area 77 are falling. Did they push it too far? Gaimin Gladiators don't come to our base just yet. They came unprepared. The diversion from Mark Cuty brings them back to the base, and they're okay, but still they lose 3 members.
Yeah, they lost 3 members. The Lord is going to be marching down. It seems like the Gaimin Gladiators, though, they're not choosing to opt to go for that objective. 10 seconds are on the death board. I do think the Lord is going to be a much better call here. The top side, look at that wave. It's going to hit onto that tower. I don't know if the Chicken's going to be able to get back, but Gaimin Gladiators should be able to get this Lord uncontested, but the Louis ultimate is going to be available here.
Yeah, that is huge. We got the replay here. They thought they could end it, and I think this was the big ache they could make this game. Instead of going for the Lord, they're not able to connect. The health bars were just too low, and now GG back in the game. Area 77 has to make some important decisions here. Lord is going to be marching down towards Area 77. GG has taken a nice lead.
Yeah, and this is where GG shines quite a bit, right? When the Lord is marching down, they could sync the waves quite nicely and kind of orchestrate this battle to siege against the inner towers of A77. But A77 is a team that is full of defense. They've always strived to do so extremely well when it comes down to these base defenses. And this time around, I don't think it's going to be a problem for them. The Lord is marching down onto the top side, but A77, they do have the ability to turn things around. It's going to be quite tough for Gaming Gladiators to siege onto this mid tower, but it's still anyone's game at this point.
And they have to be careful about the way they engage, because one big final slash flicker from Ureshi could be game-changing. The Lord able to crash onto the top side. Tarzan trying to make work of it. Mark Cutie there as well. Ureshi back down to the bot, trying to clear waves. They just need to defend. Try not to lose more than one. The final slash connects onto no one. Ureshi unable to make it happen. ISO drops him on's force. GG unable to completely break through here.
Yeah, and this is the first time that I feel like GG has struggled a little bit in terms of kind of like the regular season, right? This is kind of the first showing that GG is on kind of a 50-50 defense move. They are having the lead and coming through in the engagement.
I'm offended. Only connects onto Ureshi. Doesn't make a huge difference. The Eternal Guardian drops as well. It's a lot of ults used to no avail. Area 77 should be able to breathe now. They still got a lot of green dots on their side of the map. They're not rushing it, though. They knew the mistake last time, over pushing. But this could be their chance to try to look for a play. ISO has Zamon's force back. I'm waiting to see a drop. Fried Chicken hits the I'm offended. ISO drops Zamon's force to use it to get away. Tarzan still going to get terrified. Takes a little bit of damage. GG not letting up, though.
Yeah, then that's a great Purify that gets knocked off the board for the next Lord fight. And I was kind of going to talk about how A77, both of the teams have been holding on to their spells quite well, choosing to disengage and not really over initiating. But A77 does not have that Purify available on ISO, and that's going to be quite tough. As look at it, Gaming Gladiators pushing in.
Final slash on a best player. A lot of damage coming from ISO and Marcuti. Best player goes down. Fried Chicken going to be the next target. The vengeance comes through. But look at the I'm offended onto several members. Matched up with the implosion, the pushback, and ISO falls. JQT might just be next. The immortality pops. The final slash lands back on Azia, but he's got the Spleety Light Wheel. He's unloading onto Tarzan. Immortality pops as well. GG now closing the grass. They want to lock onto the base, but they need a few more minions. Get the zoom in view. Fried Chicken looking for something. Tarzan there. Air 77 still defending. Mark Cutie still there, but the I'm offended locks on again, and two members drop. Tarzan against 5. He's not going to be enough today. GG will be able to close in and take game number 1.
GG takes game number 1. 19-17 is the overall scoreboard. A 19-minute close match between the two powerhouses of NACT. 19, 17, and 45 is the overall KDA of the Gaming Gladiators, and the dominating performance coming out from pretty much all the members of Gaming Gladiators. I felt like their draft itself was quite beautiful. They had so much knockup, so much CC, and when you talked about trading ultimates, it almost felt like when the ultimates were down, Gaming Gladiators still had so much resources and skills available to lock down and stun the members of A77.
I still can't get over the fact that Area 77 pushed that last push, man. You know, and I caught some of the player cams as well. ISO knew after they failed. One of the player cams went to ISO, and he's kind of laughing. He's like, man, like you could just see, like, we shouldn't have gone for it. Like, just knew it was kind of a mess up there. And those are the small decisions, right? And that's where GG comes out on top. You know, Zeke actually said it, cool, collective, effective, and that's what GG is right now, and they're able to get through the bad times and still come out on top with the win.
Yeah, and they capitalize on the mistakes that A77 have, but this doesn't prove too much that, you know, A77 did make a mistake, but they were pretty much right there in the series. If they just played that fight a little bit different, had a little bit more different shot calls, it could have gone both ways, honestly. But Gaimin Gladiators able to take the very first game of this series. 19-17 is the overall KDA, and quite convincingly, especially in the last few team fights. Popping ISO's Purify was a huge thing for the Ruby to be able to get the I'm Offended off, and then proceeding to go for another re-engagement when that Purify is unavailable for their highest damage carry.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think a lot of players played well on the side of GG, but I think Chicken did very good in the laning phase, able to just go deathless. But Zia as well, man. We saw a lot of the split pushing early on when Area 77 was really hitting the gas and pushing Gaimin Gladiators like against the wall. Because of Zia and because of Shark kind of moving around the map, they were able to really kind of alleviate the pressure and take back some towers here and there, kind of stop the minions from becoming too much, and kind of make it so Area 77 didn't close things out too soon.
Yeah, and this game really proves that both of these teams are really strong contenders. I love the word contenders, Trex, and I use it quite often, but contenders I feel like are going to be the top 4 in the bracket. And A77 and GG are both teams that do represent that group of players, right? They are contending for the championship, contending for the opportunity to go across the seas and win lots of money. And I do think Gaimin Gladiators here have a strong performance, but A77, man, caught us in surprise. We knew that they had the power in them to have this upset coming through, and they were so extremely close here, Trex.
And now we're going to be taking a quick look at the big moment, the replay where Area 77 was so close into the grass. This is the fight that they won. This was the big turnaround. This was the Lord they should have been able to take.
Yeah, and you can take a look at a lot of the ultimates and setups being put onto GG's side. The stuns, the snares, all coming through. The Venom Force popping off. It felt like ISO and them had the strategy available, and this is the turn of fight that was unfortunate. Zia is able to get away, and members of A77 are just pretty much trading blow for blows underneath the towers, tanking and soaking so much damage, and it ended up being the downfall of A77 here as all the members been taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment. And that's, you know, you see it all the time. It's like you get a big fight at a Lord and you're able to maybe close out. I just felt like their health bars were a little bit too low. If they were all at like 100%, yeah, go for the finish, go for the 3v2, go for the 4v2. But they just didn't have that then. And GG, on the other hand, they took things slow. Yes, at the end here, they do close out, but they knew that they had all 5 members. They knew that they had everybody stocked and ready to go.
Yeah, it's a tough series for A77, honestly. It's a very, very tough matchup for them, and I think they did extremely well. But also, Gaimin Gladiators, they proved to themselves that, hey, like, we are still in this series. Doesn't matter if we lose an inhibitor. Doesn't matter if the strategies did not work and give them an advantage in the early game. The late game strategies, the mind games, just, you know, pushing out targets here and there and capitalizing on the mistakes that A77 have, just prevailed them to go on to getting that point that they're looking for and hopefully turning this series into a 2-0.
Sure. And I think, I mean, if they're, you know, you mentioned 2-0, and I'm wondering, like, Area 77, can they pull off what they just did again? Like, can they almost win and this time just not mess it up? Was that just a good game for them, right? And I think game 2 is where we're really going to have the deciding factor of how close are they to GG in power level, right? Because if Area 77 can come into this game again and put up as good of a fight and almost win like they did and maybe even win, I think it's huge. It's huge speaking on to the rest of the season, because Area 77 is also only going to get better, only going to get smoother in their gameplay, and it means there's a lot of possibilities when it comes playoffs, right? It's literally week 1 and we're seeing a lot of things happen. So Area 77, I'm excited to see how they jump into this next game. I want to talk a little bit about the Lu Yi pick. The Lu Yi pick actually ended up not being horrible, right? I think it worked pretty well for them. If used at the right time, it seems like something that could maybe be viable in the future.
Yeah, it's definitely a raw element that A77 had in that last series. The Louis pick was picked in the very first phase and actually worked out quite well, right? There's plenty of opportunities where the Louis came with the ultimate, the Divergent, paired up with the Grok. They were able to kind of out macro and come back into the fights quite easily. And we didn't get to see a lot of great disengages from the Louis, but definitely that ultimate has been proven to be very useful. Now, going into game 2, Trex, the Joy and the Arlot have both been taken off the board. Are we going to see a Baratz ban this time around? Because I do think that hero should be prioritized either on the first pick or even the first ban.
I mean, with Area 77 on the blue side, the drafts could definitely change a bit, right? We know that GG banned out the Baratz last time. So I think it's kind of up to whether Area 77 thinks they want to first pick it, right? And does GG want to give it to them?
Yeah, and the next ban for the side of A77 is going to be that Navaria, the long-range mage. They just don't want Hoon to be playing on that. Yeah. But the Vexana is still available. I'm not sure if A77 think that the Vexana is actually a good hero at mid, because when they take the Purify on the Harith, they're able to kind of just jump onto the backside, deal tons of damage, and get away quite nicely here. Gaming Gladiators said, no, we're not having that dinosaur in our match today. That is going to be shelved for the next series.
Yeah, for sure. But still, big respect for that Arlot ban, right? On Yureshi. Yureshi was a menace on it. And that itself is going to open up some things. So, Joy open. Does Area 77 ban out the Nolan again like they did last game? Do they want to fight for it? And then, as you mentioned, the Vexana, it's kind of up to the side of GG. You know, what are they going to leave open depending? Both these teams are definitely, it just feels a lot more methodical looking at these two teams, the way they're drafting, because they value a lot of these quote-unquote meta picks compared to some of the drafts we've seen earlier today, where things were a lot more open and some things were never even picked, even though they were left open. You definitely see, I think these two teams find these things a lot more crucial, and letting something slip through the cracks could be game-breaking.
Well, this time around, there's a lot of flex picks that are still available, right? The Ruby can be slotted in the roam and the XP position. The Matilda has been also let go so far. I might bite my words. GG still has a last ban available. And yes, both of those heroes are going to be available. Maybe a first pick Matilda potentially coming out from A77, or a Ruby to deny that pick away from Chicken.
I mean, I think, yeah, the chicken on the Ruby was gross. And not a lot of teams are picking an EXP right now, which I kind of like it in the EXP lane. Yes, it can take a little bit of time, but once it's involved in team fights, you still get all the bonuses that you had of it as a roam, but you can also still pick some sort of heavy engage roam if you want, or you can go for something like the support roam and still have that very sustainable front liner that's not exactly a diver. Now finally we're going to be getting in the first picks, and with Vexana open, with the Ruby open, ooh, Area 77 never seems to surprise us. Like, they don't go for any of the value picks that we would talk about. They go for the Claude instead, which Claude is a monster right now. This is true.
Well, here's the thing in terms of a Claude first pick strategy, right? A lot of the teams, when they're drafting, either they're looking to draft the best in slot position, or they're looking to counter, right? Or they could look to flex. So for example, if they take the Ruby, that's a flex first pick. They take the Claude, it is definitely that blind, strong pick that is good against majority of the user. The Fredrin comes into play, and that is pretty much the same exact thing. Take the best jungler that's available in this option. Paired up, I think a magic damage dealer is quite good, and Hoon takes my word. The Vexana gets put onto play. We've seen Hoon do so well with the knockups coming through, and I don't think this time around is going to be any different, especially paired up with the CC coming out from the Fredrin.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a problem. Maybe Area 77 wants to let them get a lot of CC. Maybe try to pick up something like the Diggy this time. I think it's a little early for that. But yeah, Ruby pick's definitely viable. I definitely don't think you want to give the Vex and the Ruby again over Matilda to GG. Plus, you just lost the Fredrin. Matilda is open. Definitely a possibility for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, the Matilda is available. I do like that pick, but I don't think picking the Matilda and the Ruby is going to be the best option. And no, they do not go for the Ruby. They go for they go for a trade. The Tigreal gets picked up here, and the Minotaur gets picked up by Shark. And it's quite interesting that the Matilda gets let go in this draft. And also the Ruby has not been up to play, but I can understand why Shark has readied up this Minotaur, right? We saw earlier on the Minotaur was able to kind of defend and use the knockup to cancel out the Blazing Duets of the Claude, which is going to be proven quite good. And we also saw the matchup between the Tig and the Minnow. The Minotaur was able to win in the series against BloodHounds and NightHorde. So I feel like that is a solid pick coming out from Shark. Now, the second phase bans are on the table. The Bruno gets taken out, so Zia does not have one of his favorite heroes. The Yu Zhong gets taken off the board, meaning I think Chicken is probably looking to deny some of the picks coming off of Yurishi and taking the Ruby himself.
I mean, yeah, and he gets first pick here, so if Area 77 doesn't ban out the Ruby here, it's an easy slot in for the side of GG. Area 77 also still need a mage. Maybe they go for something like the Lu Yi again. It seems like they're not scared to completely think outside of the box here. We need a marksman for Zia, which I wouldn't be surprised seeing Zia on the Harith. It's definitely nothing that's outside of his realm. He's played mage before. I think he'll be comfortable on it if he wants to pick that. So yeah, the carry and the Bruno ban are valid, but Zia's got a pretty deep hero pool overall. I could even see him picking up something crazy like the Beatrix or anything he wants really. I feel pretty comfortable with it. Brody also still open.
I really, really like the Brody pick, and I kind of wish that some of the teams are going to be picking up the Brody. I think the early game that he has in his kit does a lot of damage, and even when he's down in gold, he can still chunk out a lot of towers. He has the mobility, paired up with his auto attacks, and he's a smooth hero. And just like we're talking about, we do get to see the Brody in action. I think that's great going up against the Claude, and I think it's quite good going up against Tigreal, where when he comes forward, he could just stun up the Tigreal and bounce away in that team fight. Now, the response coming out from A77, Faramis is still available. We talked about the Lu Yi. The Purified Lilia has been quite popular. Can come out to a show, but they are still missing that XP and their mage.
Yeah, so what do we put Yureshi on here? I think they pick up the Ruby, right? They just pick it up?
I do think so too. Oh, no.
Nope, they're like, no, we don't care about no Ruby. Fried Chicken gets a free Ruby now. A little surprising. Maybe he goes for something else, though. X-Borg's a possibility, too.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu, I think, is just to push out Hoon. And I think Hoon's been quite effective on the Vexana, especially with no mobility. He's just moving around quite well in a lot of these team fights. But now a Lapu Lapu is going to be in his face. The Bravest Fighter stance paired up with the immune ability that he has should be able to body Hoon out of majority of this team fights. And also, Lapu Lapu does quite well against the early game that Brody has, right? The Brody is able to scale quite well, level 8, building up maybe 1 or 2 items, and that's where the power spike comes into play for Lapu Lapu. But the response, Fried Chicken, no Ruby this time around. The One Punch Man.
I like the Paquito too, because you see it a lot. Paquito's damage, like the combo is so quick that it's great against Lilia, because a lot of time Lilia won't even have time to click the black shoes. Like you can take out, if you're quick enough or you catch them off at the wrong time, you can kill the Lilia before black shoes even pop. Same thing with ISO, you could make the Claude, like before you even have time to hit your BMI, boom, you're already gone. So, and we know Fried Chicken likes to be aggressive. Like, yes, he's okay with the more sustainable EXP laners, but I think where Fried Chicken really shines is when he's able to look for angles, be aggressive, and pick up kills.
Yeah, and he could also cancel the implosion coming out from Tig, so that's another problem that A77 has to deal with. Now, we have seen the pack today on the XP lane. Sir Bossy played it in the BloodHounds series. Unfortunately, they were not able to get the victory that they were looking for. But just like you're saying, the matchup between the pack and the Lilia is quite good here. But take us in, Trex.
All right, it's match point for Gaimin Gladiators up against Area 77. Will this be the last match of day 2? Or will Area 77 take us to game 3?
Yeah, I think the aliens this time around, they got to come out with a better ship, right? They got to come into this game strong, get the early game advantage, and I do think they have the ability to do so. Now, the Gladiators, though, have proven to have a really strong late game strategy, right? It seems like almost every late game they're able to win, even if they are down in gold. But pick off right here, Jay, already chunked quite low against an early game Vexana. Seems like Gaming Gladiators has the map in their favor already.
Most definitely. I think there's a lot of possibilities for both teams here. Area 77 with the Basha should have some nice movement, some nice rotations, able to stop any early aggression that Gaming Gladiators wants to bring, possibly. Able to maybe help stop GG from getting some early game ganks. And with the way that Area 77 played last game, I have a feeling that it might, because Gaming Gladiators, like the trio in mid, best player Shark and Hoon, they normally get in team's face, especially here in NA. So after taking a little bit of an almost loss, it may slow down GG's pace a bit.
Yeah, but this time around, if you take a look at the gold lane, you can see the Claude kind of jumping behind, and that's kind of how the matchup is going to go, right? The Claude is going to struggle 1 versus 1 against the Brody, but in our last series, we had the Harith able to solo kill onto the gold side, so that's one advantage that A77 does not have. They kind of just need the Claude to be able to stand against himself, while the other members of A77 look for an engagement on the opposite side of the map.
On Area 77, nobody going to get any kills this early in the game. It's a slow pace to start. Area 77 keeping up with the rotations. First turtle on the map, and everybody seems ready to fight it. Down in the XP lane, still a little bit of action though. Hoon goes down. Yureshi looking for another one. Yureshi should fall as well. It's an EXP laner for a mage. Super Shark, though, taking a little bit of damage. Tarzan looking for the final hit. Can he get it? Fried Chicken able to disengage, but he should be out of commission for this turtle fight.
Yeah, no commission indeed. Tarzan unable to close off that last kill. Seems like both teams are looking to disengage, setting up for another day on this objective. And I do think when the buffs go down, both teams are going to be looking to fight this out. A little bit of a lead coming out from Gaming Gladiators. I think the top side is going to be due to that, but GGs are going to be the one that is going to start up this objective.
All right, a lot of damage. The Minoan's Fury from Shark does land on, and everybody just piles on. The dog pile on to Yureshi Cutie, getting revenge for the kill earlier. Now Turtle still up. Jay looking for an angle. Tarzan hanging out in the bottom bush right now. Maybe waiting for the engage. Shark smells something wrong. Gonna move on. Try to delay him. Best player also taking his time. Hoon able to get the knock up onto Tarzan Cutie. Fried Chicken coming from the backside for best player. Able to get the turtle, and now they collapse onto Mar. Mar in trouble. Fried Chicken dashes in, and the kill locks in for Hoon. They take out Mar Cutie, and Jay Cutie may just be next best player picking it up.
Yeah, and I just want to say that GG's strategy of just stunning and knocking up and chaining all those CCs have been proven to quite difficult to counter. You can see they're able to single out specific targets. Doesn't matter who it is. The Lapu Lapu can go Bravest Fighter, but if he doesn't activate the CC immune, he's not going to be able to get that. And now GG has the lead onto the mid. The kill is in their favor, and even on the top side, Zia is able to grab up a lot of gold.
Ooh, a little bit of damage on a Shark there. Darko able to back off, but out comes the Blazing Duet. Finally, ISO picking up a kill, trying to move on to Zia next. Tarzan under the tower, takes a couple shots. Mark Cutie's going to try to come in for the cutoff. Whoa. Zia now cornered. Can they find the pick here? Zia able to dash through, and they do not find. Ooh, 8, yes, Mark Cutie gets it in. Down on the bot side as well. Yureshi up against Fried Chicken in the 1v1. Yureshi forced to back off this time. Fried Chicken close the difference. The flicker comes in, and Yureshi just gets away. Gaming Gladiators leading by 1,200, 5-4.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade onto the top side, but ISO is able to kind of go victorious on that trade. He's been surviving, and the Blazing Duets also picked off some of the members. So right now, A77, I feel like, is in quite a good position. They are down in gold, but I do think that ISO has had a great lane so far early on.
I mean, it's a 1,400 lead for GG. We saw the same thing from Area 77 last time. And to be honest, this is the first time I feel like Gaming Gladiators has a chance to lose a game in a while. No One's Fury does come down. A lot of damage onto JQT. Zia able to stack up, but as I was saying, is Area 77 might definitely be slightly below GG right now. Like, GG has the advantage, but I don't think we've seen GG tested this hard in a while in North America. Concealed play coming from JQT, looking for the implosion, looking for the play. Best player able to secure the turtle. A lot of damage does come on to Shark. JQT working the angle. Yureshi with the bravest fighter. Mark Cutie goes down, but Shark falls as well. The damage coming in from Fried Chicken. He does get the knockout strike onto Yureshi, though. Yureshi in a little bit of trouble. JQT trying to come in and help out. Bahoon able to delay the advance. Area 77 now on the run. Tarzan taking a little bit of damage.
Oh, no.
The Appraiser's Wrath comes down. The Terrify, the knock-up, and Tarzan taking out a mega kill for Fried Chicken.
I feel like the Gaming Gladiators is all about the wombo combination right now. The knock-up is just a little bit too much to handle. Last game, they had the Guinevere, the Vexana for the two-man knock-up, and this time around, they got the Minotaur, the Fredrin to have that CC knock-up chain paired up with Fried Chicken here. And now the bot side, Chicken trying to go a little bit aggressive, but don't think Yureshi's able to take care of that business.
The confidence in Fried Chicken right now, man. Half a bar of health, and he's like, yeah, I'm hanging. I'm going to clear this wave real fast. They do collapse onto the boss side. Fried Chicken might finally go down. Does he get away? No, the flicker. Yureshi able to pick it up. Up in the top side, a little bit of action as well, but nothing too major. But they finally get a kill on a Fried Chicken, which is crucial because he was sitting at 4-0-2.
Yeah, that's a 400 gold shutdown for the side of A77, able to get that kill back into their favor. It's a 1k difference, so both teams still have that. It's still anyone's game at this point, and I really want to take a look at ISO's item, right? Zia, of course, on the Brody, has the ability to go into that early and mid game, but once it gets to the late game, if both marksmen have the same exact gold, the side of A77 is going to have a slight advantage because Claude just has that mobility, has that late game shred. But if Zia is going to be the one that's up in gold, it's going to be hard for ISO to look for any engagement because he's going to get two-shot by Zia here.
And look at the Yureshi. Yureshi cuts double into the bottom lane. And now he's going to be a little bit ahead in this fight engagement. A little bit in front of Fried Chicken. Are they going to maybe set a bait for him here? Fried Chicken knows. He smells something in the water. He decides not to advance. He waits until the rest of his team has vision on Area 77. This feels like a Lord right here. Like everyone's grouping up just for a 7-minute turtle right now. This is a game that we're watching. Best player still working the Lord. Implosion happens on 3 members. Tarzan able to get it, but the Eternal Guardian comes down. And now Yureshi's in trouble. JQT taken out. Yureshi caught up in between 4 members. Takes enough damage. The best player finds the kill. Area 77 take the turtle, but at what cost?
Yeah, it seems like A77 is unable to get a lot of these fights going into their favor, especially when both teams are grouped up as members of 5, right? A77, I feel like they have the opportunity. ISO!
Fried Chicken. On to ISO. ISO with the Blazing Duet still taking out mid-gun blazing.
Yeah, that's a huge shutdown for the side of Gaming Gladiators, able to take care of ISO, giving him his first death on the board. And it just, again, once it seems like A77, they cannot fight these group 5 versus 5. Shark is just getting too many knockups, and the side of Gaming Gladiators just have so much CC available to single out individuals.
Okay, Fried Chicken goes down. Zia takes a tower, though. Did Yureshi fall as well in the boss side? No. So Area 77 finds something, but still, GG is this methodical, man. They got the scalpel out. They're cutting away piece from Area 77 right now, tower by tower, until they're down to nothing but bones.
Yeah, and you can see a small lead still for the side of Gaming Gladiators. The people of Area 77 are grouped up onto the top side, but the reinforcements are coming through. Jay trying to cut off the angle, and I feel like A77, they're definitely going to try to get this tower here.
ISO able to BMI away. The tower does fall, though, so that's a plus for Area 77.
Yeah, that's definitely a plus there. They do need all the advantages that they could get. Once again, it seems like the engagement's coming through. Both teams disengaging. Now, let's talk about some of the strategies that A77 could use to kind of get back onto this game. I think Hoon is going to be a very big player for them to try and shut down and maybe try to keep Chicken at bay, right? Putting a little bit of pressure onto his lane because he's going quite aggressive in pretty much majority of these clears.
Chicken having a little bit of trouble in the boss side. The 2v1, Fried Chicken unable to compete there, but they're going to start rushing this Lord because they know Tarzan Cutie is far away. Area 77 may not be able to make it in time. No, they will not. Hoon able to secure that one for the team. Area 77 just got to hang out and wait now.
Yeah, it's going to be a free objective for the side of GG's. The Lord is going to be marching down onto the bottom side, the far lane here, right? The side of GG. I do think the strategy for them is to group up on mid and try to go for a siege while this Lord is popping down on the bot side. But Guap's here getting chunked a little bit. I do think they're not going to have enough damage here. And A77 looking for a defense going up against the first Lord of the game.
All right, Lord coming soon down the bottom lane. I don't think GG is going to be able to finish things just yet. Area 77 does have the shred with ISO. It's not like ISO's fallen too far behind in gold or anything. He's 1-1-1. Hasn't taken too many deaths. Possibilities are still there. And GG still has to be careful about the way they engage. One big set from JQT could be game-changing.
And GG's looking for the engagement here. The Lord is marching down on the bot side. I do know that the Purifies are available for the side of A77, but I just don't know if the Purify is going to be enough to deal with this constant CC coming out from the side of GG. Best player looking to go in for a little bit. A lot of damage just by himself, chunking out to the members of A77.
With the Lilia, though, you have great siege defense, man. You lay down on the glooms, you're able to burst down the Lord. That paired up with ISO, they should be okay. GG, though, once again, the scalpel's out. We just cut away tower by tower.
Yeah, and a 3K gold lead, 11 minutes in. GG is still trying to push the lead. It does feel like A77 has lost a little bit of gas, but I think they might have it figured out. The two-man units of ISO and Jay is on the backside. So if GG does get collapsed here, it might smell trouble, but it seems like ISO, they're opting to go for a split push strategy, and I think this is great. The side of Gaming Gladiators, they're really trying to force this Ube strategy of just syncing all the ultimates up together. ISO takes another tower onto the bot side, but the trade from GG is just a little bit too good.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful, though. If White Chicken is onto him, he needs to get back quickly. Should be okay. Chicken just has to defend, take out the minions. So well played. And if ISO can keep doing that, kind of dancing around, it's very similar to what we saw from Zia last game, alleviating the pressure, you know, kind of bleeding out the wound a little bit, letting the swelling go down. And that's what Area 77 needs to do. They got to try to hang out. They're in it for the long haul at this point. Still, gold lead not too far ahead, man. 4K is very comebackable for any team, especially teams at this caliber.
And we're inching into this kind of late game, right? But it seems like they're going in.
ISO with the Blazing Duet on the backside. Zia taking a whole lot of damage. ISO, BMI's back and is instantly found from Fly Chicken. Shark picks up the kill. Zia finds Urashi. Tarzan next to be on the chopping block. Terrified. Taken out. Now it's nothing but Mark Cutie and JQT. Cutie Gang not looking too good right now. Fly Chicken's trying to close the distance. Black Shoes pops, so it brings Mark Cutie back into all members. Welcome to home. Gaming Gladiators is here. Knock, knock, FBI. They're kicking down the door right now. A terrified JQT falls. Mark Cutie gonna be next. Fly Chicken, Fly Keto, Paquito. Take them to their graves. GG takes game number 2.
And just like that, GG's able to take this game in a more close fashion, right? It's a 14-minute match, a dominating performance again from Gaming Gladiators. I was about to say, the longer this game goes, seems like A77 does have a lot more hope with the Claude, but the early game damage from the Brody is just a little bit too much to handle. And again, Gaming Gladiators, they have the IQ decision to go and merge onto that top side, catching out multiple members of A77 and completely dominating in that team fight. KDA 15, 7, and 31 is going to be the overall scoreboard. Lots of assists coming out from Gaming Gladiators, and I would just say the rotations that they had, especially when it came down to that mid and late game, the strategy, it was just too much for the side of game, for the A70s, the aliens to handle.
And the aliens are shot down from the sky today. Gaming Gladiators coming to play. I mean, it's game 1 was close. GG, though, definitely controlled and shows who's boss and why they're here. Average damage is completely unloading compared to Area 77, and even the gold per minute just completely collecting throughout the laning phase. And we saw the difference between Area 77 and GG. When Area 77 was winning in game number 1, GG, I mean, was almost keeping the gold tied throughout the whole game. Compared it to GG, when they were escaping with the win, they immediately turned it into a 3-4K gold lead.
Yeah, and it's an extremely dominating performance coming out from GG here, able to take the 2-0 victory of A77, which has won in their last series. So now A77 is going to be pushed onto that 4th position, while GG is going to be in the lead for the very first one. The brackets are already showing, and we got the handsome man Zeke back into play. Zeke, how you doing, man? Oh, you're muted, my friend.
You're muted, Zeke.
Who did that?
I did.
Who
Sorry,
did that?
my bad. My bad. It was a little prank for day 1.
Hey.
I'm just trying to be like you, my boy. What are those games, man? Absolutely crazy. That first game had me on my seat. I thought so for sure that Area 77 was going to be able to make it happen, make that close. But man, what a beautiful comeback by GG.
Yeah, definitely an insane comeback in game number 1, and then game number 2 they just completely roll over Area 77. But still, we saw a lot from Area 77 there. We saw a lot of possibilities, and who knows, by playoffs, anything could change.
Yeah, and you know, it's quite interesting that the GG strategy, again, for me, it's quite visible here. They like to stack a lot of the CCs, and a lot of the times the knockups are unable to be negated by the tough boots, right? The knockups are still going to happen, and when they chain those CCs with that Vexana, with the Fredrin, along with the knockups of Paquito or the stun coming out from Ruby, it's a strategy set in stone. Without ultimates, they're still locking down members for Zia to free hit, for Hoon to deal the damage, and I would say Gaimin Gladiators played an absolutely masterpiece today.
Absolutely. GG, they showcased, you know, just exactly who they are. But at the same time, Area 77, although they did take, you know, a 0-2 loss in games, they definitely still managed to say, hey, you know, we're here, we're alive, we're pushing, and you know what? Don't count us out of anything.
Most definitely, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be jumping into the MVP now with a few replays. For me personally, I mean, it's the whole series. Fried Chicken had a great series. Wondering exactly who it's going to end up being, though, UA.
It's a good guess, but it's going to be Shark, right? The most valuable player from the last season, in my perspective here, coming once again. He had a great game on the Minotaur. It was able to counter out a lot of the matchups, and I think it's quite smart, especially when the side of A77 decides to pick up the Claude first, right? The knock-up coming out to pretty much deflect the Blazing Duet coming out from the Claude is proven to be very, very effective. And this time around, Shark pulling up with the MVP, a roamer that gets the spotlight. I do like that myself, as I'm a roam player, and shout out to Shark, man.
Honestly, if any roam was ever going to get it, it was definitely going to be Shark. You're talking about debatably one of the best players in all of North America, not only based on ability, but when you look at people who've effectively made it, you know, to further stages, he's definitely him. So with that being said, the star of the show, final game, MVP, Shark, I wouldn't have it any other way. Some of those sets, money.
Money.
Chef's
Speaking
kiss.
of money, let's take a quick look at the last 2 big team fights of that last series.
Yeah, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators always coming through with a show on the boat. The implosion coming through on the backside, but the Gaimin Gladiators had something else that they could deal with, singling out and pretty much splitting the whole entire A77 back line dealers. Right? They pretty much punished the ability that Jay and Yurishi had to go onto the backside and just use that to their advantage. And this is the topside fight that we were talking about. Zia right here did not get singled out, and unfortunately, the rotations from Gaimin Gladiators was too much for A77 to handle in these team fights.
That gameplay was absolutely beautiful. Right where at least me personally, I thought that Shark was going to drop. The entire team just showed up and sealed the deal. They just made it happen. Just such precision coming from the side of GG. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely gorgeous. Overall, GG shows why they are the fan favorite right now. And this is the big difference that I talk about with a lot of teams is when you're losing, can you come back? You know, if you're behind in gold, can you still secure? And that's what they did in game 1. And then can you jump into game 2 with that same momentum and just smash through? And that's exactly what GG did. Area 77 still unable to kind of break that barrier. Now I think the matchup I'm really ready for is Area 77 versus DA down the line in the future. I think that's going to be a good one. I think they're kind of at a good standstill. And who's going to end up falling in the number 2, number 3, number 1? Because this is definitely one of the most. It's a huge toss-up this season between everybody.
And it's almost like Trex just forgot about the Kings of the Kings. I'm not sure if he wants to have a conversation with that, but you know, the second and the third
King
place.
Of Kings? RQ?
No, I mean, I honestly feel like the side of A77, they've shown a very strong showing, right? Maybe that might be the Gaming Gladiators' last match to go to that point where all the internet inhibitors are down, but there's still plenty of tough teams out there. Devious had a great match today. Same thing with BTK, able to get the victories themselves. So there's still a lot on the table. This is only day 2, Zeke, and there's so much excitement left for us to show. So many great teams going up head to head in this royal battle.
Absolutely, and well said. Well, with that being said, Yue, why don't you take us through the day's recap?
Yeah, so on our very first game, Devious Activities able to take the series 2-1 against Fiends. Quite a surprising thing because Fiends actually was able to get the upset and a reverse sweep in that series. BTK 2-0 against LEGACi. They did fall short a little bit, and Trex take us to the last few games.
I mean, BloodHounds get the win. I mean, no, BloodHounds get the loss. Sorry. NightHorde able to secure it 2-0. And then even though it was a very exciting game 1, GG cleans things up very well with the 2-0 sweep against Area 77.
Well said, well said. Now, by Zeke's law, Trex, you happen to be the guy who's got the most guesses right. So why don't you take us to the standings?
I mean, Gaming Gladiators secure their number 1 spot with 6 points. After that, Devious Activity with 5. And here's the big kicker, right? Fiends holding the third place spot because of that 1 point difference. And that's what me and Yue were talking about all day today, drowning your ears out with it. After that, closely behind, Area 77, BloodHounds, and BTK all tied up. And LEGACi and NightHorde sitting at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, right? This is still only day 2 of the NACT. Anything could happen. These standings are what is happening right now, but not every team has played against every team. We still have to see how the Fiends go up against the Aliens, how they do against the BloodThirstyKings, and also Gaming Gladiators. So it's a tough bracket for them to kind of push through. But Fiends has definitely shown a strong showing, marking them up onto that 3rd place, and completely well-deserved in my opinion, Zeke.
Well said again. You know, and at this point, it's safe to say that whether you're GG, Gaming Gladiators, or the BloodHounds, there's still a whole lot of tournament left for us. So, whole lot of room for teams to move up and down within the rankings, and every single time, we'll find ourselves one day closer to the grand finals. So, with that being said, I think we're about ready to close. Any ending thoughts?
Well, whether you're Trex with a head full of hair or Yue, it's okay, because life will be good next week.
Yeah, and hopefully we get a lot of these games coming through. It's been quite exciting for the day 2 series. I cannot wait for next week's action. But guys, honestly, it's been such a wonderful day. Once again, Zeke, shout outs to you for coming onto the cast. It's been such a pleasure for us to sit here and hang out with you.
All right, well, with that being said, thanks everybody for coming out, and we hope you guys have a good one.
Good night, Seattle.